Hello, everybody. Wow. Good morning, everybody. We start with some delay, but I think everybody will understand with so many participants. The registration process is a little bit longer. So I'm very, very happy to of the Charité to this new venue, the Urania, one of the most famous cultural centers in Berlin. We have more place, more space for the sessions, for the forum, for the side events, and evidently also for all informal gathering that you will certainly use during this Congress. You have seen the program. It's a very rich one with an impressive number of sessions and discussions, as well as remarkable choice of highly competent and eloquent speakers. And don't talk about me. This is also, and most of all, a story of commitment and tenacity, incarnated by people who had the vision and dared to put it into action, many of them on a voluntary basis or besides their main jobs, driven by the enthusiasm and conviction that makes things happen. And that is certainly also the fundament of humanitarian action. One of those people, Ulrike von Pilar, was motor for this Congress for many years until last year, and she tries now to enjoy what I would call an active retirement. Thank you, Ulrike, for having made this through and so great. You, Ulrike, will have the honor to make the closing statement of this Congress tomorrow, and you will certainly come back to the major milestones of those tremendous 20 years. So I'll keep this undisclosed for now, which should be one more motivation for you to stay until the end of the Congress. Before I introduce the first keynote discussion and the overall thematic of this year's Congress, let me make a few announcements for the sake of a smooth flow of the next 2 days. Catering will be available on the ground floor and at the first floor. Please note that the reception in the evening on Thursday will take place on the ground floor. Drinks can be purchased at the bar. The Humanitarian Forum exhibition with information booths from participants' organizations is taking place during the whole Congress on the ground, first, second, and third floor. Please use the opportunity to get to know better possible partners. We welcome also the online audience. The sessions in the first room will be streamed live in this room. Please, dear participants in the room and online, feel committed to comment the sessions on Facebook and Twitter using the hashtag HCBerlin. This will be an important leverage for the range of coverage of the Congress beyond this room. Any questions can be directed to our great volunteers and at the registration desk. And here already our appreciation for brilliant volunteer support without which this event would not be possible. Those are almost 100 volunteers working to make this happen. And last but not least, let's do it myself. Please turn your mobile phones out to silent during the discussions. We want to be concentrated and let others be too. So no more excuses. Advocating for human dignity in times of crisis, this is the motto of this Congress. Along the 20 years of the Congress, the subjects treated have varied a lot, from medical to ethical ones. The Congress also never feared to exercise self-critique. Are we efficient enough? Do we harm? Do we let ourselves be instrumentalized? Has aid become a mere business? But this year, the theme is about human dignity and about advocating. As many actors feel that humanitarianism today is put into question in its core mission: help the most vulnerable in protecting basic human rights. Too many signs are warning us. The targeted bombing of civilian facilities, in particular hospitals and health workers, attacks on NGOs during their humanitarian missions, have become a bitter reality since a few years. But the next step of dehumanization is threatening our societies much deeper, I think. Politics of isolationism and exclusion, an aggressive and racist rhetoric are gaining terrain and threaten insidiously but deeply the legitimacy of humanitarian action. When life-saving actions in the Mediterranean Sea are not only practically stopped, but also criminalized, then a very thick red line is crossed again. The strategies of exclusion have a high human cost. In refugee camps also in Europe, children, women and men live in absolutely unacceptable conditions. In Libya, the migrants are maintained in conditions remembering slavery. Some populists try to sell us that this is defending our identity and is necessary for the survival of our culture and of our values. Is human dignity not the most fundamental value for all human beings? Human rights were born in our societies out of the worst human crisis as a reminder that they should never happen again. Today, some people and many unscrupulous politicians are turning their back from those fundamental lessons of history and are driving us to very dark times if we don't stop them. We cannot let them avert attention from the real challenges of the world that our world is facing today. The protracted crisis in countries such as Syria, Yemen, the Central African Republic, and many others. A growing gap between rich and poor, and increasingly precarious living conditions for parts of the population, even in the Western world, as well as the many obstacles preventing billions of people from accessing the necessary health care. The humanitarian community, by chance, is big and strong. Just look at the number of us being here and the growing number of participants every year in the Congress. Look at the growing response to large-scale crises all over the world, and look at the emerging strength of the local actors. Let's continue to take responsibility and be accountable to the most vulnerable. Let's feel proud of being committed to reducing human suffering. And if you don't like the word proud, at least let's be conscious and convinced that reduce human suffering and promote human dignity is our duty. Thank you very much, and enjoy the Congress. Enjoy the Congress, and let's start now with the real discussions and debates. Therefore, let me invite on the stage the participants of the next or the first discussion, Ms. Degan Ali, Executive Director of ADESO, as Chair Nelke Manders, General Director and Chair of the Operational Center Amsterdam at MSF Holland, and as well as Christina Bennett, the Head of Humanitarian Policy Group at Overseas Development Institute, ODI. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Welcome to all of you in Berlin, and also welcome to those who are joining via live stream. really excited to be here with you and to have 2 days of, no doubt, inspiration, joint reflection on an important theme, advocating for human dignity in crisis. And there are great thinkers, great speakers, great doers. 2 of those ladies are sitting here and will soon get the floor to inspire us. But before I will introduce them to you, I would like to introduce you to Maria. Maria is not her real name. Maria is not here with us in Berlin. Maria is a woman I met a year ago in the detention center in Libya. And I want her to be with us. Maria, sorry, there needs to be another background slide for Maria. I met her a year ago, actually not in a detention center in Libya, but in a hospital where MSF, my colleagues, referred her to because she had collapsed in a detention center. I was really proud to join my colleagues, my Libyan colleagues, working together with Sudanese and Dutch colleagues, who had negotiated access to what I call hell houses. I've worked in many crisis situations all over the world. I never saw something like that when I entered a detention center in Libya. And in those detention centers, we provide care, and in a very beautiful way, bringing a spark of light in a bit dark place. But when you are able to talk with someone that lives that life in a detention center, and you cannot talk there, but you can talk with the people who we refer to a hospital, and you listen, it's hard to not think back of it every day. And Maria, when I met her, this young lady of 23 years, who had fled Darfur, because her village was tortured by drought year after year, and she was looking for a better life for her and her husband, eager to start a family. And when they, with the help of smugglers, arrived in Libya, and they were just pulled apart when they were taking a boat. So her husband went on another boat, and her boat was stopped by the Libyan Coast Guard, so she was brought back to a detention center, trying to survive. But when I met Maria, and that's what I want to share with you, Maria actually straight away asked me, "Did you meet my friend in the detention center?" And my friend, I'm worried for her. She's mentally not strong, and she's the one that the guards are playing with time and again. And she explained me what playing actually meant, and it was amongst other gang rapes. She was so concerned, and I didn't know. I was not sure whether I had met her friend. And then I asked, but I also really want to know how you are doing. And there she held it, and she cried. And she shared her story that I will not share with you, but I hope that none of us have to live what she lived. But for me, Maria needs to be here, because that, to me, is human dignity. Right? To first ask, when you are living this type of experience, to first ask how your friend is doing, that you met in a detention center and that you have been trying to protect, that you're now worried for, that's human dignity in crisis. So I'm happy that Maria is here now with us. Before I introduce two other great ladies. My name is Nelke Manders. I'm the General Director of MSF Holland and the Chair of Operational Center Amsterdam, a great partnership with colleague from MSF Germany and MSF UK, Ireland and India. And together we ensure that we are working in 25 crisis missions, more than 70 projects with 11,000 great colleagues. Very quickly, because introducing people, but a quick feel who's in the room. Maybe you can raise hands. Who of you is actually a student? Woo, lots of hands for those on live stream. Who calls him or herself a humanitarian worker? Can I see hands? Also, quite a lot, but less. Who was born in what we call the global north? Majority, global south. The minority, but welcome. Native English? A few. Who in the last week has discussed the power structures in our humanitarian aid sector? Quite a lot. So have I. I rejoined MSF a year ago before I did other beautiful work. I never talked so much about power structures as the past year. And that's a good thing, that's a good thing. And so we have papers circulating in MSF called a call for change, and there was a lot of debate going on. Well, I will start, and I will not talk too long, but I am super proud to be back with MSF. I think what we're trying to do as MSF through these, in total, 45,000 colleagues is incredible. 90% of my colleagues are recruited locally in the crisis areas, trying to support their peers living in crises. And the mix of people working with the same aim, working with also the civil society, local partners, most of the projects with the Ministry of Health, it's impressive. And at the same time, being proud, but also having these doubts every now and then. Like, there is power imbalance. Are we facing all our blind spots? And you can't face your blind spots if you don't know that it's a blind spot, right? So I'm sure that these ladies are going to share a few more blind spots that we as MSF also have to be aware of and deal with. So I'm really happy that this Congress opens with a locally led humanitarian response. And who better can give a keynote address than Ms. Day1 Ali. So she really is helping us to change the way that we see development and aid. In 2003, she designed and oversaw the delivery of the first large-scale aid distribution program in Africa implemented by an NGO rather than a government agency. Under her leadership, Day1 has since pioneered and championed market-based and dignified solutions to aid that have resulted in cash transfers first becoming a standard aid response. Most recently, Ms. Day1 Ali has been an active member of the Leadership Council for the Network of Empowered Aid Response, NEAR, a network of Southern NGOs with a mission to reshape the top-down humanitarian and development system to one that's locally driven and owned. After she has given her keynote address, I will ask another very interesting lady to comment on what she heard. And that's Christina Bennett, the head of the Humanitarian Policy Group of the Overseas Development Institute. Also more than 20 years of valuable experience in humanitarian policy and practice. And currently leading a 2-year research project on local humanitarian action. Also you yourself, be reminded, please be invited to share your comments, ideas, inspiration on Facebook and Twitter. It's not on the background slide anymore, but use the hashtag HCBerlin. And be assured that there will be space to ask questions yourself also through live stream. So I will try to chair that there is sufficient time for that. But give a warm hand to Ms. Day1 Ali.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I'm very honored to be here. This is my first Humanitarian Congress in Berlin, and it's a great opportunity to share with you my thoughts around this issue of dignity, local leadership, locally driven response. And I'm sorry, I'm going to apologize early for focusing heavily on MSF. The reason why is because initially I thought, by having not been here before, I thought this conference really was a conference of all the MSF sister organizations. So I thought it was an internal MSF conference. having said that, you know, I just wanted to particularly focus on MSF because I think MSF is obviously a very, very well-respected institution that really represents so many things that are both wrong and right in the humanitarian system. So having said that, I also wanted to first start off by really commenting on the noble work of being a medical doctor, of this entire, within the humanitarian sphere, I would say medical practitioners and those in the medical arena really are not only healing scars, physical scars, but in the process of healing the physical scars, they get insight into real deep trauma and other scars, other trauma that people are experiencing. And the story of Miria, I think, is a great example of that. And I think for people like us who might distribute cash or build shelter or whatever, don't really get that kind of deep insight into the human psyche and what people are going through that medical practitioners do. So I think because of that, the medical field, I think, is a bit different than the rest of the humanitarian system. And I think you guys are some of the most courageous people for doing the kind of work that you do. I don't know if I could sit and hear a Miria story over and over and over and over and over again in different countries for many, many years. I just don't know if I would have the ability to do that. So I really applaud you for that courage that you do. So having said that, I just want to talk about what is now this hot topic called localization. It's an old topic. It's now just been given a new word, which I'm not really quite happy with. I think the word itself has problems, but localization, I think, is really about what we are talking about here, which is dignity. How do I come into a space where people are in need and have become the unfortunate victims of either a natural disaster or conflict and provide them solidarity? That, to me, is what it should be. How do I show that I'm here as a fellow human being, that I'm here to support them, that I'm here to provide them either assistance in whatever they think is most important for them? Unfortunately, dignity has been removed from the humanitarian system. It has really been transformed into a system of beggars and those with money and power. Whether it's in the media, in how we fundraise and appeals of these emaciated children and pictures of, you know, that dark continent of Africa or people in Asia who, you know, these things that compel people in the North to give money, the kind of images that we use, to the actual way we do work in the communities. There's a huge, as earlier mentioned, power dynamics that play out in the humanitarian system. And those power dynamics, unfortunately, end up really looking like where we create a system where the voice and the needs of those who we are supposed to be in solidarity with and supposed to be helping are completely ignored. We make decisions for people in Washington, in Berlin, in London, for people in the refugee camps of Bangladesh or in Somalia. To me, that's the problem with the system. There's a big problem with the system when we are actually not sitting there saying, what do you need? How can we help you take the leadership? This idea that we are the ones who are the most important, the center of the response is us, whether we're MSF, whether we're Oxfam, whether we care. When in reality, the first responders, the most important responders in any crisis are the people themselves first, and their community members, their loved ones, their family, the business people in the local community, the traders. Those are the most, you guys are not there. It takes months for you guys to arrive, to really arrive. The money might be mobilized, the people might be mobilized to a capital, but to actually arrive to the location where the needs are, sometimes it takes months. So how do we shift this system to be really more dignified and truly be more locally led? What does an ideal model look like in a response? And when I talk about localization, I don't mean just civil society. I mean, how do we do procurement locally and support local businesses? Instead of shipping in goods and services from France or Belgium for a response in Syria. I mean, that to me is crazy. I just heard that from a Turkish NGO who was trying to partner with, I won't name the name, of an agency. And they were saying that they didn't want to procure anything in Turkey, next door neighbor. Yes, you can't find some of these goods. I understand the medical field is highly specialized. There's a need to ensure high quality. But I was like, Turkey, you have all of this medicine and goods. Why can't the guy said, I don't understand. They wanted to bring the items from France and Belgium. So this is, what does an ideal response look like? For me, the ideal response really should be about, first of all, where the government, I'm not talking about a conflict, I think we need to separate natural disasters and conflict. Let's talk about Indonesia, for instance. Indonesia, now the government is taking very strong leadership and saying, we don't need the international community to come in and basically overwhelm us, which is what happened in Nepal, which is what happened, it used to happen in Philippines. They're actually putting their foot down and saying enough is enough, which I'm completely happy to hear, to be honest with you. So if I'm a humanitarian actor and I want to respond and I feel a moral obligation, which we all do as humanitarians, as human beings, we all feel a need to respond to such a crisis, I would actually be talking to the government and talking to civil society locally and saying, what do you need from me in London, in Berlin? How can I help you? What is it that you want? Let me write a blank check and let me help you do that and make that happen. I'm going to come and support you and provide this assistance. Sometimes the organizations become too overwhelmed and they can't absorb all of this money. And sometimes we're also irresponsible in turning an organization that may have only been $500,000 organization into becoming all of a sudden overnight a $10 million organization. And then later we say, oh, they weren't compliant and they had problems. Well, first of all, what have we done to support those civil society organizations so that they can be compliant? We know a crisis will happen in Indonesia in a few more years. We know another earthquake will happen in Nepal. God forbid, but we probably do. We probably are fairly assured by scientists it will happen. So what have we done to build these institutions for that future crisis? Pretty much nothing. We come in when the crisis happens, we do what we do, spend the money that the generous donors in the North have given us, and then we leave. We haven't left any real institutions behind, whether it's government, whether it's civil society, whatever it may be. I'm from Somalia. I'll tell you right now, MSF pulled out a few years back. And actually, let me start off by telling you that MSF went into parts of Somalia that nobody else would go. I was in Kismayo in 2007-08, doing an assessment, trying to come in and open an office in Kismayo. There was no INGO there. MSF was the first INGO. I was there when the MSF staff, including a northerner and someone else, I think from Kenya, I can't remember which country he was from, were doing an assessment to try to open their office. I was shocked to see a white man in Kismayo. I was really shocked. I was like, what? You're here? He's like, yeah. I was really shocked by the bravery of MSF to actually take that risk, to put a northern staff in Kismayo and open that hospital. They did that. Unfortunately, they paid a huge price for that because that staff member was eventually killed. And we hear that often, unfortunately. With the emergencies becoming more and more complex, both internationals from the North and local staff are constantly the victims and the first ones to suffer in these crises. But at the same time, when MSF pulled out of Somalia because of these kinds of incidents, nobody knew in the international system in Somalia how to take over these hospitals. Nobody had the capacity. There wasn't a local institution in all the years that MSF was in Somalia that MSF had built to take over these hospitals. For me, that's really a sad situation. With all the resources and all the knowledge that MSF had, it should have put in place the systems so that a local actor, a local civil society organization, I can understand in a country like Somalia or countries like Syria that you're not going to be able to work effectively with the Ministry of Health. Ideally, it should be a Ministry of Health in such situations. But if the Ministry of Health is not an option, why hasn't this institution put in place a local civil society actor that could have effectively managed that hospital? So everybody had to turn around and beg another INGO to take the risk of going to Kismaayo where another INGO had lost staff. Who would do that? They didn't. It took a long, long time to get some of those hospital systems up and running in those areas. So this is the sad reality of not doing local capacity and local leadership, is that we are left in a situation where we wait for the Northerners to support us and respond, we wait for them to leave something behind, we wait for them to make a decision whenever they want to leave us behind, and we are there holding things together, but we're not left with the resources and we're not left with the capacity. Especially in the medical field. Medical field is not something easy that anybody can take over. Adesso as an NGO cannot manage a hospital. So this is the kind of situation we're left. We're constantly waiting and we're being passive recipients of your aid. We're not in the driver's seat. And that's what we need to change. We need to get local communities and local civil society actors and local governments to be in the driving seat of the response. And it's only that in that situation that we build sustainable institutions that are there when you guys leave us behind. Now, I'll talk about humanitarian principles. There is this constant feedback. We heard the negative, we've constantly heard the negative reasons why localization is bad. Corruption, local actors are corrupt. Well, I'm sorry, but if you work with the same local actor for 20 years in Turkana, and they're still corrupt, and you still can't leave Turkana and leave them behind after working with them 20 years, what is wrong with you? What does it say about you? 20 years, you've been in Turkana, and you haven't left an institution that can be compliant and have due diligence? I think it speaks more about you than it does about the local actor. But anyways, I won't go into that too much, but neutrality, humanitarian principles, impartiality. This is one of the arguments that are constantly talked about. And it's actually one of the ones that makes me quite upset, I must say. I'm sorry, but I can handle being humiliated and constantly being told that you're corrupt because you're from the South and you're a person of color. I've kind of dealt with that. What I can handle is the idea that somehow, as a human being, that I will see people suffering and I will not be able to respond. I will somehow take ethnic, tribal allegiances and make that more of a priority than be a human being. That questioning of my humanity is a thing that I can't handle. And that was what happens when you say to someone in Syria that you are not neutral and you can't be impartial. That's what happens when you say to people in Somalia that you cannot be neutral. As a DESO, I opened offices in areas outside of my clan areas. I have opened offices and supported communities outside of my clan areas where even my own clan said to me, why are you doing that? Why are you taking a DESO there? I said, well, it's the right thing. Nobody's there. It's the right thing to do. So this idea that somehow we can't go above beyond our own sense of tribalism, communitism, or whatever it is that you call, to be able to be a human being first, that's to me really wrong. That somehow you guys come from the North, come from Europe, and you're more likely to be more objective and more neutral than I am. There's something wrong with that. But let's just forget about what it says morally about me when I'm accused of not being more neutral. Let's talk about the practicalities of this argument, the reality of this argument. The reality of this argument in crises such as Syria, such as Somalia, such as Iraq, is that MSF, Oxfam, CARE, whoever it may be, is working mostly remotely with local community, local actors, local staff. So what's the difference between Mohammed, who's a staff member of MSF in Syria, and Mohammed, who's a staff member of a local NGO. When a security incident happens in MSF in Syria, who does it go to? It goes to Mohammed. Mohammed, help us. How do we solve this? What do we do? That's who they go to. They don't go to their headquarters. They go to the local one who has the knowledge to understand the intricacies of that complex situation to give them advice. That's who they go to. They don't go to John. They don't go to Frank. They go to Mohammed. And what is the difference between these two individuals? In my opinion, there is none. But it's okay, one moment they get a salary, they're on the payroll of MSF, they're neutral. On the other hand, they get the salary of a Syrian NGO, and they're not neutral. This is just some really imaginary and crazy fabrication that we're making in our mind. These walls exist. They don't exist. There's no such thing. I have seen internationals, Northerners, Americans and Europeans in Somalia. The first question they ask me, what clan are you? Why do you care? I'm Somali. No, what clan are you? Because they want to put me in a box. When I meet a Somali, the first question I ask them is not what clan are you? But when I meet internationals, 9 times out of 10, the first thing they'll ask me is what clan am I? Because they want to put me in a box. They want to already assume that I have allegiance to this group or that group. So who is actually acting in a non-neutral way and making assumptions about who we are as people? And then, about this argument of neutrality. I think that the reality is that it erodes a real thing on trust. It's really difficult to have a trusting, healthy relationship between the communities and your local staff if you're constantly preaching this idea that they're not neutral. And let me tell you something. If neutrality means that I am on the side of the oppressors, I am happily label myself being not neutral. If neutrality means I sit there and I let these humanitarian principles hamper me from helping people who are being bombed, then I don't think neutrality is serving any purpose. Frankly, it's not serving any purpose. If neutrality is making us sit in Damascus so we do nothing, then I don't think neutrality is helping us. I think we are on the side of oppressors, and we are then taking sides. We ourselves are not neutral. If you sit in Damascus, and because of neutrality, and you don't do what needs to be done to help those people being bombed in Idlib, or wherever it may be, then you've already taken a side, and you're already not neutral. But it's okay to point the finger at those of us from the South who are Muslims, who wear hijabs, or whatever, from Zimbabwe, and say, you're not neutral. There's a huge hypocrisy and double standards in this terminology of neutrality. Lastly, I would just like to end by saying that in this field, we have so much tragedy. We have so much just shockingly brazen and unimaginable ways to dehumanize each other, to do the most unimaginable things to each other. I think for me, what is the most important, compelling issue about localization is about being humble, having humility, and recognizing that we don't have the answers and we need each other. And recognizing that true solidarity really means that we have to stop this idea that we are better and we have the power and you just do whatever we want. That's not what solidarity is, and projectizing everything and saying, I have the money. Money is not everything. I have the knowledge. I know the community is better than you. I know the security problems that you will create coming from the north and not knowing anything. How many times have we as Adesso solved security issues created by internationals in our communities? And then they come to us and they say, we don't know, they're going to attack us. Help us. This is not my NGO. These are internationals from INGOs, because they've done every single thing in the wrong way. So when it's convenient, you come to us. But when it's not convenient, we're told you're not being neutral, you're told you're being fraudulent, we can't trust you. You have to choose. I don't mind having an argument with someone who says, I do not support localization and I never will. Fine, you stand there, no problem. But on the one hand, you put on a hat saying, I'm your ally, I'm in solidarity with you. But on the other hand, you do everything possible to undermine local capacity and local leadership and continue the status quo where you have the resources and you projectize everything. And there's no real partnership and there's no trust. Then that to me is just hypocrisy. So I plead to you that we have to have courage and we have to have humility. And we have to create real trust. And to do that, we have to just stop with all of this nonsense of trying to dehumanize people and call each other things under codes of neutrality and impartiality and fraudulent and all of that. Because that's what it is. It's just code for other language of that I won't even get into. So I implore you, please be courageous. Please ask the right questions. Please let local people, give them their dignity, give them their humanity, and be a real trusting partner. That's what I ask of you. And you as students, most of you are students here, you will have a long career ahead of you, inshallah, God willing. Please let that career be one that you're proud of. Let it be a career that you can look back on and say, you know what? I left these communities in a far better position than when I came in. And I let them lead, and I heard them, and I listened to them. And I created real friendships, and I understood the culture, and I did more listening than talking. You see, that is your education. That's far better, and you will understand what I'm talking about when you hit 60 or 50. You will understand. When you can say, my master's degree and my PhD was from those people and not from a university, that is when you will have your real education and your real PhD. But to do that, to really benefit and get a proper degree from those communities, you have to humble yourself. Thank you.
And rightfully so, there is a long applause. Thank you. Of course, I'm tempted to talk, but I will listen. And I will first ask you, Christina. You know each other, you also worked with each other, and you're doing your research. I would really be interested to hear your reflections.
Sure, thanks very much. And I have the unenviable task of having to talk after Dagan's moving keynote speech. But maybe just as a bit of background, I work for the Humanitarian Policy Group in London, and we have been engaged in this 2-year research project on looking at local humanitarian action, what it is, what it looks like on the ground, how are people responding to it, what's working and what's not. We're about 3/4 of the way through the research, so I don't have kind of complete findings for all of you, but I think what I'll talk about now, and in response to what Dagan has just said, a little bit about what our initial impressions are, about what the research is telling us sort of 9 months into the process. I think some of the things I would definitely agree with Dagan on, and specifically how we have approached the debate itself, how we have approached this idea of local humanitarian action as localization, an agenda set by senior officials at a global conference, and setting that agenda almost as a form of power in and of itself. Localization as a term implies power, power going from one to another, power being bestowed from those who have it to those who don't. And that is a problematic way to start this discussion. We've also, it's also about the language that we use, both in the term localization, but also in the language that we use in our daily work, in our meetings, in who speaks first, what language they speak in, because whoever does speak first sets the narrative and dominates the debate. So in speaking first about localization and defining the debate as localization, it becomes a victim of its own kind of beginnings, of its own prophecy. It's also played out in the way that we speak of capacity, and Dagan mentioned capacity building as a means of sustaining support in crisis contexts beyond the term of an international humanitarian organization. We are obsessed with a capacity. Who has it, who doesn't have it, what capacity means, who is capacity for, how do we get it, how do we build it, how do we lose it? But really what we should be thinking of is capacity as multifaceted. It comes in many different forms, it's got many different layers, different people have it and to different degrees for different purposes. It's also multi-directional. We don't build capacity. Capacity goes both ways. Capacity can flow. So I think we are obsessed with it in the wrong way. And even in terms of mentoring and training, whether it is mentoring and training to fill out forms for our own organization's compliance mechanisms, for the compliance mechanisms of our partners, or whether it's for investment in those organizations in their own right. In bestowing capacity, in building capacity in others in any form, are making organizations less agile, less differentiated, and more homogenous in the way that we work. And I'll give you an example. We did some research in Ukraine a couple of years ago where we interviewed a bunch of local organizations who were working in the Donbass region. And these organizations had started out as sort of activist movements and then had become humanitarian organizations when the fighting broke out. And more they were being incorporated into international meetings and international cluster systems. They were being supported by international organizations financially, all the things that we set out in our localization agenda. But what they were feeling was a huge loss of identity, that they had felt they had lost their purpose, their connection with their people, and in fact, their USP, their unique selling point, what they brought to the table as different from what international actors have. The second issue, or the second problem I see with the localization agenda, and this is maybe where I differ a little bit from where Dagan is coming from, is that I feel like we've been setting up a false and unhelpful dichotomy by talking about local versus international in all of its forms. We talk about that most in financial terms. The Grand Bargain talks about giving, 25% to local organizations directly. And we've been doing a bunch of research, in fact, with NEAR, the NEAR network, on whether or not local organizations are, in fact, getting more money directly as the result of those Grand Bargain promises. But what that's ended up doing is setting us in competition with one another. So we as a sector are already competitive. And that competition already makes it very difficult for us to work with one another as NGOs, as organizations, because we're all competing for the same pot of funds. Throw in the local organizations, and actually we're making that worse. And that's not actually a theory, that's actually being borne out in practice. We were just in Somalia doing research on local organizations there, and in fact found that local organizations had increased in the amount of money they were getting directly from donors, from about 10% to about 12%. But what we also found was a proportionate decrease in the amount of funding that NGOs were getting in Somalia in the same time period. So this suggests that international NGOs are losing in the localization debate. And is that a really helpful tension to set up in a reform process that's supposed to make humanitarian action stronger overall? And also by setting up local versus international, are we just negating the fact that a more devolved, more contextual, more appropriate humanitarian action must take many forms? When you think about protection, the international approach to protection is a more secular one, is a more professional one, and particularly when you're talking about medical assistance. But if you talk to local organizations or other types of organizations, protection is more communal, it's more religious. It has roots in what the community can do to self-protect one another. Similarly, dignity. We've been looking into the concept of dignity, and I'm glad Dagan raised it. I mean, as the international community, we think of dignity as dignity for the individual, a human right. But if you talk to Rohingya in Cox's Bazar, they think of dignity as dignity for their community, as mutual respect, as thinking of the other before they think of themselves. And I thought that was really interesting what you said about Maria, that she was asking about her friend before she talked about herself. And that is something that has been borne out in our research. So success, what we've seen as successful humanitarian action is not one that is based on a specific approach to humanitarian action, whether it's highly professional, highly international, highly local, highly communal. It is about the trust and relationships between organizations that work together and the trust and relationships between organizations at the people they serve. And that brings me to the point about principles, and in particular the principle of neutrality that Day1 has raised. If any of you read the report that we put out a couple of years ago called Time to Let Go, we talked about humanitarian principles and the fact that as a sector, while humanitarian principles need to underpin every aspect of our work, we cannot create this exceptionalism between those who are principled, so those who are card-carrying humanitarians, and the others, because that delegitimizes what are legitimate forms of relief. So when talking about neutrality in particular, I think that all of us have a really tricky relationship with neutrality, and I wouldn't look at any organization, I don't think any of us, any organization, could say that in every place at all times they are a neutral actor, nor should they be. We are all advocating on the part of humanity. And for that, we aren't neutral and we aren't apolitical. We are advocating for people in need. But I would also say that what is important to people affected by crisis is not an organization's neutrality. It's not what side they're on. It's not their identity and who they represent all the time. It's actually whether they do good programming. Again, in some research we were doing in Ukraine, we looked at local organizations' ability to get access as compared to those of international organizations, and found that people's access or organizations' access had nothing to do whether they were international or local. It all had to do with whether they were delivering timely, relevant programming and whether those populations trusted in that programming and those organizations' ability to do the work. So I would suggest if we do want to think about humanitarian principles, that neutrality isn't really that principle to seize on. If anything, it's impartiality. Our ability to work together to cover populations in need, to plug the blind spots in ways that we can all add value to the humanitarian response. So maybe just to close on my reactions, you know, I think what we're all saying up here actually is that in our current language, in our current framing, in our current way of setting out this debate, we are losing sight of our larger goals, which are about reform, self-reliance, complementarity. And at the basis of that is our power differentials, and I was very happy to see that most of you in this audience had discussed power in the humanitarian sector in the last week. That is quite amazing to me, actually, from the time that I've been working in this sector. We have to be willing to sort of upend our assumptions about the meanings and practices of humanitarianism, not to debunk everything we've been doing, not to denigrate all of the good work that we've been doing now and in the past, not to over-idolatize or idealize the notion of local humanitarian action as superior, but really to understand how we frame the conversation in a way, how we diagnose the problem in a way that creates the space for many and alternative ways of conducting ourselves as humanitarian action and flexing our models to be able to adapt to all of those circumstances. Thanks very much.
That's another key strength, to be able to be concise and capture so much in a reaction, in a short reaction. Thank you for that. So you talk about who speaks first, capacity building, and actually two ways of capacity building. The false dichotomy between local, international, different perspectives on concepts like protection, dignity, keyword, trust, build on each other's strengths, add value together, right? I'm sure that in the drawings, because often drawings and pictures speak more than all these words. So later we can also look at what is going on over there. It's intriguing. I have a lot of questions, but you all came here to meet these ladies, and for sure you will have questions. So I actually would like to open the floor for questions. Also the people joining via live stream, you can share your comments and they will be read out loud here. So please use that opportunity, Twitter, Facebook. But maybe first in the audience, who would like to ask a question? I know I also have to absorb a little bit what I heard. So I see a lot of people like, whew. Something to chew on, which is great, but I see questions. I see one, you're already walking over there. Yes, please.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, great to be here. I'm just quite intrigued by this. We've seen some critiques of fundamental principles. I wonder if it's time, do we think it's time to bracket or put to one side the principle of neutrality? Are things changing so much on the ground that it's time to let go of what is often a procedural principle and ask if we need to be more engaged? Thank you.
Thank you for introducing. I should have asked
I beg your
first.
pardon. My name's Julian Sheether, and I'm partly with an ethicist from the British Medical Association and MSF. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Maybe collect 2 questions, and then we'll ask you to share your reflections. One question from over there.
Yeah, hello, I'm Ben from Iran.
Sorry, the microphone is over there. I will come back to you later.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Yes, no problem. Hi, Alistair Scott from Humanitarian here in Bavaria in Germany. Well, not here in Bavaria, but you know what I mean. Thank you for the very refreshing and, yes, not at all, you know, we're all chums here together. Keynote speech, it was very eye-opening for me. What I found difficult, or what I would be interested in, the sentence that you said, Ms. Ali, about what are we doing wrong? What am I doing wrong as a northern organization when my partner is still corrupt after 20 years? You know, I would just be interested to hear your views on this, because the question is, for me, how do I influence a partner positively without saying it has to change, you know, without it being a hostile takeover or putting them, you know, in a position where I'm the boss and being very clearly the boss, when we really want to be in a position of participation and, yeah, a real partnership, and not in this power structure paradox which we're trying to avoid.
Thank you. Let's take one more with the mic.
Thank you. This is Ben from Iran. My question is, why can it not be a zero-sum? Why does everybody have to win? Why can't the northern international groups accept that perhaps their cake will be smaller?
Okay, thank you. So let's start with these 3 and then do next round. I'm looking at Christina, maybe to start on the notion that Julian shared with us on neutrality.
Sure, thanks for that question. You know, I think when we were thinking about the principles, and at the time the discussion was about reopening them and changing them and adding to them and detracting from them, we considered whether or not the principles writ large, or neutrality, or individual principles were necessary anymore. And I think we came to the conclusion that they are. And they must remain foundational to humanitarian work, because that is a very solid basis from which we all need to operate. But I think what we were also saying is that the principles should not set us apart. Well, they should guide our work and our operations. They should not set us apart as superior because we have them and we try to abide by them to other forms of relief. organizations that provide good forms of emergency assistance or effective emergency assistance, but are perhaps not neutral, shouldn't be minimized as actors that we shouldn't be dealing with or aren't humanitarians, quote unquote. So I think it's not about getting rid of the principle of humanity. I think it's about deprioritizing it or understanding what it's good for and what it's not good for. Maybe on Ben's question on winners and losers and whether or not it should be a zero-sum game. You know, I think I've always been advocating that the formal humanitarian system should be rethinking its role, and in light of shrinking resources, should probably scale back in terms of its size, its footprint, and the enormity of the task that it sets out to do. So I would agree with you that maybe a smaller share of the pie is something that humanitarian organizations should be thinking about. I guess what I was saying is that if we set this up, local versus international, as a competition, then there is even less there is less of an incentive to work together than there is now. And then the conversation about localization becomes about who's winning and who's losing, and I think that's incredibly unhelpful.
I mean, I agree with you, Christine, on that. I think that we are not trying to say that it is us against them kind of situation. But at the same time, I think what we are trying to say, we're trying to speak our truth. And our truth is painful to hear if you're on that side of the stage today, or of this hall today, if you're from the north. And that truth means that it's not an equal relationship. It's not a relationship of real partnership. It's not a trusting relationship. And that gets really uncomfortable. And we can, whatever you call it, whether it's racism, neo-colonial, whatever you call it, but it's not an equal, real, true, genuine partnership. And to get to that, we have to speak the truth. We have to understand you have to understand where we're coming from, where our pain and our frustration is coming from. We have to break this, this really idealized, very altruistic position that most internationals coming in for really good, genuine reasons. They want to help people. We're all humans. We all want to help. The reasons why you're in the field is the same reason why I'm in this field. But somehow, because you're altruistic and you're willing to risk your life, and because you're willing to go and suffer in South Sudan and be bitten by all types of insects in a tent, doesn't mean that I can't tell you that there are real power issues. It doesn't mean that altruism somehow gets you a green pass from behaving in a very unhealthy way. You see, so we need to have that conversation and that discourse, I believe, to get to a position where we can now forge that real, true partnership and get to a position of real solidarity. So you have to, I think, go through that painful process to get to a healthy place, in my honest opinion. This comment about power, power and accountability. How do you work with a partner without overexerting your power and ensure that they really are compliant and can meet due diligence? I mean, Christina said, you know, there is huge amount. We keep talking as if local actors have zero capacity. The things that are not in a form is the things that are least valued, that are not monetized. But they are the most important. You can have all the money in the world and try to do a good program in the field, and you can still fail because you don't understand the context and you don't understand the communities. The thing that is most valuable is your knowledge of the communities and what people need, and understanding the complexities and the challenges that you will face. That's the thing that is least valued in any due diligence or compliance form that an auditor looks at or a donor looks at. But it's the most powerful thing, and it's the most important thing. So what I'm saying is that the relationship between an INGO in Turkana with a local actor after 20 years, I want my donor INGO partner to challenge me. But I also want them to ask me, what is it that you need? There is no local actor that can say here, that will not say, I need this X support because my goal, my vision for my institution is to get to Y. And I need you to help me through that process. And if it means that you have to give me unrestricted funding, and this is a big issue, is unrestricted funding. You know, we expect local actors to have these great systems, but we don't give them the money to do that. You guys get money from your donor governments. You guys, British NGOs, have been getting partnership agreements from the British government for the past 30 years. Mercy Corps or Save the Children or Oxfam's capacity didn't develop overnight instantaneously. It's through this government investment, through unrestricted funding over the past 30 years and these agreements that have helped these NGOs get to that level. We don't have our national government supporting us. We are in a situation where even our 7% or 10% unrestricted funding is zero. I have had an NGO, a Nepalese NGO, tell me in the Nepalese crisis that their INGO partner refused to give them any overheads. And so as a result, they were forced to work for free. What does that mean? That we are subsidizing your work. We are actually invisible donors. Yeah, that's the reality. And that has happened to me personally as well. I have been in many situations where you, an NGO, you, an agency, or an INGO have pushed Adesso to the point of having to eventually, I was able to walk away. I'm happy to walk away. I've done that many times when I couldn't afford to walk away, when he didn't have the money. But I did that because I just can't do it. I just can't implement a project when I know that it's the wrong thing to do. But many organizations are not able to walk away because they're in the middle of a crisis. They're in an earthquake, and they feel like these are their people. They're like, wait a minute, how can I be selfish and ask for money for rent and for my salary when my community is dying and is suffering? So you feel this moral obligation to just take whatever is given to you. But at the same time, we say they have to be compliant and they have to have capacity. How do you get capacity unless you have the money to hire those people at a competitive, marketable? The same NGO told us that 70% of their staff were gone in 1 month after the Nepalese crisis. 70% of their staff were taken by INGOs and UN. So we are being purposefully decapacitated by the same actors that say you don't have capacity. Because we can't afford the market rates. We can't afford to pay people $2,000 in Nepal. We don't have the money for that, because why? The same groups that are working with us are not willing to give us the unrestricted funding to do that. So, so it's kind of almost after a while when you see this constantly happening in Liberia, happening in Somalia, happening in Nepal, happening in Indonesia, when you see the same behavior and same actions over and over again, that's why you get angry. That's why you hear what you're hearing right now from me. And by the way, I'm tame compared to some of my colleagues from the South. If you're in a room, I swear, I wish you could be in a room, fly in the wall, and hear us when we're all together from many countries. NIR has done consultations all over the world. And when there's no northerner in the room, you will be shocked to hear some of the things that they say. How frustrated and angry people are. You see, so what I'm privileged because I have an American passport, I don't need a visa, and I can come here on the stage. Many of them can't come to these events because they can't get a visa. Just basic things like that. Just logistical issues. The WHS consultations, they were trying to say, we're going to include X number of people from the South. Many of those people from the South didn't come. Why? Because they're logistics nightmares of getting visas for people. I mean, we don't realize the privilege that we have. Just the freedom of movement is a privilege. Forget about all these other things. So this is what I'm saying. I'm saying real partnership comes from an understanding first and foremost where this frustration comes from, and really, really trying to do your best to address these gaps. 20 years of a relationship, I'll give you a good example. Oxfam Novib, Adesso was 1995, 96. We had a partnership with Oxfam Novib, the Dutch Oxfam. We told them that we needed 25% overheads to keep an office in Nairobi. You know what they said? They said, yes, we'll give it to you for 5 years. We'll give you a 25% overhead. That 25%, when I came in 2003, we didn't have an office in Nairobi. We didn't have HR systems. We didn't have finance systems. We had nothing. It was that 25% that allowed me to hire our first professional staff. It was that 25% that allowed me to build the HR systems for that institution. It was that 25% that allowed me to pay a salary for the first time regularly to the ED of that organization, who actually is my mother. She was not getting a salary for 20 years. Yeah? So it was that 25% that allowed me to grow that institution, to the point that we competed against INGOs in 2012 and won a $45 million grant from USAID because of that 25% investment. And then what did they do? The next thing that they did is when they saw that we were growing, our capacity was growing, in 2008, 2009, they introduced us to the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They said, this is a great partner of ours. You don't need us as intermediaries, fund them directly. And they did. The Dutch did fund us. That's real partnership. You see, that's courageous to say that I'm willing to step back and not being an intermediary anymore. You have grown, you can handle this. You're okay. You can walk and run on your own. You don't need me to hold you anymore. That's real courage. 20 years, and you have not helped that partner and introduced him to DFID, your back donor? That's a failure, in my opinion.
And it's good when it feels uncomfortable, right? Because that's where the change is. I will abuse sitting on the stage to also ask a question. Linking what the two of you are saying, because it is about building on each other's strengths, right? And there's unfortunately so many needs in the world and still not enough capacity to even address that. So it's not that there is an abundance. So I'm always a little bit shying away from talking about competition and so on. I mean, talking from my own experience, we are sometimes in places when there's literally nothing. There is the community. And I think a unique strength of MSF is the luxury that built on solidarity, that actually so many people worldwide are willing to give a little bit of their private money to express their solidarity and enable these 45,000 people worldwide to work together and address needs in a humble way. So that's a unique strength, being impartial to address really the needs. 90% of the staff comes from the affected area itself. And it varies from indeed cleaners, drivers to surgeons, using the capacity to just address needs together. So it's that true concept of solidarity that we see. And then I hear you and sharing the experience in Kismayo in Somali. And you question, like, okay, you left. Happily we are back, but indeed we left. And you didn't raise the capacity to build a hospital, which is not our strength. MSF is not, we don't have people that are good in capacity building. So it is, we hope that there are other actors that are going to build that capacity, but often they cannot come to Somali. So you say, like, when you are the only actor there working with the community, you have an obligation to build capacity and get that expertise there to work together. Could you elaborate a little bit on how that change, how you envision that change? Because it's on changing our roles and identities, right?
How can MSF do that? How it can leave capacity in a place like Kismayo? I think you can do many different things. You have to think out the box. Obviously, you could have found a medical NGO partner, or you could have helped found a local NGO if there wasn't one. But I know in Kismayo there are several that could have been developed to handle and take over that hospital in the years that you guys were there. So helping them to have the expertise over those years. So I think obviously that means on the MSF's part that it has to change the way it works fundamentally. Instead of being 100% deliverer services, you have to think about, okay, if there's a local actor or ministry that is there, how do I augment them and how do I provide complementary service rather than take over? And if there is no capacity there, how do I go in, save lives initially, stabilize the situation, but over time bring in the required human resources to help me bring that capacity? So that means you have to restructure internally to do that, and obviously it'll have funding and financial implications. Or, you know, in a place like Somalia, you know, there are everything is privatized. Water, people are used to paying for water. People are used to paying for medical services. People are used to paying for many, many different things. One of the options could have been turning that hospital into a self-sustaining, you know, a private enterprise, a social enterprise, you know, where the money is pumped back into the maintenance of the hospital, and finding some private businessmen that could have taken it over, with that intention of, you know, of CSR and, you know, that kind of thing. I think, you know, there's many, many opportunities for MSF to have thought, you know. There are people who are building hospitals in Somalia right now for private reasons to earn money. So if MSF had said, you know what, I'm going to go, I need help from Somalis to, how do I get Kismayo businessmen to take over this hospital and make it a social enterprise, I think they would have done that as a way of giving sadaqah, going back to the community. I think they would have done that. So it's, you know, so you just have to be creative, and you have to be willing to think differently about the humanitarian system. It's not just one-size-fits-all solutions.
You wanted to?
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, I think, I think we've all been talking about sort of this mindset shift, and I would articulate that as moving from an idea that we as humanitarian actors are saviors to we as humanitarian actors are surrogates. We are temporary replacements for services at a time and place when people need it most. And I think if you think of things that way, all sorts of opportunities or all sorts of ideas come to mind as to how you might be able to support other capacity in those times when you are acting in that surrogate role. I mean, one is the example of the overheads that Dagan brought up earlier. Another is, you know, in the West, things like hospitals or medical centers serve as anchor institutions, right? They actually employ many, many people in communities in which they operate. So is there a way to integrate communities and local businesses into our supply chains when we are operating in these places by using their services, whether it's, you know, nursing or medical services or laundry, frankly, because all of that is going to be building the capacity of the local community. And finally, what's preventing us from embedding ourselves in organizations as, you know, as we work as surrogates in those contexts? Why couldn't MSF doctors and nurses and others embed themselves in organizations that are already operating so that you're working very much in that surrogate role and not apart from it?
Thank you. I am aware that I invited people to also ask questions via Facebook and Twitter, so I'm doing a quick check whether they want to be read out loud. No, then I'm going to the mic to you. Can I please have a mic? And please introduce yourself first.
Hi, Hakan Bilgin. I'm the president of Médecins du Monde Turkey, and I have worked 10 years with MSF. I just wanted to, you know, what is a bit disturbing me here, it's that we understand all those dynamics of, you know, national organizations, international organizations, but what we're missing a bit, I think, is how important it is to have people like you and here who are really engaged and who are taking the decision to commit, you know, and go to wherever in the world to try to do something different. I think that is a very, very important point that we're a bit undermining because of those, you know, all the other issues. And I worked in Somalia and quite some time, you know, from Dinsor to Beledweyne to Kismayo. I took a plane from Mogadishu to Kismayo. We're talking about the Kismayo hospital. And I would like to also just honor our friends, Philippe Have, who've been killed in Mogadishu, and Dr. Kash. I understand that we have to have a discussion around, you know, the importance of collaborating, and I'm also happy to hear that there's a shift in MSF's policy on getting involved with local NGOs, because it wasn't the case, you know, 10 years or 15 years ago. Now, when I was working, it's direct intervention, so it's a good news. But it's important for all the young people who are here to understand that all those challenges can be overcome. What is important is not to lose them so they can engage with the humanitarian environment.
Thank you very much. So that was a statement. Thank you for that statement, an important one. So who would like to engage? Where can I get from that side? Can you please hand the mic? Can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Henry. I'm from South Sudan. I represent South Sudan Association of the Visually Impaired. I don't have a question. I just wanted to confirm what one of the panelists was saying there about, I have 2 points, one on capacity. The second point is on the issue of supporting local actors. Basically almost one point, or the issue of the corruption, I'll touch it a little bit. I'll just begin by what she said. One of the challenges that face national organizations or local organizations is that they may have the capacity, they may have the technical knowledge and the expertise, but resources is always one of the things that can hinder or facilitate their participation, especially in international forums like this. I personally missed a trip to New York 3 years ago because my organization couldn't afford to pay for my accommodation. So the organizers of the conference were going to pay for my flights, but because their budget couldn't cover everything, so I should have paid my accommodation. My organization should have done that, and I would have traveled. I needed to travel to Nairobi to get a US visa, so that would have meant spending a couple of weeks in Nairobi. So eventually I missed the trip because of that. I mean, that just tells you that I think for me, when we think about capacity, we shouldn't generalize it, but we should sit down. If I was an international NGO, I would sit down with the local organization and say, okay, what is it that you can do and what is it that you think you can't do? Because it may be that they have the knowledge, they have everything, but maybe they don't have the financial capacity. I couldn't have made it to Berlin for this conference if my trip wasn't sponsored. Savi, the organization I represent, couldn't have paid for it. I actually don't know how much it cost to be in Berlin. The second thing I wanted to touch on is the issue of corruption. And of course, I think it's not to say that governments in Africa are not corrupt, because the government of South Sudan, I would tell you that it is very, very corrupt, and it must change. I stand by that. But I think when we look at corruption, we need to, I think it's about the systems, because corruption would be dealt with differently, I think, in a Western country, I would assume, and I think more rightly so, than it would be dealt with in a country like South Sudan, which has, of course, is being messed up, I would say, by politicians who don't know their job. But let me say this. Corruption is everywhere, in the global South and in the West as well. But I think the difference is how it is dealt with. And for example, what happened with Oxfam, with their staff being engaged, being involved with sexual exploitation, of course, that tells you that bad elements exist everywhere. But I think the way they are dealt with is what is different. Maybe in the West, because you have the systems in place, you can hold them to account. And whereas in the South, in most cases, maybe because of the failures, of course, of many governments, there it would be different. So I think, for me here, the issue of corruption would be, if the organization has continued to be corrupt for the last 20 years, then I think, yeah, I mean, we would really wonder why it's not changing, because yeah, I just think that we shouldn't generalize, but we should really get to the bottom of what it is that is making one organization incapable of doing something. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Harry, for being here. And it's great that you're now being here and that we can hear you. I look at the time and I am conscious that I can have one more question, and there are many more. So I'm also going to invite you later, while we have a tea or a coffee downstairs, to continue asking questions. But I'm going to do one in the middle to make it difficult for Marie and Marie, who are facilitating, to get there with the microphone. There's one in the middle, really eager, hand up the highest of the whole room, already for a while, so I think that needs to speak.
Hi, I'm Richard from Noha Chronican. You mentioned engaging the young people, and I think the Noha cohort this year is 145 people or so. The program's sponsored by the European Commission, and we're soon going to be early career humanitarians. And I wondered how we can start our careers as equal partners and in solidarity, rather than as part of the inherent power dynamic.
So let's maybe first answer that question, and then we take one more. So, how to start and not straight away be part of that power dynamic, right? Who would like to react? Because I would love to react, but please.
Here's an easy one from me, because I wish that I had started out working this way. Go work for a local organization. Go pay your own airfare, or get someone to pay your airfare. Go work for a local organization, because then you will, if you don't continue working for that local organization your entire career, you will at least have understood what it means to do so, and the various ways in which their experiences are different from ours in the international community.
You stole my answer, Christina. But yeah. But I would definitely echo that, and I would just add that we've had a lot of interns from the north. And I think I would say, I don't want to put words in their mouths, but I would say that it was probably one of the most pivotal experiences. For instance, there's a gentleman, a British young guy who came to us straight out of university with no experience. And he was able to work with us in Kenya and then help us in South Sudan. And then later he moved and became the lead cash advisor for a large consortium in the Syria response. And then now he's with DFID. All his cash experience came from Adesso. That allowed him to get that Save the Children position and then move into Adesso. Similarly, we had another young woman, American, who came to us and got similar experience, and she became the technical lead for cash at a global level for Mercy Corps. So again, we have done knowledge transfer and built the capacity of Northerners, and we do that all the time. So I would really encourage you, and I think the other thing that it does is that they really, really understand what it means to be on the other side. They really get a real picture of the challenges, the resource constraints, just the daily kinds of frustrations that we're dealing with in the South. So I would definitely say that that should be known. And not only that, I think it's not just working for local organizations. I think we need to make that a premier type of thing to do. Why does everybody think that working for a UN agency is the top thing that you want to do, or working for a big INGO with a big name brand is the top thing? We need to make it just as hip and sophisticated to work for a local NGO as it is for these agencies.
Sometimes there's also something in speaking last, because I think start with a local NGO and then also work with MSF. Because it's this mutual capacity building, and we are locally working side by side. So it's just every time, how can we have more flow? And it's a false dichotomy. So let's try to get rid of it and just work together, because there are too many needs. Dagan, you said to me, like, I want to have one question of a woman. Rightfully so. So the last question will be given if you are lucky to be a woman. And there you are. There's one here. Thank you for bridging. There's the mic. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Lynn Masharia. I'm also a NOHA student. And thank you for the keynote and the addresses as well. I had a question. Right now you've responded with regard to the capacity building or how you can join a local actor to understand the culture as well. But how do the local actors balance between maintaining the capacity that is built by those people that are trained in the, or join as an intern, or like the local staff, the capacity is built, but now maybe they use that as a springboard to join an international NGO. So it's like all the people that are trained, the capacity is moving back to the international organization. So how does the local actor still develop the structure to operate as an equal partner if most of the people are leaving when they get the capacity?
Thank you, and a very valid point that we are also discussing in MSF. So sometimes easy when you are as MSF in areas where there are no other actors, so you're building capacity together, and then we see that a lot of the people that we recruited from that area are actually jumping to organizations that pay more. So there is this whole dynamic, and there is a power of money, and there is, but rightfully so. Your question is, and I will try not to have the last word. Your question is, how can we ensure when capacity is built that then you can keep it and that it's not taken in a way by INGOs that maybe are there and pay more, right? Both would like to answer, I see it.
Yeah, that's a hard one, I think. I don't have a ready answer for that, but I think if we think of capacity as multi-directional and multi-varied, multi-level, then I think we can think about careers in the humanitarian sector, whether you are from starting out in a local organization, starting out in an international organization, as any type of career, which is now much more networked than it ever has been. So if you think about it in terms of skills development, right? If you work for an organization where you have to try harder because nobody takes your meetings, because you're fundraising against all odds, because you're programming without the requisite money for security for your staff, you can take those skills that you've built perhaps in an under-resourced, smaller, maybe more local organization and transfer that to a larger organization where you bring all of that ingenuity to them, but then bring your experience in the larger organization back to building the capacity or building that smaller organization with all that you've learned in working for a larger place. I'm not being very articulate in this, but I think it's an idea that careers now should be networked, should be varied, and that we should all be working in and out of these organizations as we move through our careers, because each one of them gives us a different experience and a different set of skills. So that would apply to those starting out as local organizations and those starting out in international.
Thanks, Christina. Last word for you.
You know, I'm constantly asked by Northerners, why do you focus so much on money and this issue of financing and getting more resources to local actors? Well, the reality is that it's the money that allows us, the funding that allows us, as I already explained, to hire the right people for HR, hire the right people for finance, hire the right people for procurement and all of that. But it's also the money and being able to pay market rates that allows us to keep those people. So it's a vicious cycle where we get trainings, we get our staff to a certain level, we capacitate them, but we can't maintain their salary because the INGOs pay more, the UN agencies pay more, and so then they get removed. There's huge amounts of energy. I actually would like to do a study on how much energy and time and therefore money goes into developing capacity of staff by local actors, and then how much of those staff move out. I mean, it's natural. People want to go up in their career, but as I said earlier, why is up only mean INGO and UN? Why doesn't up also mean going to another local NGO? I would be very happy and proud to see that one of my staff went to another local NGO in Kenya. I would be very happy, but that's not what happens. Oftentimes what happens is they're looking not only for prestige and title, but they're looking for bigger salaries. And we can't just simply afford that. So this is the unfortunate consequence of limited resources, is that, you know, there's a huge brain drain that takes place from local actors. We had a community member, this is a story I talk about a lot, so if you've heard me say this, I'm sorry, but this is we had a community participant in one of our education programs. She never held a pencil in her life. She'd never been to school. She came from a nomadic family. We included her in our education program. She excelled. She graduated from high school. And then eventually we hired her as a staff. This is someone who had no experience. As local actors, we take risks every day hiring people that would never make it into an interview for an INGO, let alone the UN. Forget about it. People who don't even know what a CV looks like. He'd never written a CV in their life. But we find that they are dynamic, there's a spark, there's potential, we take the risk and we develop them. That young lady, after being with Adesso for so many years, is now an HR staff member at UNDP in Somalia. But while I'm proud on the one hand for her, and I'm really, really happy, you know, she stuck it out with us for about 10 years. But I also know, and she was in tears when she was leaving us. She's like, look, I have so many family obligations. There's so many people depending on me. I need the money. I have to go. So we said, we understand, please go, you know, we're happy. But this is the kind, you know, she was extremely loyal and she didn't want to make that move, but she had to for financial reasons. So, but this is the unheard of narrative and story in the humanitarian system, how we are actually developing the capacity of the international system, whether it be UN agencies or whether it be INGOs. We are developing your capacity constantly because we take the risk and hire people and develop them and invest in them year after year and year that you guys would never even know about. Never been, some of your country directors started off as local NGO staff members. But we developed them, we took a risk on them, we hired them before they even knew what a CV was, and now they're with you guys. So we need to recognize that investment that we're making that's currently untold and unmonetized and unappreciated.
We can continue. I see that also you also have more questions, and we started a little bit late, so I also took the liberty to take a bit more time on stage. But I get some signals that we have to wrap up. Will not be correct to try to wrap it up and say like these are the key issues that we got out of it, because I think everyone got a lot out of it and probably different things that you got out of it, and that's good. There's also the drawing to remind us of key notions that have been shared. Really curious to look at it afterwards. There will be tea and coffee. Again, I shared it with you. It's on the first floor and on the ground floor. So please also learn from each other, continue this conversation, try to find these very interesting people to ask more, and continue with this great humanitarian congress. Thank you very much for your engagement.
and we can get this session going. We're starting a bit late, so we'll have a bit less time, so we'll have to speak very, very fast. My name's Antonio Donini. I'm a frequent visitor to Berlin. If it's October, it must be Berlin. And so I'm sorry if some of you have to bear with me again. But first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, and I'm always impressed by how this Congress is growing and how it's particularly exciting to be able to interact with young people who are potentially entering this career that some of us have been struggling with for a longer period of time. So our task is to talk about building a movement across sectors. I mean, that's kind of a loaded way of presenting the issue of how various communities of actors interact in the field or in reflecting about what happens in the field. I'm not sure that one movement is the answer, but certainly our panel here will present us three different approaches: a more development approach with Yunus, who is the Executive Director of Common Vision for Development Association, which is based in Ethiopia, and then Tirana Hassan, who is the Crisis Response Director at Amnesty International, and Rachel Kiddle-Monroe, who is the Director of the International Board of MSF. So we have a humanitarian perspective, Dunantist humanitarian perspective, a human rights perspective, and a development perspective. What is missing really is the political, military kind of perspective of what happens in the field. And I'll start with an anecdote which relates to the World Humanitarian Congress. I think it was 2 years ago, the night before the opening of the Congress, the organizers had the brilliant idea to show a movie. And this movie is called The March, and it was made by the BBC in 1991. It's never been shown since. I guess it was too hot to handle, because it's the story about three communities also. It's a story basically of a preacher in somewhere, it could be Sudan, it's the desert, and he starts walking and people start walking with him. And he has a very, very simple message, and his message is, we are poor because you are rich. And so they start walking across the Sahara, and this group grows and grows, and there's thousands and then hundreds of thousands of people. And all of a sudden, the EU sends their development commissioner down to see what's going on, and then the military start being very, very excited about what's happening and send the EU forces, as if there were any, to protect the borders. And so this movement grows and grows, and I'm not going to tell you how the movie ends, but basically it shows that it's about root causes. It's about humanitarian response, because clearly these people are crossing the desert and need some kind of humanitarian support. And it's about the political and military response. So I think that we are at this juncture, and I think what we want to do during this session is reflect on how these different communities, unfortunately we don't have the military or the politic community here, how these communities interact and what is the prospects for the future, how this interact is going to evolve. So I'll give the floor first to Yunus. I'm not going to introduce you one by one. If there's anything you want to say about who you are and what to do, please say that, but very, very briefly, and we'll continue and then leave time for enough for Q&A.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to pass my sincere thanks for FSM and for MDM, as well for German Red Cross and the Berlin Chamber of Physicians. Had it not been given the opportunity, I will have no chance to be here and to express my views regarding to these topics. Having that, as I have been seen from the profile, I'm Yunus from Ethiopia, and I have done my first degree in Ethiopia, having agricultural background, as well as I have a basic degree in Mekelle University in management, and then I did my first master's degree in Wageningen University, one of the popular university in the Holland. Back home, then I employed in one of the international NGO, which is Self-Help Development International. Then after I conceived my point of view of having a new vision, so that I am a founder and executive director of Common Vision for Development Association in Ethiopia. It was established in 2005. Here I would like to give you the bird's eye view regarding to what is going on concerning to building movement across the sectors. Those are the humanitarian aid, the development work, and the politicians. And again, comparing with what's actually on the ground. And I will share with the experience we had through developing this Common Vision for Development Association and what we have done so far, passing all these challenges and opportunities. As you see, humanitarian aid and development work and politics are run by different sectors, but they have their own roles. All works for the betterment of society, but their work relationship is fragile. They don't have a strong relationship, even though they are working together. At the same time, there is a power and resource imbalance. One who has a power has less resources, and vice versa. One who has a power has less resources, and vice versa, for the specific purpose that is to end need. Because of this controversy, the people in need are suffering, and resources are less effectively used, which ultimately affect the needy people. This keeps the world in vicious circle of humanitarian crisis. Humanitarian aid saves life for today, whereas the development work saves life for tomorrow. Politics work for fairness of the system or ideology to bring harmony among citizens. The center of excellency for all sectors is ensuring betterment of human beings in line with their respective different roles. People which do not save today, we will not change their life tomorrow. The life saved today, if do not change tomorrow, we will face a crisis again. The changing life should be managed by a sound system. All parties are equally important to these needy people. Collaboration for the mutual goal will bring efficiency, digital technology, as honey produced by bee. The humanitarian aid without development work makes a needy people practicing free support with no skill transfer, which leads to dependency. Humanitarian aid projects should be complemented or should have a development and risk management component. And also it should have a holistic approach. It should contain the health aspect, the nutrition aspect, the wash, the education, child protection, psychosocial support, awareness raising, etc. is a mandatory to address a basic need. This needs collaboration by all concerned sectors, including active involvement of all local actors. If not, the emergency work will be a recurrent scenario, as we have been seeing currently. Joining work enables to give a remedial solution for the root causes, that is poverty, good governance, and conflict crisis. The needy people are the center and the driving force to determine their needs, thus involving all actors at the all level is not the only mandatory, but also the 21st century civilization reality. Denying this reality is abusing or our mutual goal. It needs to shape our way to this reality, otherwise it will be a fatal intervention and breadwinning work. Common Vision for Development Association, established in 2005, has implemented 50 projects and reaching more than 150,000 people. It has 5 programs for security, primary health, WASH program, education and emergency and relief program. CBD development approach and principle. Consider local resource utilization. This includes indigenous knowledge and local expert, skill transfer through training, demonstration, experiential visit, and awareness raising. It begins with a need assessment and resource mapping, value clarification, declaration of roles and responsibility to stakeholders. CBD sell and buy idea and mix stakeholders to become to have a common vision. Everybody has to the minimum innate potential what it needs to ignite. Collaboration with a donor, government, and target beneficiary. Address many issues in a single project or holistic approach with a minimum budget. Multi-purpose urban garden project for HIV affected and infected family will a reflection of multiple benefits: improve the balanced diet intake, diversify income, increase social interaction, reducing stigma and discrimination, conserve soil and water It was adopted by the government of Ethiopia, and job creation, it became a cause for policy development for urban agriculture. Urban garden project at Awasa increases productivity, it reduces water labor and other input consumption by 50%, possible to reduce in all season. The beneficiary passes their tankers for who supported to develop the skill to live. This is also a vegetable garden using a growing bank where there is a shortage of places. Okay. We have a different approach and we have a different intervention. These are some of the issues which you need to look. And the other thing is these are the programs we had conducted, and the benefit. The first project implemented by CBD in 2005 is still serving a number of households, life saved and changed sustainably. Start decent life and able to build assets and mitigate hazards. Open their eyes and act on their hand to untap the potential in their hand. Challenges of Ethiopia NGO and CBD, Proclamation 6621. All civil society fell under open prison by the name of benefit to the target beneficiary. The reality is to stay on power for an indefinite period of time. Among many fortification, one is excessive restriction on human rights advocacy work. Considering a number of NGOs were pushed out, new one hindered not to engage in the sector. Needy peoples are suffering to exist on our planet, which is our common resource. Next scenario, new leadership came to power through an unreserved commitment by all citizens. Revision of Proclamation 621/2009 drafted. Still, the deep-rooted political system causes for the internal displacement of more than 1 million people since June 2018, while the solution is in our hand. These are the next scenario. New leadership came to power through an unreserved commitment. Okay, these are the displaced peoples, which you observe more than 1 million people in some regions. So the recommendation is needs to look beyond the power and the current generation through a collaboration across the sector. I'm here as a result of collaboration. Thank you for your attention and the opportunity I have given.
Is this working? Thank you, Yunus. Without further ado, Tirana, you want to speak them there? You want to speak them up from there? Okay, that's fine.
Why not? Great. Sorry, I will just put that there. Hi, my name is Tirana Hassan, and I'm the Director of the Crisis Response Programme at the International Secretariat of Amnesty International. I won't sort of go into my bio too much because you've got, I think, a list of all the speakers. Sure. You've got a list of all the speakers, but I come to you with a perspective which is quite unique, and I think it will be reflected in my comments today. I actually came from the humanitarian world. That's how I started. I was in child protection and then more broadly civilian protection. And then I transitioned over to what some people say is the dark side, to a human rights organization. And I was working for Human Rights Watch and now Amnesty International. So my questions and my comments will reflect those two experiences and not just purely the human rights one. So my first question to all of us is, do we really understand what we're talking about when we are referencing a movement? And my guess is no. You know, within MSF, to call yourself a movement, are you referring to the operational sections, the various officers, the volunteers? You know, within Amnesty, we refer to ourselves as a movement of millions of members around the world. We include the International Secretariat, we include the national sections, but we also include that neighbourhood group who meets once a month to write letters for political prisoners, and individuals who get online and sign an urgent action to stop an execution. And we also see ourselves as a movement within a movement. We are part of a wider human rights movement. And then you've got the International Federation for the Red Cross, where you have a movement of sections of national societies around the world. And then there's this other idea of movement, Black Lives Matter, Occupy Wall Street, these sort of social movements. So depending on who you talk to, in each of these organizations, you'll likely hear a different perspective. And you'll probably hear a different response to whether those organizations are a movement. And if they do think that they're a movement, you'll probably get different organizations, different individuals in each organization, Amnesty included, who will describe the experience of a movement and the purpose of a movement as being somewhat different. But for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to talk about movements as the sense of collaboration for change around a common goal, or addressing, or movements that come together to address common threats or challenges. So regardless of how we see ourselves, and if we identify as a part of a movement or not, the truth is we have more in common than we think. What we all strive for at the end of the day is human dignity, the preservation of life and human dignity. And whether it's through the provision of humanitarian assistance, whether it is through development aid projects, whether it is through human rights advocacy and documentation, you know, at its core, we strive for something similar. But our challenge is not defining our collective purpose, because I think we have hundreds of things to choose from. You know, access to essential medicines. We would frame that within the human rights world as the right to health and economic, social, cultural rights, humanitarian access and ensuring life-saving assistance. You'd say that's the remit of humanitarian organisations. I'd argue that it's also about the right to life. It's about the Geneva Conventions and its additional protocols. It's about customary international humanitarian law, which is very much a human rights remit. You're talking about protection of hospitals or schools. You know, I say absolutely, that's IHL. I think human shields, targeting of civilians, potential war crimes. Our lenses for analysis may be different, but our commonalities and our concerns are many. And our challenge is that within each of us, for each of us, within our institutional bubbles, we all think we are magical unicorns and there is no one else like us and no one can do what we do and we fart rainbows. That is essentially the operating position from many organisations, and I would say, including my own. And so the idea that we can work collaboratively really challenges that notion that there is no one else like us. But these narratives exist within each organisation, and no one understands our mandates, and you hear that the idea of collaboration will be met with deep scepticism. The idea of collaborating with a human rights organisation, God forbid, that probably means compromising your operational security. Could it mean watering down your principles? But you know, does collaboration with other sectors mean that we're shifting outside our mandate? If any of those sound familiar to you as humanitarian actors in this room, I can guarantee you those are also conversations that happen in the other sectors too, including the human rights sector. So in a more less useful point about our commonalities, we have that one in common too. But we are limited by these fixed narratives about in our circles, which have evolved over time. Sometimes they're based on history, and sometimes they're brought to life simply by just being repeated often enough. But you know, why do we need to think about collaboration now? Well, it's because the current environment we're in. I don't need to talk to you and explain to you about protectionist policies, about the us and them, about the demonization of others and the restriction of fundamental rights, which implements not only anything from freedom of speech, but what's going on in terms of your humanitarian agency's abilities to operate particular operations in particular settings. And, you know, it's also playing out, it's trickling down, this sort of, this protectionism and this toxicity is trickling down into the areas which we needed, the instruments that we were using in the past to help us resolve issues such as the Security Council or the Human Rights Council. But it might surprise you to know that one of the most effective social organisers or movements worldwide right now are extreme nationalists. It is extreme nationalists who are sharing information on strategies, they are working across borders, they are flooding different channels with in different markets with the same message, and it is working to great effect. There's actually a very interesting academic in Santa Barbara called Hari Hahn, and she references this very interesting study by a sociologist called Ziad Munson, and he looked at how did the pro-life movement do so well? And how did that become such a strong and powerful movement? Not just a large movement, but a powerful one. And what was interesting in Munson's study was that, you know, we would assume the people that join the pro-life movement are all people who believe in pro-life, right? But it wasn't the case at all. Actually, most of the people on the front line, they found, were not pro-life, weren't anti-abortion. Actually, they were indifferent on the issue. Some of them were actually pro-life when they joined. They went for a sense of community. And, you know, I'm digressing a little bit, but the point is that it wasn't the principles that brought about change. It was the movement and the community that developed the principles, and that grew in strength. And so my point about movements around purpose and around collaboration, and I have time, is very much that it's powerful and it can change mindsets, and we have to work together, essentially. In the current geopolitical space, it's really not going to cost our organizations much to work together on the things that make us the things that bring us together, on our commonalities. You know, there have been opportunities this year where we have all done incredible work, but I think about what we could have done on the Rohingya crisis or what we could do on Yemen if we were working across, and we could be so much more effective. And we're out there and we're doing it, but we're just not doing it to full efficacy. So I'm going to wrap up here and leave you with one thing that haunts me. I once heard from a UN security diplomat that we're drowning in words. And this doesn't matter if you're a national NGO, you know, if you're just a local activist, if you're a regional body, or if you're an international organization like MSF or Amnesty. If our targets are saying that they're drowning in words, we should heed caution, because we're just making noise, and it's very clear we need to start moving, working in concert.
Last but not least, Rachel.
Hi, how are you all? It's great to be here. It's actually my first time at the Humanitarian Congress, so I was very happy to be invited and to be part of this panel, in particular because my background is I'm an activist. And I've always been an activist. I started my life working with a local NGO, and I believe in the power of people to bring change. And I just want to remind people, we talk about MSF now as this huge organization, but when it started, it was just a bunch of people who came together because they wanted to make change. And I think we, as we grow and we move on in our organizations, we have to keep remembering what that first fiber was that brought us together. I've just come from London. I live in Montreal, but I was just in London for a couple of days, and I was in the theatre. And I went to see a play, and the play was called The Jungle. I don't know if anyone here has seen that play. Has anyone seen it? You should. It's a play that's put on about the realities of what happened in the jungle in Calais. If you remember, this was a camp that was in the north of France, of people who were prevented from going into the UK. And I visited that camp in 2015 and was absolutely horrified by what I saw. The amazing thing about seeing this play just before coming to this Congress was it really highlighted the three key points that I wanted to bring up today with you on why we need to build movements across sectors and maybe also how we can do that. The first thing that play highlighted was the importance of humanity and solidarity in our communities. And when I hear Tirana talking about the rise of the right, I always think about how we need to actually change that narrative. And what is that narrative we need to have? It's that narrative of humanity and solidarity. And I think Degan Ali brought it up many times this morning. People forced to flee have shown us that humanitarianism is not something that just happens in far-off places. It's not something that stops when we switch off our television sets or when we press the donate button. What these people have been forced to flee, climate change, violence, conflict, wars, is that we're all connected. We're all in this together. But what is happening to us today is that we're being fed this politics of fear, and that politics of fear is telling us that when we help these people, we become human traffickers or we become smugglers. And politics of fear is really making our societies react in absolutely shocking ways. What happened in Calais, I saw unaccompanied children wading around in mud up to their knees. I saw people who were going back and walking through human waste to get to a small camping tent that was soaked in the rain. I saw how the local community in Calais turned their backs on them, and the security forces aggressed them and maltreated them and eventually just bulldozed them away. In Mexico, we see similar things happening. People fleeing from violence in Mexico, in El Salvador and Honduras, are arriving in Mexico expecting to have some kind of sanctuary. And actually what happens is they meet a second wave of violence, a violence so profound that women, before they flee, take contraception because they know that rape is the price of the journey. They call themselves human cash machines. There are Congolese women sitting in Moria camp today in Lesbos, and this evening someone is going to speak about that as the worst camp in the world. They sit in that camp in 30 degrees heat in tiny camping tents. The UN has left them there, Europe has left them there to sit by the side of toilet banks, too scared to go there because they hear the noises of rape in the night. This is the reality of what we're seeing. It is a crisis, but it's not a migration crisis, it's a human crisis. A human crisis that's got two very clear faces. One is the face of the people that are rejected, and one is the face of the rejector, the people who are rejecting. So the second point that the play highlighted really clearly and really starkly is that we need to empower communities, we need to empower people and movements. Some of the actors in that play themselves had been in Calais. That was a reflection that came through many times, is that they wouldn't have been here if there hadn't been people helping to get them over there. And big organizations like MSF, which I've been with for 25 years and I love dearly, it feels like a part of me, we've been deeply challenged by this crisis. And in Calais, it was actually the outrage of individuals that made the difference. I've got two acquaintances of mine in the UK who phoned me and said, Rachel, we can't stand to see anymore what's happening in these camps. Where's MSF? Where's the UN? Where's the big organization? Where's Save the Children? And they said, is there something we can do? Should we do something? I said, yes, please do something. Just do something. So what they did was they rented a truck. They bought some mattresses, sleeping bags, and they drove to Calais, a housewife and a young woman. And today, 3 years on, they've created one of the largest organizations in the UK to help refugees. And actually, they were behind this theatre play in the West End last night, which is such an incredible way to get people to know what's going on. We're seeing humanitarian front lines change. And while our large humanitarian organizations have found it difficult to act or have simply been slow, or reticent or unwilling, civil society has been stepping into the breach. And they are mobilizing in the face of nationalist and populist movements. We mustn't think that no one is doing anything. There's a lot of people who are doing a lot of things and are taking action. And when we give the place to those movements and we give them some resources and input and solidarity, they can do amazing things. In 2001, MSF supported South Africans to push back against pharmaceutical companies who were basically trying to stop access to HIV medicines. It wasn't MSF in the front, it was South African people. Similar things are happening today, whether it's in Brazil, in Malaysia, in India, talking about hepatitis C and tuberculosis. There are former US MSFers working in the UK and part of a Take Action group, and one of them is here, which are actually also changing and talking about the rights of migrants, using their experiences. In Turin, it's Italian doctors who are standing at the front line of trying to make sure that migrants are able to access healthcare. But there are real stark differences in our realms of humanitarian action. And I think that really goes back to what Deegan Ali talked about this morning, in the shrinking humanitarian space that we have in places like Central African Republic, in Syria, in Sudan, in Somalia. And can we really talk about collaborations when local people are in such crisis and in such anguish? Well, I think that question is past. I don't think we have the luxury of asking that question anymore. Now we have to find ways to think out of the box, to do things differently, to envisage the way that we give humanitarian assistance in a completely different way. And we start to make sure that when we talk about this, we're not just saying, oh, local people are going to become so resilient and they're going to become so impactful. It's not about natural resilience. This is about giving the tools, the resources, and the power to people in those communities. And we can learn from the people who are forced to flee. We can learn from them because they're here living with us amongst our communities. I've got one more point left, Antonia, and I'll finish. The third point that this play brought out for me was that people who are forced to flee, people in these situations have a powerful voice of their own. They stood on that stage in the London West End and made their voices heard. They're doing that all around the world. And when we talk about dignity, it's about giving people their voice firsthand. Before I finish, I can't go without mentioning the Aquarius, the boat, which now just landed, I think, about an hour and a half ago in Marseille. The risk now is that that could have been the last humanitarian boat involved in search and rescue operations in the Mediterranean. This has come as a culmination of pressure, political pressure, right-wing pressure being pushed on those boats. Not only the criminalization of the boats, criminalization of the people on them, but the criminalization of the aid sector in general. This is the politics of fear that's suffocating us. So what are we going to do to push back on that? And the last words was one of the Syrian actors in this play who said at the end, when he was talking about solidarity, he said, "You know, now no one talks to me or greets me in Leicester, where I now live. I speak less English here in England than I did when I was living in the jungle. But when I return one day to my city of Aleppo, you will always be welcome, most welcome." I wish we could say the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm not going to try to analyze what's been just said. I think there is one common theme that comes across, which is the preservation of life and human dignity. I think that, you know, whether you're working for a small organization based in Ethiopia, or you have a global kind of remit looking at the erosion of asylum, or the way in which wars are currently run and the inhumanity in wars, I think there's a common thread there. The other common thread is this issue around mobilization or not, and how the other side seems to be much better in mobilizing than people who are trying to protect human dignity are mobilizing. I think one of the troubling things, particularly in Europe, is how the discourse has been captured by the people who are propounding populist, sovereignty-based, if not xenophobic discourses, and our collective inability to react to that. I think you mentioned the Calais. I think for me, what happened in 2015 is very indicative of, on the one hand, the enormous explosion of spontaneous support for the people crossing the Mediterranean to Lesbos, drowning, or trying to go through the Balkans. And you know, you had what are now called SUVs, spontaneous unaffiliated volunteers, cropping up everywhere. You know, a number of friends of mine, my wife, went to Lesbos and spent weeks there, you know, and filling the gap that apart from MSF, the organized humanitarian system was absent. It was AWOL. It was not there. So on the one hand, there is this capacity to mobilize, but on the other, there is not the capacity to sustain this mobilization and to counter the dominant discourse that both Rachel and Tirana were talking about. So maybe I should stop here and ask the panel if they have any reactions at this stage before we open up to to our friends online and to the audience.
Thank you. Thank you, fellow panelists. There was one thing that you said, Rachel, which resonated with me, and it's something that comes up a lot, and it's this idea of how much space do we give to the other side. So, you know, the extremist views, etc. Are we giving them too much airtime? And one of the issues, I think, is that we're doing it because they are so organized, and we are constantly reacting to them. And I think our challenge now is that across sectors, whether it be human rights, whether it be humanitarian, whether it be the policy people, we now need to be as organized so that we are setting the tone and we are setting the pace and we are changing the narrative and the discussion.
Okay, thank you. To my perspective, what I would like to say is that we should look at the type of approach we have been currently using comparing with the oldest one. Even though there is a change of technology, still we are using the same approach as we did before, 10 years back or 20 years back. We didn't go with the recent technology and with the demand of the society as well, with the awareness of the society. If we do not consider the changes with the humanitarian aid, with the development approach, if we are on the same position rather than changing with the recent situation, it will have a backfire through time. So that this is one of the issues which need attention.
I think the other thing that I forgot to mention is the extent to which the crisis of multilateralism, the failure of our institutions, is affecting how we go about our business as humanitarians or as human rights activists. I think that you know, Trump may be an epiphenomenon, but the decline of the relevance of the UN is probably a much longer term phenomenon. And whether you know, groups, movements should invest in trying to shore up multilateralism, I'm not sure that's the best use of our time and energy. But it's clear that the Security Council has stopped functioning. It's blocked by its cross vetoes. Many member states in the General Assembly are furious because they say they don't have a role anymore. And at the same time, the closer to our work, if you look at what's happening in Europe, you know, the international organizations, UNHCR, IOM, are constrained by where the money is coming from. Why was UNHCR absent from Lesbos and from the Balkans for many, many weeks and months? Because their donors weren't prepared to accept that, you know, we deal with problems over there. We don't deal with problems here. And I think that false lens that we are using, and that UNHCR and IOM to some extent have been, and many of the NGOs who are funded by European donors, for example, found themselves in a difficult situation because, you know, they didn't want to rock the boat too much for, and this doesn't include Amnesty and MSF, of course, because you have a different kind of business model, which is something that perhaps is also part of the problem, whether the dominant business model of the humanitarian enterprise or of social movements today is one that is able to capture enough of the outrage and resentment and you know, vis-a-vis the abomination of what's happening in places like Yemen or Syria. But I shouldn't be, I'm the chair, I shouldn't be talking. So let me open to the floor, and also to, if there are any questions online from people watching us. So please don't make long, boring statements, but ask questions to the panel. I see a question here. The light is very bad, so I can't see who you are. And one here. So let's take these two first. Oh, and Tamam, I recognize you.
Hello, Florian Westphal, MSF Germany. Thanks very much for the stimulating contributions. I think one of the differences, obviously, between far-right extremist movements and the kind of movement we're talking about here is that the far-right literally just needs to attack, denounce, condemn, and never reason and build and argue and convince in many ways. So, bearing that in mind, my question is a little bit also really to the three of you. I mean, let's take the welfare and the rights of refugees as an example. What does it need, what does it require from an organization such as MSF to really contribute to building a genuinely global movement on this topic? Because understandably, we've talked about this a lot in Europe, but how do we make that global?
Okay, question here.
Hi, my name's Patricia. I'm a medical doctor from Austria. I'm kind of onto what he was just asking. I was just wondering if you could maybe elaborate a bit on the more concrete ways on how we could go about that and what your respective organizations, what steps they've been taking, and maybe working on building that united front and collaborating better, and just a bit more specific in how we could improve on that. Thank you.
Okay. Tamam, and then we'll ask the panel to react.
Thank you. Tamam Al-Awdat from MSF. My first question is to Rachel, and thank you for the speech, and I think you're absolutely right in invoking empathy. However, it feels more difficult to rely on empathy as a naturally occurring and consistent and sustained phenomena, because we are failing to empathize as people who are affected are further from us, different from us, and don't suffer the same consequences. How should we deal with this phenomena when our call for natural existing empathy isn't producing a movement in people we are targeting in our home societies? The second question is to Tirana, and we seem to have a weird allergy to each other in the human rights, humanitarian development sector. And it's astonishing in every aspect. And I just want to ask you, how do you think this can be overcome? Because, and I'll give example to tell you what I mean by it. We talk about termination of pregnancy, about providing the ability for women to seek abortion. In MSF, we insist every day on saying that we only do that because unsafe abortion is unhealthy and costs lives, which is absolutely true. But part of me wants to say it's because the women's autonomy and their choice should matter as much as the fact that they might die. We don't say that because that's the human rights guy's job. How do we overcome that, weird allergic reaction to each other? Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go first? Rachel?
Yeah, I can start on something. First of all, on how to build a local movement. There are a lot of local movements being built, and I guess they're the ones who would be best placed to answer this. I think that what I was trying to say is that we need to create the space for them. I think that at the moment, the large humanitarian organizations suck up a lot of the space. So, when you see something happening, what's the first thing you do is you go and see, well, what's MSF doing about it? What's Oxfam doing about it? What's MDM doing about it? And we don't get the access to what the local NGOs, how easy is it for us to donate to a local grassroots organization or to a movement or to a collaboration? So some of these things we really need to completely change the way that the system actually works and how we work on that. I think that big organizations can start to think about ways to finance and provide the space for these smaller organizations to work. Is that something we're willing to do? It's a big question. If a donor is giving to MSF and then MSF gives it to a local organization, what does that mean for the donor? So these are some very big existential questions, but I think that we really have to think about these things in a very different way. And I also want to say it's not like we've never done these things before. We're talking a bit today as if this is brand new, but in my time working in this area, I've been involved in a lot of setting up of different organizations. DNDI was formed out of MSF. We also had Health Action International that was formed out of MSF at one point. We created a Rwandan Rights after the genocide organization. We created legal bureaus. We do lots and lots of things like that, but a lot of this is behind the scenes. So I don't want people going away thinking that this doesn't happen, because it does, because we see the realities and we are supporting. MSF has a huge association, and the Take Action group in the UK is based out of association members. And at the moment we have something called an Urban Spaces project, which is really trying to look at how our association members, when they're in cities, how they can actually work on some of these big issues. And migration is a little bit the cross-cutting theme for that. And thank you, Tamam, for your question about empathy. I agree with you and disagree with you. I think that there has been a lot of empathy for issues as long as they remain far away. And I think what the migration issue has shown us is that when that touches us at home in our nice, wealthy, easy environments, our empathy turns off. And that's the problem that we've got to deal with. What we've seen as MSF, and what we see in Europe, for instance, with this criminalization of aid organizations, is because very much we started working with people who are involved in migration here in Europe, and then we were labeled as criminals and so on. While we were working on Ebola in West Africa, that was fine, and we're going to support that. But when it started to come here, it's like then it became a big emergency. So we have to really start to think about how that's happening. I think changing the narrative is absolutely critical, and I think the word migrant is a huge mistake, because we're going into that narrative of these people who are coming here because they want to steal our jobs, they want money, they're coming here for all of that. It's nothing to do with that. It's people are fleeing for their lives. So talking about forcibly displaced, people who flee, people on the move, I think we have to really change that narrative. And the empathy is there. It's just hidden behind the right-wing rhetoric.
Couldn't agree more. And the BBC has chosen to talk about migrants rather than asylum seekers or refugees. And even if you're an economic migrant and you're drowning in the Mediterranean, you need to be saved. But yeah, Tirana or Yunus.
Okay, thank you again. In the case of building local movement, what I feel is that giving the opportunity for the local community, because they are the one who knows what they need, what they demand, what they lose, what they are looking for. Sometimes when we supply for them something which we don't like, or which they have, that might be a loss for both of the suppliers as well as for the receiver. So that the best thing is that to give an opportunity for the local community, because I feel that everybody has his own innate potential. So what we expect is to ignite that potential, to enhance that potential. If that is the case, it will be possible using the technology, using the opportunity we have, to make a local movement as well. On the other side, the third question was raised about being allergic one another. I think this is a human nature. Having a different ideas, natural, but what it needs is to have a discussion, to have sharing experience, to have an argument, as well as to share experience. If we are sharing experience each other, we'll be able to convince one another. Because the way I am looking is depending upon my experience, depending upon my observation. The way FSM is looking is because of their experiences, so that if we are sharing experience among the leaders, so that the leaders will lead the followers. So in that way, we'll be governed by the winner idea. And if our center is the community, rather than our center is our personal interest or the interest of institutions, beyond the interest of power, beyond the interest of institutions, if our interest is the local community or the needy peoples, that will be solved through time. So that it needs argument, discussion, experiential training, and capacity building. Thank you.
Great. So I'll start with the first question about how do we potentially build a this sort of global refugee movement. And I don't think that there's a simple question, but I think that there are things that we can do in all of our sectors and organizations which can contribute. And I think that one of the dangers, and I think it's particularly, it comes across a bit more, and we need to be wary of it, about talking about the refugee crisis as something that happened in Europe. I know that we're in Berlin, and so it's very relevant to Germany, but it's not. It's not a European problem. Most refugees are in the neighboring countries, around the countries which are affected by conflict and crisis. And so whilst that it's not a sliding scale of importance, it's a really important framing of the narratives, and I think that all of us have a responsibility in that, because if we only talk about the refugee crisis as being they're coming to Europe, we are feeding the nationalist agenda. We are feeding the radical perspectives which we are trying to change. But very concrete things that we can do. I mean, we can change things on a policy level. We can change things by using our voice to change opinions amongst communities. We can, it doesn't matter if you're MSF and you say, it's not about neutrality. MSF has advocates, and all of you, I would say, as the humanitarian organizations that I know that are here, local organizations that I work with at the Human Rights Council, we all advocate. We all try to influence governments on different issues. And if we did that together about things like global responsibility sharing, meaning all of the countries around the world start to do what they're meant to do and take a fair portion of refugees and assist instead of the burden coming on to Germany in this instance, or being on Lebanon, etc., then that's something very constructive we can do. And doing what we're already doing, but doing it in a better, stronger, more coordinated way, about advocating for safe and legal routes. All of this is very concrete types of action that we could take, messages that we're all actually doing in our individual capacities, which would bring us much closer to potential solutions. And I think there is something in there from all of our experience to reflect on the different points that we interact with the refugee journey and the refugee experience, to actually look at what is wrong with the system. What is it that we should be talking to UNHCR? How should we be engaging at a higher level to be talking really about the relevance of refugee protection? And then I think that I think that answers part of the second question too. The potential is enormous about what we can do. We can share, we can strategize, but on top of that, I think that collaborating across sectors, and this builds on your point, Eunice, it means that we can tap into different things. And for me, I see the potential for the use of technology. To use remote sensing data. All of us spend thousands of dollars, I would say many of us in this room, working for large humanitarian organizations or human rights organizations, will spend thousands of dollars purchasing satellite imagery and analyzing it. And you have to, because you have different purposes, but we're not even resource sharing particularly well on very basic stuff. But remote sensing technology, the fact that some of us have capacity to do in places where you want to do an explo, let's say, and you can't get there, and that it's difficult to get there. The amount that can be done through open source investigations and video verification, through other channels that are not within our traditional realm, the opportunities are immense. And we aren't working, and we lose out by not speaking across sectors. We're missing out on that sort of information and skill set. And Tamam, one point on the empathy thing, there's actually evidence to show that the way that we're going about trying to engage people on empathy triggers a neurological reaction, which is fear-based. We say, this is terrible. It's all terrible. And you need to do something about it. And if you don't care, you're a heartless so-and-so. And in a polarized world where we are very us and them, what does that do? Apparently, it triggers a reaction in the brain which is fear-based. And what do you do when you're scared? You withdraw to what you know. So if we are combating division And if we are combating, exclusion, we're doing the wrong thing by messaging that way. I work in the doom and gloom business, so it's very difficult, but I'm being challenged by my peers to understand the neuroscience and think about that as we move forward. And how do we work together? We could just hug it out. It'll be okay. The reality is, I think we do work together. The thing is that it is shrouded in secrecy. And I think that these are institutional and cultural differences rather than substantive differences. The idea of working with each other does not challenge. I mean, we need to actually be confident enough to know that we will not sway from our mandates. We're not trying to compromise each other's principles. It's about looking for the commonalities and looking where we can strengthen. But the reality is we are doing it, but it's always in secret. The amount of times that an MSF person sees me in a bar in Juba and will run the other way, but then call a little while later is quite common. But they don't want to be seen in public with somebody from Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International. And that's just unfortunate, and we're just not serving each other particularly well.
Good point. Nora, are there any questions from? No. Okay, so questions from the floor. And we should try to maintain a gender balance. So we need questions from, no, wrong gender. No, sorry, go ahead, go ahead. We'll keep the balance going. Here. Sorry, the light is in my face, so.
Hi, my name is Carla. I work in MSF Spain at the fundraising team. So my question is, from time to time, there's lots of donors who are regular guys with humble works that decided to give part of their salary to us. And when there's a big crisis, they just ask, I receive lots of emails from different organizations. All of us are doing the same. Why you don't work together? And it's true that on the field, we might work together or not, but the perception is that it's just this humanitarian circus, millions of people there working and doing their own programs, working for their own agenda. And the perception from the donors is that why I have to give to that organization, not to the other. So what we have to do to ensure that the donors know that we are more or less working together, that we can do better, but that we are just not ignoring us there.
Okay, shall we take another couple of questions? Yes, over there in the corner.
Hi, I had a question which was about...
Introduce yourself, please.
My name's Emma Beals. I'm a researcher and journalist. And I guess my question was, you talked about some other sort of groups, maybe with more problematic views, have an easier time of creating movements around their thoughts. And I just wondered if you had a view on the extent to which action matches messaging that allows those groups to have greater traction than perhaps the movement that we're all sort of more interested in, which is to say that, racists talk about racism and then they're racist. Like, they do what they say they will do. They go and beat up some people and they try and stop the boats going. And they actually are very clear on what it is they're trying to achieve, and they do it. Similarly, we've seen Trump as undermining the ability to create a movement of people who are interested in the foundational principles that we're all talking about.
So is that about the gap between rhetoric and reality, or is how you construct the narratives around problematical issues?
About the gap. If you're trying to create a movement based on principles, but you're not necessarily living up to the principles you say that you are pushing, how do you close that gap, and does that gap even matter?
Who wants to take a stab at that? Or shall we take another question so we forget about this one? You want to try?
I'll take a stab, just wave if I'm completely off track. So first of all, I think that one of the things that they're saying, particularly if they look at the pro-life movement and the strength of it, was that people didn't go to the pro-life movement because they were anti-abortion. It wasn't principled. And they talk about the fact that people went because they were new to a community. Or there were a mother who had, had just given birth and was at home for extended periods of time, and so she went to a church, or they went to their church, and within that church they found this community. Within that community, they found a set of principles, and then they brought into the set of principles. And so the issue is twofold. It shows one thing, which is the power of the movement is that people don't necessarily always join for a movement. They join because they want to do something, and I think that's something that you can harness. People know the difference between right and wrong. How many people have sat at home, it's maybe less of an experience for those working in this sector, have sat at home and just watched something and gone, we have to do something, I have to do something. And they look and they seek to find that space. So it's not always driven by principle. What we don't do well enough is articulate the change that we want to see. What we tend to do is we articulate the problem, and that brings us back to that first point about what that invokes in the human mind, and it doesn't necessarily get us the reaction from people that we want. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, I want to pick up on the point about the change agenda, because I think at the end of the day, I mean, when you talk about the situation of competition between organizations, funders, well, why should I fund MSF and not Oxfam, or why should I fund ICRC and not Médecins du Monde? I mean, this for me is symptomatic of the situation where we've got ourselves into this kind of competitive, challenging way where we now have to distinguish ourselves as being better than the other. And that's not a place that I want to be, because I rather see when we're talking about this is that, humanitarianism is like a huge jigsaw puzzle, and there's lots of different actors and people who need to have a place to play a role in there. No one owns humanitarianism. MSF doesn't own humanitarianism, whether it's classic, traditional, all this discussion about it. This is about being human. So if we go back to this idea that humanity and solidarity are really the center of it, and the impartiality of the humanitarian act is really the key, that takes us back a bit to the discussion we started the day with around neutrality, and is this really a principle? Is this a principle that divides us somehow? I actually don't think of neutrality as a principle. I actually think neutrality is just simply a tool that we use. It's one way that we use to try to be able to bring assistance, to try to be impartial. And when we really can identify what are those common principles, humanity, impartiality, and humanitarian assistance, then we open the whole thing up. And we're all actors playing a different role and fulfilling different functions. So those common principles for me are key. And we also need to think about, when we see where we are now, and we say that, we can't go on like this, well, what is the change agenda, going to Tirana's point? How do we change? I feel like the big humanitarian organizations are tip of this massive iceberg, and how do we turn that iceberg upside down and really reveal everything that's actually going on underneath, unseen, shrouded, and hidden away? In MSF, we just issued a call for change agenda from the International Board to the movement to start to really look at how are we as an organization going to transform in order to face the challenges that are coming up to us in the future. And I think this is something that all organizations should be doing urgently.
Do I see any hands?
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to reflect on the second question. I mean, in the first one, why we don't work together? To my perspective, what most matters is our efficiency rather than working together. If we are efficient enough, even though we have our own agenda, or if we are working within a given principle, working alone or working independently may bring, if it brings efficiency, and if there is no resource duplication, that doesn't affect more. But as institutions, different institutions have their own strategy to manage different issues. So that is the reason why the institutions are working differently. But they should have a common principle globally or nationally. That is the very important part. And through time, hopefully, they may have an opportunity to work together because of the changes of life and the changes of the situations, and the technology itself will support them to work together. In the previous time, it was not easy to work together because of different infrastructures. Now it's time to be together and to bring efficiency and to have a better input for the needy community.
There's a question here, one here on the extreme left, or my left. Okay, why don't you start, you, because you're closer to the mic.
Hi, I'm Justin Lyle. I work for People in Need. I think the starting point of Tirana's discussion was important, distinguishing between different levels of movement, because that's actually very unclear. And certainly, like, part of the discussion has been dedicated to this kind of high-level concerted advocacy. And then another part of the discussion is kind of the communities and the people and how we engage people. And you mentioned the far right, and they seem to be better at it. And we've explored some of the implications for organizations, the need to change. But I was wondering, does it mean that the way that our organizations work with the domestic population needs to change fundamentally? It seems like a lot of it is sort of insider, outsider, what are you doing, like the question about the fundraising. So yeah, do organizations need to become more like social spaces in which people feel community and want to engage? And are there tricks from the far right, practical things that they do, which we should be using beyond the discourse aspect?
Okay. Excuse me. Are there any other questions?
Hi, I'm Chatu Yapa from MSF Australia. I really like, Rachel, how you said that humanitarian action is like, here, it's like building a jigsaw, and there's enough work for us each to have a role in building that jigsaw. And working collaboratively across sectors requires coordination and leadership. So I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts about the current coordination and leadership mechanisms in place, and who actually is in charge of building this big jigsaw?
And is there one jigsaw or several? Or if you try to mix the pieces together, maybe you will not get a picture that makes sense. Who wants to go first? Rachel, you were challenged on the jigsaw.
I was challenged on my jigsaw. I love jigsaws. Who builds the jigsaw? I don't think there's any one place. I mean, I think all of us have worked in the field and railed against coordination mechanisms that try to make us all come into line and come to this meeting every Monday morning at 9 a.m. and you will receive, you know, the same information, and then you will all coordinate together to bring this thing. We rail against that, and there's a reason why we rail against that, because I think that in the differences is where we actually have the biggest impact. If we're all doing the same thing, it becomes unnecessary. So coordination has to be done with a very light hand. It has to be done in a very specific way that allows those differences to come through. I would not like to see a UN agency suddenly say, right, we are going to coordinate all the local, all the different ways of working to coordinate the creation of this jigsaw puzzle. And I think that is a bit the reaction against the localization debate, is this sense that somehow you construct it. I think it constructs itself. And I think when we're talking about providing space, we're actually saying, let people come in, let's see what is coming up, allow the space for those to create. So I don't think I really see a coordination of it happening. I think it's an openness to it happening. And I think it goes again to a bit the idea of the power politics, the centers of power inside humanitarianism that need to be broken down. So I would see it a little bit more that way. And I think a lot of that is starting to already happen. Whether it's one or many jigsaws, well, that's a good question.
But there is, now I'm overstepping my role as chair, but there is a problem about the structure of the system, which is based until now, the dominant system is based on this kind of triad of national government donors, the UN, and NGOs. Some, like MSF, can choose to remove themselves from this triad to some extent. Although in the field, de facto, MSF, you know, they go to coordination meetings and say, I'm an observer, but they're actually there and they participate in the coordination. So, you know, I think for me, one of the issues is this triad going to continue in the future, or are we seeing challenges to this dominant model that maybe are good in the sense that they leave more space for local initiatives, quite apart from the localization debate? You know, there's a wealth of stuff going on in the field that has little to do with the formal humanitarian system. Or do we see that this kind of quite rigid UN system, coordination system, is going to be there for the foreseeable future? And should we be thinking of, you know, letting 100 flowers bloom, or should we be thinking of, you know, close your eyes and dream about a more unified humanitarian response system?
I'm all for the blooming. That's the short answer. I wanted to make one point that goes to both of these questions, and that is that it's about collaboration across sectors for a purpose. And so, you know, when we talk about jigsaws, it is many, many jigsaws, because you're not going to have, who you choose to collaborate with or who we need to collaborate with will be very much defined by what the problem is, and who the best people to have around the table are. And who the most important voices are, and what spaces we need to create for people who wouldn't usually make it to the table. So I think that kind of goes to the two things. But you know, when it comes to coordination, you know, some of the most powerful issues around coordination came from the fact that we got together and collaborated over an important thing. It's like human rights. You know, people got together after horrific wars and said, we need to have a set of principles, and IHL. And it was like the ICC, you know, when the Rome Statute developed, when people thought there needs to be a court that's going to deal with this, across the sector, people came together. It wasn't just human rights people and lawyers. MSF also advocated for the creation of the ICC. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if there are crash people in here who have a different view. But, you know, there are important things in the world that we need to change, developments that we believe we need to see based on our experiences, and it's that drive, that is what's going to drive what our collaboration will look like and who's going to be at the table. And that is actually very similar to what I was going to say about, should we change the way we're doing things on the domestic level? What's the purpose of the collaboration? What do we want to change? So if we're talking about, you know, trying to make Europe more inclusive, if we're trying to think about making it safer for refugees in Germany, let's say, I think that, you know, yes, we can do things differently domestically. The domestic audience is the important audience, and you need to go out and engage the right people to be part of that collaboration. But if you actually look at what's happening, the idea of community sponsorship and how community groups have developed, I mean, that is important. They are amazing. I'm not sure if people know what I mean by this, but in certain countries, there is community sponsorship initiatives. So you as an individual, Canada does this, and I believe Ireland's about to. As an individual, you can get together a group of people in your community and raise enough money to basically say, we will be responsible for this refugee family to come. I mean, that is collaboration. That's important collaboration. There are ways that humanitarian organizations could potentially, I'm just throwing it out there, be involved in such initiatives. It's certainly something that we as Amnesty are trying to encourage. It's how we believe that's the benefit of the movement, You know, all of these people who used to sit in their groups and write letters to political prisoners, you know, there are opportunities now for them to evolve into taking the challenges to the next level. And in terms of what are the lessons from the far right, I mean, let me say one thing. I'm not saying that, you know, the extremist view is doing so much better than us. They're just really effective. And on my colleague, Thomas Coombs, who I talk a lot about this with, he was telling me that right now around Kavanaugh and the issue of the Supreme Court judge who's up for nomination, they are all meeting daily and getting their messages right across the world and getting it out through their networks. And so they're doing what we aspire to do on the Kavanaugh issue. Like if we could do that on you know, preventing hospitals being bombed, or if we could do that on access to essential medicines, if we can do that on our issues, if we can unite in with the same level of efficacy around particular issues that we all deem are important, then they're the sort of lessons we should possibly be drawing from them, not a fact that they're doing so much better than us. That's not necessarily the case.
We're rapidly running out of time. So if there are no, a very, very brief question, one sentence, go for it.
Hello, my name is Wiltrud. I'm on the MSF Germany, and I've got a question for Tirana. You said it is important, and everyone agreed to work together and to have a kind of common approach. But usually it takes a lead to kind of do that. So on the refugee side, on the global phase, with less UN kind of competency, so whom do you see that, you know, who's going to take the lead and, you know, get everyone together and say, you know, we are doing this advocacy together? Whom do you see in the position to lead this exercise?
Okay. I'm going to give the panel an opportunity to say their last parting thought. And Tirana, you can answer that question after you go third. So Rachel.
You just dropped that one on me.
No, I dropped it on Tirana.
I'm just joking. I think at the end of the day, going back to the jigsaw, lots of organizations with different goals, actually, with different purposes. And I think that we shouldn't try to make it a big melting pot. That's why I always react to this word coordination and common purposes. I think there is something common. There are some common principles that we have between us, but our beauty lies in our diversity. And that is what enables us. The diversity that's missing in the humanitarian structure at the moment is the diversity of the people who are actually living through some of the crises. So I think that that's what we need to bring in. I wouldn't like us to become a soup. I think we need to change the model. I think that there are lots of moves that are going on in different organizations to start understanding how this context that we're in and what this migration has created is really a tipping point in humanitarianism. We'll never look the same again. There's been many in this story, but this is another one. It's a major moment, and I think it really opens up the possibility to do things in a different way that's more effective. And this is in a context of reducing access, shrinking humanitarian space, extremely complex movements and political trends that are going on in the world. At the end of the day, our role as MSF is to make sure that we can help people living in crisis and that we can bring the medical assistance that we need to bring them. And there are certain things, therefore, that we won't be able to do, because if we do those things, we won't be able to reach those people anymore. So we can't do everything. We will not become a generalized actor that will deal with all different sides. We will try to deal and to promote things that we believe will support our end goal. And I think that that is actually a very important sort of aspect to go on. You know, as Nelka mentioned this morning, 90% of our staff, of 45,000 people, is working and living in the countries where the crises are going on. That is not a small link into the societies and the movements.
We're running out of time. Yunus?
Okay, thank you.
Very briefly.
Yeah, as we see that migration and internal dependence are increasing from year to year, while as well as the humanitarian aid also increasing from time to time. But developmental work still remain on the same position, so that it needs to consider development work at the same time with the humanitarian work to stop this vicious circle of human crisis. That is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Tirana.
Very efficient.
Yes. Equally brief.
I can't answer the refugee question, so there you go. I actually don't know the answer, and I would actually challenge. I'm not a refugee expert, and so I'm not tapped into all of the networks either. So there may well be some level of conversations that are already happening. But if I understood you correctly, I think it's really about asking. It's not about collaborating for the sake of collaborating. It's really about collaborating to define first what the issue is that we want to change. What is the change we want to see? Then we look and say, it's really important, I think, then to look and say, well, is this already being done? Is there something that we can build on? We don't want to just come and recreate something for the sake just because we all are in sort of being moved by the idea of mass mobilization or movements. One thing I'd say, my parting words are, movements are hard work. Mm-hmm. They're not easy. They don't come organically. The importance, I agree fully with what Rachel was saying about the importance is that you bring the different perspectives. We collaborate because each of us brings a strength, not because we're all the same, that we disagree and we evolve the conversation. And I think we have to change the way that we think about collaboration, and we need to and then we can be part of movements.
And the narrower the goal, the easier the cooperation. For example, one historical example is the international campaign to ban landmines, which was one single objective, and there you had the NGO community, states, the UN, all working together for one, working on migration issues and advocating with UNHCR and with European governments is another equally necessary but more difficult. I'd like to thank the panel for their contribution, thank the audience for being attentive and engaged, and also thank our friends online for following us. And if, presumably, if they have further questions, they can send them to the organizers and relay back to the panel. So let's give a round of applause to the panel and to ourselves. So I think now we have a lunch break. Until what time? 1?
1 hour.
1 hour. Okay, so 2 o'clock. Okay.
Very good. Hello. Good afternoon. We are, I think, I'm getting somebody nodding at me. I think that means we begin. Thank you very much for coming to this session. We will enjoy comments and remarks from some leading people working in this field. So very grateful for you all agreeing to be here. You, the audience, and online, if possible, can also look forward to engaging on this topic. So we'll do the normal format, and then we'll have some interpretive dance. No, we'll do panel remarks from each individual person, and then I'll try and stir them up a bit, and then open it up to you. We have a lot of territory to cover. I think the space of data protection and data privacy, cybersecurity, and so on is a growing influence in society and politics all over the world, and even some argue it's more important in the sensitive humanitarian settings in which you work than it might be in a more stable context. So I think some people have been ringing alarm bells on this issue for some time, and I think they're starting to be heard partly because of the news. Even in just today's news, 2 new developments might be of interest. That Chinese manufacturers were inserting a special chip into computers sold to Amazon and Apple and used by intelligence agencies so that they could listen in. Interesting. And the Dutch have arrested Russian spies parking outside the chemical OCPW, the chemical weapons inspectors, trying to hack their Wi-Fi. So you'll be glad to know all of you could also suffer these attacks. If those people could, then you can too. And next time you come to a conference, don't sign on Carl or Angela or Sophie to a random Wi-Fi network which says password 123456778, because I made it and it's not secure and it's not what the organizers gave you. So with that note, we'll begin with Zara, who works for the engine room, and she can explain what that is briefly. I won't do bios, but we'll expect each of them perhaps to say a few words about their own background. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. I can't believe you made a fake Wi-Fi hotspot just to make that joke here. It's impressive commitment to proving insecurity. So yeah, my name's Zara Rahman. I work for an organization called the Engine Room. We're a small nonprofit organization. Our mission is basically to support other civil society organizations, including in the humanitarian space, to use technology and data in a more effective and strategic way. So kind of giving the good guys superpowers, as someone once described it, which I kind of like. I'm going to talk a little bit about 2 main topics that I've seen across the board when it comes to kind of data ethics and privacy and security. So we don't work exclusively in the humanitarian space, but also with human rights organizations or with everything in the realm of kind of social justice, so positive social change. And those 2 big topics are really understanding the role of power and how that plays into how data can be used. And the second one is understanding the role of data in our work. So on the first one, I think the humanitarian space is probably home to what must be the biggest power asymmetry between the people who are gathering the data versus the people from whom the data is being gathered. And that makes a number of things really difficult that we try and do when we're thinking about handling sensitive data. The main one among those is getting informed consent. I think there are differing views on this, but it becomes almost impossible to gather informed consent, not for lack of trying, but when you, as a humanitarian organization, really just don't know what the risks are and you can't disclose what they are. And when the possibilities of what can be done with data are so uncertain. Helen Nissenbaum actually had a really nice piece that came out in the Harvard Business Review this week on how poorly consent has been operationalized. So how we often think of it as almost a checkbox to say, yes, I got consent for this. This means I can do all these things. And I think in the humanitarian space that becomes just so difficult when there's so many other factors at play. Yeah. And also, I think the way in which we see the power asymmetry playing out is in kind of ownership of the data, in who has agency to be able to control and say what happens to their data, to make changes when there are errors. I'd love for all of us to start thinking about better ways of granting beneficiaries agency and granting them ways of saying, no, I don't want you to do this with my data, but I do want to access your services without having to give up biometric data, for example, if they're not comfortable with it, or without having to disclose things that we ourselves wouldn't feel comfortable with. And I think we see lots of double standards in this space of countries or governments that have pushed back against having biometric national ID systems in their own country, but then will implement that as aid or within the humanitarian sector. I think that's just an interesting comparison to make, maybe a question to ask ourselves of would we be okay with this kind of disclosure or this kind of data collection if it were for ourselves. And then on to the second point, understanding the role of data. I think I would love for everyone to see data as more of a toxic asset rather than a thing that they should be collecting more and more of. I think with stronger regulation like the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, we are beginning to see organizations understanding that if they hold such a large amount of personal data in certain countries or from certain people, then they do have to put a lot more effort into data protection. Hopefully we're going to see more and more of that data protection regulation or copycats or spread into other countries. But in the meantime, regardless of regulation, holding huge amounts of personal data is just a huge risk. Whether you can say or pretend that you have, perfect security, there's really no such thing as perfect security. And that means that if you're collecting incredibly sensitive data, you might want to think twice. You might want to try practicing data minimization and really only collecting what you need for a specific amount of time for a specific purpose. I think there's many, as well as the legal risks, there are kind of ethical questions around what we do and how we do it and why we do it. And it would be horrible for the one thing that changes this behavior in this space to be a huge data breach that has huge negative consequences. And I think we should be planning for that and in advance of that potential, not so hypothetical, because it could very easily happen, breach of very sensitive data. I think one space that we're seeing lots of sensitive data being gathered is of biometric data. I've been looking at the case of how data has been gathered on the Rohingya in Bangladesh and Myanmar. That's, I guess, a disaster waiting to happen in many ways, because there's such sensitive data being gathered, and the governments of both Myanmar and Bangladesh especially, they have explicitly said that the reason that they want this data is so that they can make sure that the Rohingya do not stay. And that can't be clearer. That is so explicit that it just makes me wonder, why is anyone collecting this data? Like, we all, humanitarian operations they all happened pre-biometric data. They might have been, I don't know, I've heard arguments of kind of more less efficient or all these sorts of problems, but is anything worth that kind of risk when everyone involved has been very, very explicit about what those risks are? So yeah, I think just to end, there are many types of sensitive data in this space. Biometric data is one that I worry specifically about, just because it's immutable, it's permanent, it can't be changed by the individual. It really takes away a lot of the kind of potential agency that people could have over what they hold. And yeah, hopefully we'll talk more about that later.
Great. Whoa. Thank you very much, Sarah. And Carl, why do you do this? No.
Ben, it's true that I signed on your Wi-Fi, but that doesn't mean that I have to tell you all my secrets. No, good afternoon, and yes, I'm from UNHCR, and we are for a couple of decades in not only in the refugee business, but in the task of collecting personal data, processing personal data on refugees. And we are doing this since the beginning of the organization. That means very much preceding today and the risks and opportunities which information technology provides. And I wanted to introduce the topic with maybe a few headlines. One is responsibility, accountability, and the other one is what are the risks and dilemmas. So we have data of more than 8 million people in our databases. Just for you to compare that, that is the population of Austria. That's a whole country. And we have biodata, we call it. Biodata, the personal data, which makes up the identity of a person. In most cases, the claimed identity. People tell us who they are, and it's recorded the way they tell us. And this is matched in most cases with their biometrics. And we believe for good reason, because everyone has the right to have an identity. If you look at the SDGs, 16.9 is about everybody by 2030 should have an identity. And you know what it means to live in a country, or maybe you don't know, but we can tell you what it means to live in a country without an identity. Being a foreigner, being a refugee, being somebody without papers. So there is obviously, very obviously, value for the majority of refugees in being able to identify themselves. And there are risks, obviously. We are using this data, first of all, as I said, for identification. But even if you just look at it from administering aid, you know, I do not want to tell you how this was done before biometrics came, when refugee camps were encircled in the middle of the night by the police and people were chased out of their houses and moved into enclosures and treated like not very dignified, you know. And that indeed biometrics is a way of, we believe, resolving this issue of identifying and authenticating in a much more dignified manner than it was done before. Now, to whom are we accountable? Well, first of all, we are accountable to the people whose data we hold. And obviously, as I said before, you ought to be registered in most places to have refugee status. And if you can't show that you have that status through an identity token, through an ID card, then you are in deep trouble. It is true that we have not designed our systems privacy by design or privacy by default. That is not the case. We have to do a retrofit. The High Commissioner does indeed want that refugees have agency over their data. But in order to have agency over your data, in order to manage your data, that data has to be credible. No one is going to accept, you know, an untrustworthy, if you want, identity. That's just child's play. That's not going to work. We know that. You know, we have seen it in many places over many years. So an identity has to be strong, and identity has to be trustworthy. And then I think we can, and technology obviously or hopefully provides that opportunity to give people their identity back and they can manage it. But then let's look at the other accountabilities and responsibilities we have. UNHCR is a UN agency. It's an intergovernmental agency. We are not registering without the consent, or even stronger than that. We are not registering refugees unless we are asked for by the host government. So we are basically, it's a task delegated to us. So we are accountable to governments. And not only to governments who are hosting refugees, we are also accountable to governments who are ready to resettle refugees. And you know that no refugee is resettled on this planet unless he has been vetted for security reasons by the very security agencies the various states have. And, you know, despite of what is happening in the US is still the biggest resettlement country. And it is the very same states which in conferences like the Humanitarian Summit and the Grand Bargain, want us to exchange data, because they believe that data exchange makes aid delivery more efficient. So, we are not accountable or responsible towards countries of origin. So identity data is never checked with any country of origin. So if someone comes and claims to be so-and-so, and even if we have the strongest doubts about that, we would never go back to the country of origin and check that. However, the country of origin comes back when into the game, so to speak, at time of repatriation. Obviously, a country, we know when a crisis is over or a refugee situation is over and the agreement has been reached that there will be voluntary repatriation, the country which will receive its citizens has to be notified who is coming. And how are you notify these countries other with their personal data? And we have had many times situations where countries have refused to take refugees back, saying, well, you know, whoever you put on this list is not a citizen of our country. He is not a citizen of our country, hence he can't come back. Now, that has, again, nothing to do with IT, but that's then an issue which has to be resolved politically. And finally, I think the accountability we have is to our partners, because obviously we are not alone in this crisis situations. There is data sharing going on. If we would not share our data, let's say, with the World Food Programme, refugees would go hungry. If we would not share data with medical agencies and so on, obviously health and other services would not be working. Cash, I mean, you know, the whole move from in-kind assistance to cash is unthinkable without biometrics. No donor would give us money to distribute cash without there are some minimum, what can I say, assurances that this money is arriving in what is considered to be the proper hands. Now, risks, yes, there are many risks, and we know them. I can tell you that most of our databases are actually not central. They are not on the internet. They are in some server rooms in places you can't even find on the map. I'm not sure. Geneva you can find on the map. But just to tell you that security is not only an issue on the net, and we are under the same attack like everybody else. I can get a weekly report who has tried to use my login credentials, you know, in various places to get into our systems. We know that data breaches do happen. We know that they will be very difficult. No one can guarantee you that they will never happen. But we think, considering the various dilemmas we have, that is, you know, something we have to deal with. We cannot simply, you know, put data on memory sticks because they can't be hacked there. And for the other reasons which I elaborated earlier. And yes, and we are trying with others to have clear rules and regulations on how data sharing is done, minimum disclosure, aggregation of data, anonymized data, you name it. We are facing other problems, technological problems, problems of people not being properly trained, and so on and so forth. That is all true. But there is no other way to go forward. We would be completely irrelevant, and we would, I think, risk the welfare and the protection of refugees if we would not try to go this way and do it right. So the question is not whether or not we do it, the question is whether we do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carl. A very frank talk. Now it is Paul.
It is. So I'm currently the Chief Operating Officer for a financial technology company. Before that, I worked purely in the humanitarian sector. And most of my work was around information management, information technology, about how to use data better. And one of the things that's been very interesting in making that transition from a purely humanitarian approach to a hybrid of private sector and humanitarian is understanding the way in which the political economy of personal identity and the commercial logic of big data have collided basically in the last couple of years. And I think this is the source of a lot of the challenges that we face. So we first of all take the political economy of personal identity. Both Zara and Carl have outlined ways in which that's enacted, Zara particularly with the Rohingya situation, and Carl more broadly with the way in which personal identity has a value for all the different actors in a humanitarian operation. The problem is that the asymmetry of power that Day1 Ali talked about this morning is seen very clearly when it comes to personal identity. For a humanitarian organization, registering one more refugee or one more recipient of aid is a marginal step. You know, if you've got a database filled with several thousand names, adding one onto that is not that big a deal. For the refugee or the aid recipient, it means that it could mean the difference between life or death, between having access to assistance or not having access to assistance, between being eligible for resettlement and not being eligible for resettlement. So that power is embedded right in the heart of that issue of personal identity. What makes it really strange, for me at least, is that if you go back 120 years or so, none of this would have made any sense to anybody. Passports didn't really exist. Personal identity was not something that the government told you you had. It's something that has crept up on all of us. And obviously it's crept up on industrial and post-industrialized countries more than it has in other places, but it is creeping up on everybody. And Carl is absolutely right. You know, this in many ways is a better way of handling things like refugee registration. But I think it's more true to say that it's an unavoidable step. There is no way that this is not going to happen. And by this, I mean the digitization of humanitarian assistance. What we see happening with cash distribution is really driving that move towards digitization. But digitization will happen to everything. It'll happen to medical, it'll happen to non-food distribution, it'll happen to protection. And we're just at the start of that. So we do have an opportunity, I think, a window of opportunity to try and do it right. The question is, what does doing it right mean? And that's where the second half of my thoughts come into play. The way in which data is generally framed, is generally viewed, generally worked with, has a commercial logic to it. The commercial logic of big data is gather as much data as you can and then work out how to monetize it. Now, that obviously has a lot of problems when it comes to humanitarian operations. There's no way of monetizing humanitarian data ethically. We should never even think about doing it. We shouldn't be selling off any sort of data regarding people who've been affected by disaster. That's very clear. So there's no way of monetizing it. So then that raises the question of, well, why are you collecting all this data? The idea being that if you collect enough data, you can start to see patterns and you can make better decisions. So that commercial logic is there, even if the monetization aspect isn't. The challenge then is that we have this commercial logic, but with that commercial logic comes a set of assumptions about the way the world works. And what I think worries me most is that these assumptions are hidden underneath the technology. The way the technology has been developed and implemented by organizations like Facebook, by governments, it has a certain logic to it, which we are inheriting as we take the same type of technological approaches. And so I think when you take those two things together, this political economy around what personal identity means and the commercial logic that's attached to collecting data, particularly large-scale data, this is where you create this tension. This is where you have this huge, huge potential for catastrophe and, frankly, quite a small potential for incremental improvements in the way that business is done. So one of the other things that I've been working on is looking at digital identity. And I just completed a report that was funded by DFID that was looking at how Digital identity is applied to refugees, and we looked at Jordan, Lebanon, and Uganda. We went to those countries, went to the refugee camps and settlements, talked to people about their everyday experiences, talked to the implementing organizations to understand how they were using that data. We also did a literature review to look at what it already exists out there in terms of knowledge and understanding. And consistently what you find when you're talking to agencies or reading the literature is the argument that this will make our operations more effective, more efficient. This is better for the recipients of aid, in this case particularly for refugees, but more broadly for people affected by disaster, this will be a better way of doing things. Now, I tend to agree with that argument, but what alarms me is there's almost no evidence for it. So intuitively, to me, it makes sense that yes, if you digitize these things, you do get an improvement in the effectiveness and the efficiency and possibly the transparency. But we need to have more evidence to support that before we expose people to more risks. And I think what's happening at the moment, and this is not a slight towards any of the agencies, because I've, as I said, talked to a lot of the people working in these agencies, and most of them are very concerned about this, the technology runs ahead of our capacity to implement it. The engine room did a piece of work with Oxfam, and some of you may know that Oxfam put a 2-year moratorium on implementing biometrics in their operations because they weren't sure about the risks. They weren't sure they could do it right. That moratorium is now over, but they're still not sure about how to do it right. But they're trying to move forward slowly but surely. And as I said before, we have a window of opportunity to do things right. But I think doing things right actually means doing things differently. It means looking at the commercial logic around the way that data is used, looking at the political economy of how personal identity is used, and trying to imagine different ways of doing things, ways that do have privacy by design at the heart of them, ways that do have the autonomy of the recipients of aid embedded right in them, and using technologies that don't lend themselves to the sort of commercialization and the risks that come along with it, which include, of course, data breaches. But my worry is not the data breaches. My worry is the way in which our personal data is being commodified, not that our personal data is being leaked. And we can't afford to expose people who've been affected by disaster to that kind of risk. So there is an opportunity. Whether we'll be able to take it or not is still open.
Thank you very much, Paul. Rousing stuff. And finally, Maria Elena from the ICRC.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Elena Ciccolini. I'm Data Protection Officer at the International Committee of the Red Cross. So in these few minutes, I will try to share with you, from a data protection officer perspective, the challenges that the ICRC as a humanitarian organization has to face when it processes data of vulnerable people. So as my colleagues have said, we know, as we see every day, digital revolution has changed the way in which we live, we work, we relate to each other. And it has not only changed in our everyday life, but in emergency and in conflict situation. We see new needs emerging. Beneficiaries themselves ask for connectivity. So it's no longer only food, shelter, or water. When they reach a humanitarian organization, they will ask for connectivity. The digital revolution has also created the need for humanitarian organizations themselves to leverage data in the sense of being able to read and interpret data in real time, to get accurate reading of the environment, identifying trends, identifying challenges and dangers. And the more we go digital, of course, and this is a data protection officer saying it, the more we need to protect our data and the systems we use. I'll take the same examples that my colleagues mentioned, cash transfers. In the past, a cash transfer would be a bilateral conversation between the humanitarian organization and the beneficiary. Nowadays, you use third-party processors with whom you share data. So you will have a bank or other financial institution, and sometimes the choice is limited because you are in an emergency, in a conflict situation, and you don't have the number of banks or financial institutions you can choose from like we have here. And you will have telecom operators that are sometimes the only telecom operator that is available and might be controlled by one of the parties to the conflict. And by sharing data with these third-party processors, you are never sure that while you are using a technology that might be considered as efficient, the result of your program and of your cash transfer, I will give you a concrete example, is really effective. What we have noticed, for example, while monitoring some of our pilot programs was that, as you may know, banks in many countries need to go through a process of creditworthiness. So you provide them with the data of your beneficiaries, and they will have to check if these people have a debt with the bank or another financial institution. And if they have a debt, the transfer, the cash that as ICRC we wish to transfer to the beneficiary will be diverted to reimburse a debt. Or what we've seen is, and as we know and hear every day these days around migration, for example, telecom operators have a duty of disclosure to law enforcement agencies, or sometimes, if they are controlled by one of the parties to the conflict, will have to share data with them about geolocation, for example, or calls and relations, contacts of some of the people, which may cause, and has caused in some of our projects, the geolocation of people that were fleeing from that very part to the conflict. So in one case, the beneficiary would not receive what we had, the amount of money we had decided to allocate them. In another case, they would receive, but would need to start fleeing again to save their lives. So we see that we might be using an efficient technology, but we are not sure about the effectiveness of our programs. So in my view, a very important tool is, you might have heard of it, especially in the new General Data Protection Regulation, a data protection impact assessment. I think it is really the responsibility of each organization starting a new program, designing a new program, or receiving funds to use a new technology to carry out a thorough and serious data protection impact assessment. It's not an easy task. I think that most organizations are, for the time being, a bit lost. It's a big task. You have to develop methodologies, formats, etc., train people to be able to do this job. But it's the only way to be able to identify the risks, to make sure you know which flows the data you are sharing with third parties, which flows they are following, and be able to put in place mitigation measures. Or sometimes decide that this technology is not the one you will be using in this context because it's too risky. As a last note, some of you may know, the ICRC with the Brussels Privacy Hub has been working and published a handbook on data protection and humanitarian action. We have just launched the second working series, where we will analyze additional new technologies, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, to see what the challenges are from a data protection perspective, to be able to guide our colleagues, but also other organizations in this endeavor to try to serve our beneficiaries in the best way, in the right way, with the do no harm and do no digital harm in mind. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Maybe a round of applause for all our speakers. A round of applause for Claudia too, who's going to draw a blockchain. Yeah, and if she hasn't drawn a robot by the end of this session, I think we'll all be disappointed. I'm going to start with that thing at the end. Has it ever happened that somebody has not used this technology as a result of looking at the risk in the case of ICRC? Have you done an impact assessment and said, no, we can't do it?
In the very case I've mentioned, we checked at global impact in how many cases beneficiaries would encounter problems and how many cases the assistance would be with no issues. And I mean, the result was globally far more positive than negative, so we decided that in that very context we would go on. But in a specific territory, part of the area we were serving, we changed financial institution.
Carl, same question.
Well, to tell you the first and maybe the embarrassing part of it is that we have been introducing technology first and doing the impact assessment second. That is hopefully not going to happen again, but that is the reality also. You know, if you deal with hundreds of thousands of millions of people walking in, how much time you spend on the assessment before you start the action, the humanitarian action, that is. As I said, we are doing retrofit. Yeah, the impact assessments we have done on programs, cash or biometrics or this or that, have shown certain weaknesses and certain things which need to be fixed. And we are going to do that.
Zara, do your clients acknowledge that they have risk? Are people like knocking down your door to understand these problems?
I will say we've become a bit more popular since GDPR, which is, I'll take it, whatever. I mean, just to bring up the example that Paul already mentioned, that I really appreciate that Oxfam introduced this moratorium because they recognized that there were kind of unforeseen risks or risks that might happen that they didn't know about. And I actually see that as a huge innovation, that was incredibly forward thinking. And it makes me think of what Paul was saying earlier about doing it right, doing this whole digital thing right. And I think for me, a key point in that is doing it slowly. I think we've all taken a lot from the kind of Silicon Valley approach of move fast, break things, whatever, we'll fix it retroactively or we'll fix it, you know, at some point, but we just have to try stuff, throw it against the wall. And I think in the humanitarian space especially, we don't have that liberty to try and fix things, and actually being slow and thoughtful and intentional is a key part of doing it right. And it might mean not being the first one to try the new technology. It might mean not using AI, whatever that even means right now. But it just means really taking it, being intentional about what we're doing, even though there are kind of very pressing, timely things that are happening.
Thank you. Paul, you said there were huge, huge risks. Can you give us maybe something more specific on an example of doing it wrong and an example of doing it right?
Yeah.
Or you may repeat what Zara says.
So the one thing I'd like to start with is recognizing that large organizations like yours do have this problem of legacy systems that need to be retrofitted, essentially. That essentially you're having to layer on data protection onto existing systems and work out how to then move forward. And that's no easy challenge. I think we're likely to see, I predict two things. One is that there'll be a major data breach at some point, which will expose recipients of aid to additional risk. And that will be the thing that will wake up the sector. That hasn't happened yet, as far as I know. I think we would possibly know about it if we've had a few breaches, but none that have directly impacted the lives of the most vulnerable. The other part is I think we're going to, I don't want to predict an apocalypse, because I think we're living in the apocalypse. No, so in the sense that I have serious concerns about privacy in general, not just for people affected by disasters, community affected by disasters. I think we all need to face up to the fact that we are living in a kind of apocalypse when it comes to privacy, personal agency. This is something that I believe is happening. Now, you may not share that. Hands up who shares that view.
All those of you living in an apocalypse.
The secret meeting is at 5 o'clock in the back. So if you do buy into that way of thinking, then obviously this is just a reflection of a much broader issue, and it occupies me because I work in this sector. I'd like to think that one of the opportunities to do things differently, one of the things that we'll see, is we will start to see, I think, a wave of digital-first humanitarian organizations. Organizations that are relatively new, that do have privacy by design at the heart, that do take, in the same way that you have a wave now of digital banks, digital-first banks or mobile-first banks. I think we'll start to see organizations coming up, and they probably will come up from countries not that we traditionally expect humanitarian organizations to come from. They'll come from places like the Philippines. They'll come from places like Korea or India or Malaysia. They may well come, I think, from countries like Kenya or Nigeria, where you do have strong and growing tech economies. And I think that presents a real opportunity of doing things not just right, doing things differently, of presenting a range of alternatives. And I think that for me is the key. We don't know how things are going to go. We don't know how the technology is going to develop. We need to test. We need to experiment. Now, it's not good to experiment on vulnerable communities. It's good to experiment on ourselves as organizations and humanitarians first. But what I would like to see is a wider range of options, because as I said at the start, I recognize that the large institutions have a duty of care, and that you're approaching that in different ways, but you are addressing it, and that's all to the good. What I want is a wider range of options on the table for humanitarian organizations, big and small, northern and southern, dealing with preparedness, with response, with all of these aspects. But I want to see more options. I want us to explore those options.
Great, thanks. I'm going to raise one more topic and then go to the audience. The topic I didn't hear that much about was donors. Both you mentioned them, Carl, is that they wouldn't even allow you not to use this stuff. I mean, to what extent are they driving this, and are they, in fact, so eager to be reassured that it pushes you to do irresponsible things? I've heard that from some of your colleagues in big organizations. Second point, what about your individual donors? MSF has 8 million people, they told me, in their mailing list of private individuals who give them money. And those data concerns are also perhaps something we haven't touched on. Carl?
Well, I think donors are driving the aid sector in general, so why shouldn't they be driving the IT and identity part? That would be naive to think they wouldn't. And they go very far. Let me just tell you, look at what is happening in Uganda. In Uganda, basically, the donors told the Ugandan government that if they don't give refugee registration back to UNHCR, there would be no more food for refugees. And that was for more than 1 million people. And so following that intervention, the UNHCR is now assisting the government to re-register their entire caseload. So that is just, Let me just say something about the complexity of the issue and whether it is good to have a moratorium or not, or this or the other. Biometrics. One of our biggest biometric databases we have is the biometric database of Afghan refugees who have returned from Pakistan to Afghanistan. I can't tell you how many million people their data is in that database. But it's all anonymous. There is not a single name attached to it. The system, how this biometrics works, is basically you present yourself with a document and you say, I've been living in Pakistan for so and so many years as an Afghan refugee. I want to go back to my country. I give you my identity document back. You give me, they get $100 per person or something like that. And then the biometric data is checked. And if that person is not found in the database, he's paid. And so we have a completely anonymous database, which a lot of people are interested, companies, they would like to have a hold on it. But that is a way you can use biometrics. There are other ways, but then if you go, for instance, to a biometric conference with companies, they tell you, you know, and by the way, DNA testing, we can do it in 5 minutes. And it is biometric. But that is an interesting thought, you know. You know that with DNA testing, you not only identify the person, you identify several persons around that person. But that is being offered. This is being offered to us, is being offered to states, is being offered as the future of biometrics. Not that I'm advocating for it, but we have to be extremely alert. Because, as Paul said, the technology is racing and we are stumbling, you know, and we have to therefore catch up and do it right. Now, what is the aid, the economy of the aid sector? I think the World Economic Forum or the GSMA Association, I don't remember who of them, they estimate that $2 billion per year are transferred in cash through aid agencies to individual recipients. Now, do you think there is no commercial interest in taking over that business? $2 billion? So there are so many pressures, and I think it's not only technology which will define the future, it's exactly that relationship between the private sector, the commercial sector, and the aid industry, which has been so far, to a certain extent at least, non-commercialized, which will define how this thing is going forward. Not sure I answered your question, though.
It was very interesting, though. Carry on. Maria, will you respond to that? You guys just carry on.
I think that indeed donors have a responsibility, while I'm not sure that they recognize or accept it for the time being. You may have the same donors issuing new legislation on data protection, and in their own countries, and imposing innovation to aid agencies, but imposing innovation in a way that doesn't really give you the choice to assess whether you can use this new technology or not. So I think, and this is a message we usually pass, that they have a responsibility and they should somehow at some point realize it.
I really appreciate the point. I really appreciate the point that Carl made about tech companies or various private sector actors offering this huge array of what the future of technology looks like in this space. And I think it must be really hard to be faced with all these promises and say no, and say, to say, no, actually the DNA thing seems a bit weird and potentially creepy and might have huge unintended consequences, so we're going to say no to that, we're going to stick to this. At the same time, I also appreciate the mention of the Afghan-Pakistan database as an example of one that is practicing in some form data minimization, in that they're not collecting names and records. There's a really interesting an academic paper actually about that specific database that's called A Hidden History of Humanitarian Experimentation, which I can highly recommend you read if you haven't yet. It's by a professor called Katja Jacobsen. In Copenhagen, yeah. And she writes in that about how that database or that data was gathered. It was pretty early on. It was one of the first, as far as I know, one of the first instances of biometric data being used on, being collected from refugees. And she notes a number of cases of where so as Carl described, the database basically it's collecting, it's tracking people who have crossed the border. So it basically says, have you already crossed this border? If you haven't, then you are entitled to a certain amount of money or a resettlement package. And if you have already done it, then you are not entitled to this because it's fraud or you're trying to get the same package twice. And she records a number of cases of when people crossed over and they were found in the database as having already crossed, and the individuals themselves said, no, that wasn't, I haven't. And there's a number of quotes from staff on that case saying, well, the machine's always right. So we went with what the machine said, regardless of what, and obviously I'm paraphrasing, we went with what the machine said rather than the story that we heard in front of these people. And the particularly interesting thing about that case was the technology that was used, the technology for recording biometrics. I believe the only time it was tested prior to being used on literally millions of refugees was in something like Heathrow Airport on hundreds of people, but no more than thousands. So in completely different use cases, like so drastically different that it's no surprise that maybe the technology did not work perfectly. And I think that's a really good example of how you can design a database that practices data minimization, but going back to what Paul was saying of all of these layers of objectivity and bias and decisions that are made lower down in that technology, that we have to be really conscious and aware of all of those layers when we're considering what that technology is being used for.
I'm not going to talk about donors to start with. First of all, to second Katja Linskov-Jacobsen's paper, it's excellent, and she's done a bunch of research, solo and with colleagues. Read it, it's fantastic. The second thing is, going back to something Carl said, which is, $2 billion has been transferred back. That sounds really impressive if you're in the humanitarian sector, but the US domestic pet food market is $24 billion. $2 billion as a commercial opportunity, and I say this now as someone who needs to look at commercial opportunities, it's so niche, it's ridiculous. And I think that we consistently overestimate our importance in that sense. These commercial interests have much wider interest than us, and that leads to the question of why are they interested in us? And they're interested in us for a couple of things, I think. One is to test under very difficult circumstances their technology, to do it in something that's very high visibility, so to show that it works and that it can be seen to work, and to show off to governments. And then we come back to the donors, because which governments are they showing off to? It's the governments that will then buy that technology for them for border control, for domestic security management. So, for example, the biometric company that UNHCR has partnered with in Jordan, they're good. I mean, they're not bad. I'm not criticizing them directly. They're a biometric company, but their previous experience was border control in the United Arab Emirates, I believe. That was how the technology was developed initially. And there we can see it's very easy to flip from the positive side of registering refugees to ensure they get aid to the slightly less positive side of border control in the United Arab Emirates, to potentially a very negative side, which is the situation that Zara described in Bangladesh with refugee communities there. So if we loop that back round to the original question, yes, the donors drive things, but part of doing things differently has to be seeking to escape from that logic. I'd like to bring in one of my favorite writers, a guy called Mark Fisher, who none of you will have heard of, but he wrote a book called Capitalist Realism. And the logic of capitalist realism is to say there is no alternative. You will do things this way because there is no alternative. What else can we do? But there is always an alternative. And I think part of our role as innovators in the humanitarian space, as researchers who look for new ways of seeing things, is to look for those other ways of doing things.
Carl, you have a... I was switching. As I told you, a very knowledgeable and brainy panel, terrifying, really. Anybody have questions? Yes, sir. You are being hunted. Any more want to stick?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Timo. We talked a lot about data collection, but what I would like to maybe raise is the issue of data retention. Because obviously one way you can keep data more secure is by deleting it. And I think, when I hear that UNHCR now has 8 million records, or I know ICSC has whole vaults of information about people who were, for example, reunited, all these kind of things. I'm wondering, how much are you thinking about, okay, at what point has this data served its purpose and we should really delete it? Thank you.
Thanks, Timo. We do 2 more, you, sir, and you, madam.
Hi, Tom Casey, MSF Ireland. I was just wondering what you guys think the opportunities are with the amount of data that all these organisations have. And I'd be wondering if, say, the UNHCR has a database of 8 million people. Are you doing any type of analysis on that that could sort of inform your operations?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, hi, I'm Hélène Berger from Doctors of the World France. I apologize in advance, I'm absolutely not a specialist. I would like you, if possible, to develop a little bit on the blockchain technology, because it seems that it can bring some protection to beneficiaries in terms of identity, and it can be used in our field of activities. So what are your views on that, and do you have already some examples, concrete examples of its application on our field?
Thank you very much. We did a good 40 minutes before we got to blockchain, but it had to happen. And thank you for asking your question. Let's start with that. Blockchain for identity, but blockchain for every other thing as well. Paul sort of does
I guess
a bit
that's
of this
me.
here.
I do a bit of blockchain.
But we'll come to Carl as well on identity.
So the company that I'm COO of, our platform is built on blockchain technology, on distributed ledger technology. And having said that, I'm a huge skeptic about distributed ledger technology, about blockchain. It's now 10 years since the technology was first presented in its current form. We've seen almost no large-scale success stories of blockchain. Bitcoin is the only one that's reached scale. All the other cryptocurrencies are basically trailing in Bitcoin's wake. And in terms of actual applications in the real world, almost nobody is using it. That's quite a long, 10 years is quite a long time for a radical new technology to not have an impact. And so I think there's a huge question mark there about the level of hype that was attached to it. Once we go through that hype, what are the actual use cases that we can see? I do think that one of the use cases is potentially this idea of what's called self-sovereign identity, and particularly for people who've lost their state-provided identity. And in this case, obviously, refugees and other populations of concern, any population that has lost the identity that is normally granted to it by a state could benefit from having a self-sovereign identity. Self-sovereign identities are still in their early stages. There's really no one who's successfully implemented them in any practical sense. Obviously, in a purely technical proof of concept, it's been done. There's no question about that. There's a lot of distance to go before it becomes a tool that we can use. And we might cross that distance quite quickly. But I have a strong feeling that governments are going to be very hesitant about granting any kind of recognition for self-sovereign identity. Now, that means that as a legal identity, it won't be that useful. But that still leaves the possibility of a functional identity, i.e. an identity that just allows you access to a service. So I do think there's something there. It's something that we're working on. Otherwise, if I didn't think there wasn't something there, we wouldn't be working on it. Where it's going to go to, I don't know yet.
Well, normally if it comes to blockchain, I always ask back, what is my problem? Tell me what my problem is, and then you tell me why blockchain is my solution. So what is my problem? Okay, that was just kidding. Blockchain, is there anyone in this room who believes that a crypto identity which is guaranteed by Amazon or Facebook is any better than of the government of one of those 190 countries we have? Because that's what's going to happen. The self-sovereign identity in the end will be guaranteed by the very same tech companies who are developing it. We are looking into it, nevertheless. But we haven't even piloted it or anything like this. We are looking at it, and if it does solve a problem which we have, a real problem, then we will of course use it.
I can help with that, Carl.
Okay, okay, Zara, can you talk about data destruction? I mean, feel free to get on the blockchain.
I mean, just to pick. No, I mean, just quickly on the blockchain stuff. I think I would ask the same question again. I really like the framing that Carl said of what's the problem, but also I think there's just so much hype right now around blockchain. And so often I've spoken to people and they've described how they're implementing it and why they're doing it. And actually what they just need is a well-organized spreadsheet. That's it. That solves all of their problems. And in some cases, we've had organizations use distributed ledger technologies. And in order to do that, they've had to clean up their data, which means that this was just a goal that they could have reached by reorganizing their data well. But there is just a lot of hype, and it could be, I mean, I spoke to someone from a project called the Rohingya Project that was looking at putting the identity of Rohingya people on the blockchain. And it was clear that it was very well intended. They had been listening to a lot of the hype. I strongly encouraged them to rethink what they were doing and why they were doing it for so many reasons. But basically, I think it was a potentially incredibly dangerous thing to have identities that are immutable, that cannot be deleted, of one of the world's most marginalized and persecuted communities on the blockchain, which just seems wild to me. So I'd really encourage people to take it with a healthy dose of skepticism.
Maria and Elena, have you got blockchain in your new digital strategy in ICRC?
Not yet, in the sense that, as I mentioned, during the second working series of our handbook on data protection and humanitarian action, we will be analyzing the technology of blockchain. We are currently working with l'École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne. They have some big specialists about blockchain, and see with them what potential applications would be. And yes, I agree, you have to identify your needs and then see if blockchain is the answer. So more will come when we publish this second version of the handbook. And on data retention, the ICRC has always had, I would say, at least for protection, for the protection profession, meaning detention visits or missing people, very strict rules on what would be kept for how long in delegation, then transferred to Geneva, then partially destroyed, partially kept into the archives for historical purposes. Because what we see is that very often we get demands years and years after from family members who would like to retrace the history of their parents, grandparents, and there are documents that can only be found in the ICRC archives. So we have very strict rules on what we keep and for what reason. So it's repurposing, it's not the initial purpose, but it's a further legitimate purpose of historical research, we can call it.
Carl, do you keep records?
Yes. This is an interesting example, because you know that the General Data Protection Directive of the European Union, which most likely is a standard-setting document for all of us, talks about the right to be forgotten. And we already heard from the ICRC that, well, there is an asterisk to it. And I can tell you, and so it's in UNHCR. We have in our archives, for instance, still the files of the International Refugee Organization, you know, the organization which was immediately after the Second War. Yes, there are once in a while very legitimate inquiries by lawyers, by family members, where they want to access those files. So therefore, yes, there is no need to maintain assistance data beyond a certain date, but there are other use cases where indeed the data will be kept and has been kept while it was on paper and will be kept in the future when it is digitalized.
But is it in the same secret bunker?
If I would tell you, it would no longer be secret.
Data analysis for other purposes. I mean, this is the opportunity. I think you do have something of that in ICRC. This is the second question.
Yes, data analysis for other purposes. Okay, nowadays there is a tendency to analyze, or a desire to analyze for whatever purpose, all kind of data that is in our hands. This is the data protection officer speaking. So for us, you can't just analyze or reprocess the data for a purpose that is not reasonably expected by the data subject. So when we review programs and operations these days, we always suggest to our colleagues that this is taken into account from the very beginning of the project, because in many cases it is possible. If you collect a tracing request, if you collect, I mean, yes, I think this is a very good example, in fact. When you collect a tracing request, so you have a missing person, and then in other circumstances you collect data on grave sites, on migratory routes, you might explain from the very beginning to the people that approach you that you might have to connect the dots so that you are able to go a bit further into the tracing, not just the active classic tracing we have done until now, where you physically go and try to trace the person, or you try to match names, but go further, go beyond, and maybe be more successful. Because when it is about migration, for example, most of the tracing requests that are related to migration cases are extremely difficult to be solved. I mean, we know migratory routes are extremely dangerous, and in many cases, just people disappear, and you know absolutely nothing. They not all reach the Mediterranean Sea or a vessel that is rescued. So we might have cases where you can foresee from the very beginning that there will be a need to do, let's call it, big data analysis, and people should be informed from the very beginning. And some of them will say no. So we will take a tracing request and not use the data for further research. In other cases, I mean, there is a tendency now, colleagues would jump into any kind of analytics, and we are behind reminding that it is not just something you can do. You do not have a blanket authorization just because people consented to provide you data for a specific purpose.
Thank you. Maybe, Paul, you said the big data kind of assumptions of the commercial sector were being swallowed whole by the humanitarian, but aren't there opportunities? You can see everybody is suddenly selling their stuff or buying their stuff, or the rents have gone up or the rents have gone down. Surely this data is important.
I think there are opportunities. I think so the struggle on my side is to, if you do identify an opportunity, is how do you measure whether the risk involved or the impact that it'll have will actually be positive enough. As I said, the commercial logic is gather as much data and then identify ways in which we monetize. That's how you tell if the data is valuable or a particular analysis is valuable. We don't have that. We can't make that judgment because we can't monetize the data. So what are the metrics by which we measure how good a particular opportunity is for that sort of analysis? The second thing, of course, is there's precious little humanitarian data. So the refugee movements, I think migration movements are one which you can identify, but a lot of data is just data. And it has to be sort of, abstracted from much larger data sets. So mobile phone data is often identified as being a really good opportunity for analysis, and I think it is. But it's not humanitarian data, it's just this broader data. And I guess finally, the thing that I just don't know about is that, so as I said, I've been working in the sector for a long time, and most of it's been around information. Historically, the humanitarian sector is insanely bad at connecting information that it gathers to decisions it makes. We're not good at evidence-based decision-making. We're not good at data-driven decision-making. That might change in the future. But this question of, well, should we be collecting this data? Should we be doing this analysis? I'd say maybe, but I'd like to see that actually there was some evidence that we were using that to make better decisions. Because at the moment, there's very little evidence that we are using it to make better decisions. There's very little evidence that we're using evidence, I guess, which proves my point.
I'd say just to add to that, I don't think it's just the humanitarian sector. I mean, humans are irrational beings. There's been so much hype around more data leads to better decision making, and it's not actually just in the humanitarian sector that there's a distinct lack of evidence that this happens. We're just irrational beings. We don't make decisions based on numbers and figures. We make it, I mean, in this case, on political will, on all sorts of other things. I think there is opportunity, of course, in data and technology, or else I wouldn't do the job I do. I worry that the opportunity is misplaced, or the potential is misplaced. So the example that Paul mentioned of call details records or mobile phone data being used, there was a great study done by Sean McDonald a couple of years ago on how call details records were used in the Ebola response. And I mean, you should go and read the paper, but long story short is all of this very privacy invasive data was made available and lots of pressure was put on certain governments of Ebola affected countries to make this data available. And all of the governments apart from Liberia did so. And the data did not help with the response. The data was not helpful for how Ebola is transferred between people, but there was someone who, there were people who thought, the answer will be in the data. I think that's a really potentially dangerous route to go down. You have to be strategic with what answer you're looking for from the data that you have. And I think it's a really, potentially risky route to take, to just say, we've got all this data, or we could get access to all this data, therefore let's look for this answer. And I think it could lead to a lot of wasted resources within the humanitarian sector.
Right, more.
If I may start, how worried should we be that there would be pressure from, say, Western countries on having access to data gathered by NGOs, and that the demand would be formulated under the guise of we need your data for law enforcement issues or for counterterrorism measures, but that actually would be used to try and have an impact or have a grip on migration flows. As in several European countries, this has come on top of the policy agenda. Has there been pressure in this kind already on NGOs, and how worried should I be about this for the future times?
Thank you very much. Have you got, wait, okay. Just to remain in the same order, is there not a gentleman in the middle here? Oh, you, madam, sorry. Go ahead. And then you.
Hi, I have two questions. The first one, so what do we do with the data that we collect? After we collect the data, what are we supposed to do with it? How can we protect it? And the second one, don't you think there's a huge gap between the people in the field that we're supposed to be developing with and asking them to do the work for themselves and the technologies that you're talking about? Because so many of them don't even know how to read and write.
Thank you. Claudia?
Thanks, Claudia with GPPI. I wanted to continue on this, the question of commercial interests, and I feel that the discussion hasn't really finished on that. My question would be, especially to the operational agencies, where do you draw the red line if the data uses that Paul has sketched out of kind of like testing certain technologies in bigger settings and then selling them to governments, that's not in and by itself violating the protection of the data itself of an individual, but there are interests that you're contributing to. Where do you draw the line and how do you decide whether you work with the company or not?
Thank you very much. Maybe you, Maria Elena, you pick one or two or three of those, just, you know.
I'll start with the question on migration. I mean, it is indeed an issue. It's easier to deal with for the ACRC, for example. We always sign headquarters agreement where we work. In the headquarters agreement, we foresee various privileges like inviolability of premises, of data, of archives, and we have recognized privilege of non-disclosure, which means that if a government or law enforcement agency tries to ask information from us, we have all the legal means to say no. It's much more difficult for all these organizations and NGOs who do not have privileges and immunities, and increasingly, yes, they receive requests from law enforcement when they manage a center for migrants, when they serve migrants, whether it is health services or other kind of services. For us, for example, when we work, and we very often work with what we call national societies, the German Red Cross, the Belgian Red Cross, etc., since they do not have these kind of immunities, it's more difficult for them to resist. They need to have discussions, to have their independence, their neutrality, their impartiality recognized, and the ability to carry out their activities in full independence. So sometimes it's easy to, I mean, easy is a big word, but they manage to convince and not reply to the requests. In other cases, they are obliged. And this is something we take into account when we set up programs, and this is something we take into account when we carry out data protection impact assessments. Every time we have to share data with a third party, we assess whether the third party has a duty of disclosure to law enforcement, be it for migration or other cases, because we know that then that the risk is increased.
Before you give that away, could you just go to the question about red lines and, you know, where do you, from Claudia, where would you draw the line? If a commercial operator offers you an amazing deal, or a credit card company offers you a concessional rate, or at what point do you say no thanks?
I don't think we would just, I mean, my experience is that if we believe the risk is too high, whether it is a wonderful deal or an excellent price, we would still say no. I mean, it's not just about risk for our beneficiaries, it also has an impact on our reputation. It would have an impact on our reputation. So I don't think that just a very nice deal or a very good price would make us let go on our principles.
Zara, about literacy, did that come up in Bangladesh?
Well, I guess to go to, I was going to ignore your question and go to her one. On the question of what data, how to protect the data that you collect and what to do with it, I guess in an ideal world, you wouldn't collect the data unless you know exactly what you're going to do with it. So that wouldn't be a question that you come to after the fact, and you wouldn't be asking yourself, how do I protect this? But you'd say, if you do, whether it's a privacy impact assessment or a data protection impact assessment, you'd say, what is the problem I'm trying to solve? What data do I need to do it? What capacity do I have in-house or externally to protect that data? And then what data can I reasonably collect in order to solve that problem? Yeah, I think that was the...
And on the second part of the question, yes, there is a gap between the technological availability for the organizations and for the people they're supposed to serve. But one of the interesting things is, I think Carl alluded to this a little bit earlier, one of the interesting things that's happening, of course, is that with mobile phone penetration, that starts to even out in some ways. Now, obviously, what you can do with a mobile phone is very different from what you can do with a biometric database. But the connectivity that Maria Elena mentioned, this is something that people are demanding now. And there are still, obviously, more marginalized communities that do not have access even to that level of technology. But given the rate and spread of mobile phone penetration, the dynamic has really shifted in terms of what technology is available to people. And it creates a lot of opportunities. And again, I don't think we're making use of those opportunities in the way that we probably should, but it creates, I think, a change in the power relationships between the affected individuals and communities and the organizations. The reason they want connectivity is because they want information. The reason they want information is so they can make decisions. And those decisions might be about work, they might be about where to go next, it might be about where to access help, but information in these contexts is power. So by giving them connectivity, you give them access to information, potentially you give them more power. And this is something the humanitarian community has obviously struggled with greatly over the years. So there's something really interesting going on there, and I don't think it breaks down as simply as they don't have technology, we do. There's something else going on, but it's very, very difficult to see it because we struggle to see it from their perspective a lot of the time. There is some interesting research on that, Kim Wilson's research on the ways in which refugees have used technology in the European refugee crisis, for example, around identity specifically. But these are things which we're still exploring, I think. So, yeah.
Great. I realize we're nearly out of time, so maybe you all could have one last remark and perhaps catch the question we haven't really caught, and you haven't had a chance to answer. Thank you, Carl.
Well, maybe. And then that will be my last remark. We had a mobile pay program in Niamey a couple of years back, and we thought, we are cutting edge and glory to us. Until the women who received the cash by phone basically told us that they don't want this. That they can't read and write, many of them. They have to go to middlemen to read the SMS, which gives them the transaction. They have to pay cuts and so on. So we decided to drop the program and give out cash. That was obviously what they wanted. And I guess it is this liberty which we should try to keep for ourselves, that yes, let's do try and error, and if we error, then let's correct it as quickly as we can. But there is no way that we can stay where we are. We have to somehow navigate this landscape, this digital, the shifting sand dunes. I come from Niger, of the digital landscape. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to add a few words on the question of, yes, we deal with people that sometimes have a very low level of education or data literacy. How can we pass all these messages about new technology or even more basic messages? And from a data protection point of view, it is how can we say that consent is informed and valid? In many cases, I think we should be more patient and take a bit more time than what we usually do, because there are always ways you can explain things. You can put things in words that are not legal, with concrete examples that, in a way that in the context speaks to people. So I think there is a possibility to pass messages that may seem very complicated. But it is true that consent is, we would say in the ACRC that it is the preferred legal basis to collect and process data, but we realize it cannot be used in many, many instances. And we would prefer, for example, public interest or vital interest, which gives us the same duty of informing the people from whom we collect data, but we can formulate things in a slightly different manner. And I totally agree with Paul that the gap is becoming less and less, because thanks to mobile phones, data literacy is increasing, and because of connectivity, it is increasing, and the gap is becoming smaller.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I guess just to sum up, I know it might sound like the opposite with all the criticizing I've done, but I really do believe that technology and data has the potential to really strengthen and make more efficient and effective all of the work we do. And I think at the same time, it's crucial that while we do that, we accept and we recognize all the different vulnerabilities that are opened up with that same use. So I think it's very possible to think both and to recognize both of those. I think crucial to that will be learning from each other's mistakes and learning from each other's experiences and being open about the challenges that we're being faced with. And I think that humanitarian agencies at some point, with all of this incredibly sensitive data that is being gathered, will have to establish some kinds of red lines of, for example, with the Rohingya in Bangladesh, whether you continue to collect that data or whether you try and get rid of it as soon as you can because you realize that it's a toxic asset that could put millions of lives at risk.
So yeah, everything that they said. I don't have anything useful to add, but I do think it's worth emphasizing one last thing, which is this is not about data, this is about power. And we should always remember that. Don't get distracted by the technology, don't get distracted by the hype. These are questions of power, and we have to approach them as questions of power.
All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session about inclusion in humanitarian action. This is a topic that has been overdue to be a main issue of conversation, so we are very happy to be given the main hall and for it to be prominent on the agenda of this Congress. A sad fact of humanitarian assistance is even when we have the best intentions, we aren't going to reach everyone. There is an implicit lack of resources and an implicit inability to access and deliver in the very nature of humanitarian assistance. The disruption in the physical and social status of the people we serve, and in our inability to access and to deliver entirely for everybody is something we have to live with most of our days. The result of that has been historically, at least in some experiences, one of saying that we should be utilitarian, that we should be able to deliver as much good to as many people as possible. That isn't a bad idea, but it needs to be nuanced. Delivering as much good to as many people might end up with too little for everyone. And that is why we don't end up, for example, only delivering one cheap service to everybody in the world. Humanitarian assistance ranges from delivering cheap vaccines on mass scale to delivering fairly complicated surgeries to very complicated injuries, for example. Again, being able to deliver services means that we will start delivering them according to need. A needs-based approach assumes that we understand the needs, we understand the people, and we are able to line everybody in a community according to their need. And then we can go home saying, we've done everything we can for as many people as we can. This triage approach, this thinking that just our presence as humanitarian agencies or humanitarian assistance is good enough, that we've done our best, is hampered greatly in some occasions. And in my experience in working in some of the field projects, I've come across situations where that didn't work. And I'll give you a couple of examples before I move to the speakers. In sitting and trying to design a project for Yemen before the current war, and actually in anticipation of it, we had to sit and decide what is it that we should do in the interim, what would be the best thing to do and what would be the best thing to have when violence breaks out. And we ended up doing the regular, an emergency room with surgery that ended up serving a lot of people who are injured. What we haven't seen and what was predictable and could have been anticipated is that in the communities around us, there were young girls who've been married off and who had no health services, that have been through marriage at a very young age and have been made pregnant and have given births with very absolutely minimal services. And we should have seen that. And that doesn't fall within they aren't the group we are helping. In South Sudan, a couple of years after that incident, there has been a mass exodus across the border from North Sudan to South Sudan. What we found out that should have been anticipated is that families that had to walk for many hours and many kilometers ended up having to choose, do we carry up on our shoulders the children or the elderly? And our colleagues have found elderly people left on the side of the road because they weren't possible to carry on. And examples go on and on. One of them is in Congo when we found people who have mental illness tied to a tree so they wouldn't harm themselves or others. And those aren't similar, but aren't exactly the same. The difference is from a medical humanitarian organization, it was easy to see mental illness as a disease that we have to tackle and treat. So we went on a massive effort to prepare our physicians to treat mental illness, and that happens much more frequently. The problem is when we do not look that our inability to reach people excludes whole groups, not because they have a certain sickness we can treat, but because they have a characteristic. Those have traditionally been groups that are either by age, older people, or by gender, usually women and girls, or by disability, those who we do not see because they cannot access us. And this doesn't allow us the luxury to say that we've done what we can. It doesn't allow us the luxury to say that this is as far as we can with the resources we have. A complete exclusion of whole groups isn't anymore something we should be able to live with. To discuss this today, I have an incredible panel. So I will be proudly introducing my colleagues here. And the first one is Henry. And Henry Lege comes from South Sudan and has studied for part of his life in a special school that addressed the issue of his visual impairment. But as of the age of 13, he studied in normal schools. He graduated, he had his education continued both in Juba and in the UK, and is part of the South Sudan Institute for the Visually Impaired today and works on humanitarian assistance. Thank you for being here, Henry. The next person is, thank you. The next panelist is Ulrika Last, who works in Handicap International, and who I would credit with the presence of this, because she was one of the people who had angrily showed me how wrong I was in arguing against this once in a previous Congress, and one of the few times I was convinced of something I wasn't convinced in such a short session. And we discussed having this session, so thank you for that, Ulrika, and thanks for being here today. The last panelist is Rida Anani, who comes from Beirut, and in the nick of time, I must say. Thank you for coming, and she runs, she has quite an impressive CV, but most recently she runs an organization called Abad, or Dimensions, and it is an organization that works on gender and empowering women, and she has worked and helped survivors of sexual violence. Thank you all for being here. I will also thank Joanna. I will thank Joanna for being our interpreter. Thank you very much. And I will hand the microphone to you, Henry. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tamam. I'd like to say good afternoon to everybody who's here. In the next 7 minutes, I'm going to highlight some of the issues that face people with disabilities in humanitarian action, and suggest some actions that I believe that we in the disability movement in South Sudan and other places believe that will change the situation. So if I just give a bit more of the context in South Sudan. So I was born and grew up in South Sudan, like he mentioned. So yes, the bombardments and everything, that's all. Since from the time I was a kid, we even used to imitate the sounds of artillery and things like that. So I come from that kind of background, and I remember times when we would have to move from Juba to my hometown or my home village where I was born to seek safety. And when I was 4 or 5 years old, my mother would carry me on her back, and so to walk about 7 miles from Juba. Yeah, so the 2013-2016 crisis both found me in Juba, and yeah, but thankfully I'm here today to share with you some of our experiences. Now, when we talk about disability, of course, I know that what comes to our mind easily is somebody losing one part of the body or the other, but that is what we call impairment. So from a social point of view, or from the social model of disability, we understand disability to be the barriers that are both environmental and attitudinal that exist in our societies that affect the way in which we relate with persons with disabilities on the one hand, but also it affects the way services are delivered to meet their needs. Now, I will talk briefly about factors that we have found to be leading to the exclusion of people with disabilities. And the first one I would like to point out is the labeling of persons with disabilities by actors, including governments and NGOs, as people who are special. So I've been to several places where if somebody talked about disability, they would say, oh yes, these are people with special needs. If you read the Constitution of South Sudan, it says, it refers to persons with disabilities as people with special needs. And I have been argued against that, and a few others, we've been arguing against that statement, because to say that somebody is special is to bring an excuse that because they are special, not everybody can handle their issues. So they need to go to people who are specialized. And I think that is wrong, because persons with disabilities are not special. Of course, they are just like everyone else. They may have specific needs, I would call that. I wouldn't call it special needs. They might have some specific needs. Just like I need a screen reader to use a computer, but I use the same computer that everybody else in the room uses, so there is no special computer for me because I have visual impairment. So if you see what I mean, because that affects also the way in which people relate to persons with disabilities. And so that is one thing that I think needs to change for us to address disability and for us to respond effectively and appropriately to the needs of everyone, including those with disabilities. We just need to understand that persons with disabilities are just like us, so they are men and women, boys and girls. Yes, they can be in a position of poverty, but at the same time, they can be in a position of riches and wealth, depending on the circumstance. The second point that I find important for us to highlight is the assumption that everyone who has an impairment is necessarily a beneficiary, especially when we talk about humanitarian action. And they are vulnerable. Again, I was in a workshop where when we talked about disability, somebody said, oh yes, let us put them, let's just call them a vulnerable group. And I was like, no, sir, that is wrong, because if you just say vulnerable, and because you are going to talk about other persons also who are vulnerable, you are likely not to address the issue sufficiently. And he said, okay, so how do we put this? I said, no, they are persons with disabilities. They can be vulnerable, but also they can be not vulnerable, depending on where they are. And so, again, I happened to be at a workshop where people were giving an example. It was a workshop that was organized by a UN agency. I won't mention that name of a UN agency, but, well, it was a great workshop. But here's what I want to tell you. The facilitator was giving an example, and she showed the participants, all of us, a picture of a beggar who was said to be blind, and the person was said to say, this is a beautiful day, but I am blind and I can't see it. And I was like, yes, this could be true, but it can also, I disagreed with that a little bit, because I said, okay, how do you define a beautiful day? Because, I mean, for me, a beautiful day wouldn't require an eyesight. You don't have to have eyesight to know whether a day is beautiful or not. I mean, if you are healthy, if you are happy, I would call that a beautiful day. So I think, yes, our understanding of disability matters a lot. The third factor that I wanted to highlight, which leads to exclusion of persons with disabilities, is that in humanitarian action, in most cases, people with disabilities are largely absent. From the research, from the studies that are done, the various assessments, if we take 10 assessments and if we wanted to find out which of those 10 addresses disability, if that was done in South Sudan, I can guarantee you that you may or may not find a single assessment talking about disability. Of course, in the recent past, things have started to change, and I think thanks to organizations like Humanitarian Inclusion, ICRC, and others who are doing their best. But I think the case that we are making here today is that because disability is not special, remember the second point I just mentioned, So it means that everybody else needs to get on board. Now, the participation. So what are we doing as organizations of people with disabilities? One thing is that I think it is very important for us to have that collaboration between international and national organizations, and especially organizations of persons with disabilities, because they play a great role. And we have done several initiatives in South Sudan where we understood that working together we can achieve a lot in the field of disability. One example I would give you was the development of a national disability and inclusion policy in South Sudan, which was supported by a number of agencies, including Humanitarian Inclusion and ICRC. But I would like to point out that persons with disabilities were at the center of the whole process, so they participated effectively. Their views were taken on board. I mean, unfortunately, because of the crisis and everything else, that policy hasn't yet been implemented, but I would say the development of it was quite inclusive. And I don't actually have to give examples from far. I think the fact that we are having this session now interpreted, we are having it interpreted by a sign language interpreter, is a good example of inclusion. The other thing that I think persons with disabilities also are capable of doing and may need some support to do more is providing peer support. Much as of course it is important for us to do psychosocial support and everything else, but I think that if one person who has an impairment listens to another person with an impairment who has positive experiences, that is likely to change their lives very significantly. I happened to be giving a presentation at an IDP camp in Juba in 2014, and one of the people listening to my presentation happened to be a blind woman who came from, I think, Bentiu. And after I finished, she said, before the war, she used to work in the farm, but some people in the community said to her, no, because you're blind, you don't have to do the farming, I mean, somebody can help you. And so she was convinced and she stopped doing what she had been doing. But when she listened to me and she said, okay, if that blind guy is telling us that he has been doing 1, 2, 3, when peace comes, I'm going to go back to the farm and I'm going to continue doing what I was doing before. Because when I was told that I couldn't continue to do it, I thought, well, because of my visual impairment, I couldn't have continued. Now, I know that time is running out, but I just wanted to remind all of us that it is our obligation, that there is no excuse, of course, to exclude anyone. But I understand that one of the challenges of humanitarian actors is also that they sometimes lack the knowledge. Sometimes they don't know. So the commitment may be there, but how to do it may be the problem. But that's why we are there, organizations that are national, we are there, and we can work together to make sure that we achieve genuine inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you. I'll move to Ulrike.
Thank you for giving us the floors. Thank you for being here. I've been listening very attentively today to the first 2 panels, which discussed at length dignity, and I thought, this is great. Our panel is going to provide another confusing and maybe also self-reflective vision on what means dignity for persons with disabilities in accessing and also participating in humanitarian response. And to offer a different angle of perception. And I'm going to do that by sharing with you some of the key barriers we have been observing, which are faced by persons with disabilities and also other groups at risk of vulnerability. And as Henry said, there is no such thing as the vulnerable groups. Persons with disabilities are not the one which are vulnerable, and neither are women, as Ghida will share with us later. So what are the 3 major types of barriers which we found really useful to identify in humanitarian crisis situations in order to overcome them? So I don't want to highlight only problems, I want to highlight the problems which we can solve together, as Henry said. So first of all, it's institutional barriers. And they are the most difficult ones, or we could argue the easiest ones to overcome, because they are the barriers which we as humanitarian actors create. So it's the policies we have inside our own organizations which may not mention persons with disabilities as staff in our organizations, which may not have persons with disabilities in the needs assessment formats we are using and in the guidance. It may be the humanitarian standards our sector likes to follow. The standards often don't refer sufficiently to persons with disabilities, but also other groups at risk. And if they still refer often to them as special needs groups or as the vulnerable people in one box. Another part is also the coordination mechanism. Very often these days we will find somebody who is a focal person on gender, and not only to look at women, but on gender, to highlight if data is missing, if other aspects on the situation of women or men, for that matter, are not considered in our response. But we don't have that yet for disability. In May, I was participating in a consultation in Addis Abeba on inclusive humanitarian action, and a deaf woman, by coincidence also from South Sudan, she asked all the humanitarian actors present, who is accountable for our inclusion? Who is really following up in the humanitarian response that persons with disabilities are not left behind? Tamam already alerted, and we all, if we have been in the field, know that sometimes people with disabilities are left behind. And there is no accountability mechanism yet. Even if we talk about affected populations, persons with disabilities may be mentioned as the last group, if at all. And what is not mentioned is not included in our programming. And that is the other key part I wanted to share with you. If we don't collect data and if we don't identify persons with disabilities in the projects and in the programs we are working, we don't know whether we include them. By chance, if we are in the field, we see many actors do engage women, they do engage persons with disabilities, but they don't engage all, and they don't engage them necessarily in the way these people want. So that is the other part. If we don't know, if we don't identify them, if we don't count them in our beneficiary number, and if we don't engage them as humanitarian actors, we will not be likely to have an inclusive response. And that is the second part on the institutional barriers, is that there's a lack of participation of affected population, as Henry said. If they are not asked to be involved in policy making, the policies will not be inclusive. And we have been hearing great, by Christina Bennett from ODI about the research on dignity, and one of the questions I hope I will be able to ask her in the course of the days is, was there a disaggregation in that research when we talk about the Syrian and also the Rohingya refugees affected by the crisis? What about the dignity of groups within those groups they've been interviewing? What did people with disabilities say? What did women say about, was there a difference about how they define dignity versus men? Was there anything more than the box of the Rohingyas and the Syrian refugees? The other barriers, I don't want to go more in depth. Henry already mentioned them. They relate to barriers, to labeling. They relate to stigma and discrimination, which often happens at the family level, at the community level, but also at the level of our humanitarian colleagues. And it's about the misperception of the capacity of persons with disabilities, but also other groups at risk. And it is also about our own misperception about what we can do as actors. Handicap International recently changed to Humanity and Inclusion, our name, on the international level. But it's not very rare that in a refugee camp, people say, if they see a person with disability, go to handicap. Even if that person needs a shelter, if the person needs education, they're referred to us. And the reason which is cited why people send them to us, they think disability is too complicated. We can't do disability. We are not a specialized actor. And that is the other one. The second big misperception is about the easiness and also the creativity inclusive humanitarian response can bring to the humanitarian response. The last type of barriers, before I will conclude, are the environmental barriers, which are the most obvious barriers. Those are the barriers if we have a health center, but we don't have an outreach service. People will not be able to access the service. People who have difficulties moving, people who have difficulties to be accompanied, who don't have somebody to accompany them, will not get to the service. We have also inaccessible shelters and wash facilities which do not allow dignified access to persons with disabilities. The same, what we've observed in the field, goes for counseling places, goes for education and schools. And the last, and Henry alerted to that also, is communication barriers. If we don't have sign language interpretation, if we don't use different channels to reach the people we want to communicate with, who have different ways of communicating than us, we will miss them. We will miss to inform them about where they can access service and what are their rights and entitlements. And so, this is all I would like to highlight from my end, sticking to the 7 minutes I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roberta. Finally, I'll ask Rita to. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Tamam, and the organizers to allow us the space as Lebanon to be part of this important Congress. Well, I will have to take you a little bit to another part of the world, which is the Middle East. And what does it mean running inclusive programming and humanitarian response in a country like Lebanon with its neighborhood? Well, to start with, I have to say, I don't know how we're working the inclusion while we don't know the size of the population of Lebanon. So we don't know how many people are there, and we don't know the characteristic of the population in a very accurate way. When we design such programming, apologies for this, we go even beyond the specific international known definition of inclusion, because inclusion in Lebanon does not only mean that all people concerns in sense of gender, age, and special needs, but it means a little bit much more in sense. First, which religious group and the confessional breakdown. So if we're designing a program, we have to take into account that we're inclusive for all groups under different confessions. I know that, I don't know how much you're aware that in Lebanon we have 19 confessions and we have 19 laws regulating family issues. So when we're talking about gender-based violence, we're not talking about one standard. We're talking about tailoring everything to make sure that any person, woman or man affected by gender-based violence can access information and protective services. To do that, we have to take all these layers into account. First, the layer of religiosity. Second, sadly, in our reality as well, we have to take the legal aspect, in sense, having papers, birth registered or not, marriage registered or not, because everything can affect the accessibility to the protection service. If we're talking about various nationalities as well, we're always faced by registered with UNHCR or non-registered with UNHCR. These are all elements in our reality as local NGOs and activists that we take into account as invisible barriers that hamper full inclusion or full accessibility to all. If this is set as a criteria that, okay, it's these services or these funds only go for people from Syria but registered, then you can use the resources to serve. If they're not registered, this is not an option to use the fund or resources, even if it's life-saving situation, even if it's gender-based violence. So the legal status is one of the aspects that we look into, especially in cases, in very delicate cases, like unwanted pregnancy. You know, abortion is not legal in the country. And anything related even to hymen construction or after rape is also illegal in the country. So working in such programmings, while there's many layers in the law that are already prohibiting such kind of interventions, these are things that also put us under challenge on how to do it. So if a woman or a woman with special needs, but also survivor of sexual assault, having HIV/AIDS, pregnant, is coming to seek support. What is the angle that you need to use while working within the system? And the fourth layer related as well to the invisible barriers to inclusion is also the political affiliations. So there's also requirements when it comes to serving the people even under GBV programming. In this area that is pro a specific political party, or that area that is more even in the humanitarian response. This is one of the layers that we have to face every day. Even with people that are fleeing from Syria due to the entire crisis over there, if they're pro-regime, against the regime, it makes a difference, even under gender-based violence programming. So just to give you, this is a few examples of the reality that we're having to strategize and do the planning around in our daily practice. Nevertheless, just to also use the second part of my time to share with you practically how we're doing it then, if this is the reality. As Ab'ad, we're a resource center for gender equality that has been established in 2011. For us, inclusion as a philosophy and as a principle was core in even the designing of the organization. In sense, in our internal policies, because you have highlighted that, we're inclusive in sense, men, women, part of the staff, of the decision-making, of the advisory board, but also maternity leave, paternity leave, everything related to also having the people under as part of the team with the special needs or a certain type of impairment. We have like 10 to 15% every year recruitment where we take into account people with special needs, but also the age. In sense, because of the retirement age in the country, which is 62, with zero benefit, social support or social security after that. So also the people that are 62 plus, even very expert in our field, find themselves like really in situations of high vulnerability for no reason. So even in the team composition and the expert and the advisors, we have staff varying between 18 and we have actually 75 as organization in sense of the age group. And this is all reflected in the program that in what we provide, what we offer. So the composition in very brief of the operational mode of Ab'ad is having the inclusion and the various service in all its elements that I just listed before. In sense, we're managing 3 safe shelters, emergency safe houses for women and girls affected by gender-based violence, regardless of any layer of any condition. The only condition to access these shelters is to be at high risk or survivor of GBV, regardless of age, papers, type of gender-based violence, who committed that, what is the affiliation, nationality, religiosity, confessionalism, special needs, and the list can really be very long. In parallel to that, we operate 13 women and girls safe spaces across the country, reaching the border. And all these are accessible to women and girls in communities, regardless as well of profile, but also they are equipped in a way where anyone can come and benefit from the various activity, and supported by shuttles for those that are living a little bit far from the area to be able to access the service. We complemented that philosophy in having men's centers. So we are managing 3 men's centers across the country that provide, from one side, rehabilitation services for men with abusive behaviors, because for us, even the so-called perpetrator should be included in the planning if we're using a public health approach and a systemic approach, which are the like guiding methodology of the work of Abad. So excluding men that commit the violence or commit the abuse is in itself a violation of the principle of inclusion. Because if we want to work on prevention and we want to ensure that we all achieve our objective in reducing gender-based violence. Lastly, to complement the schema, because we're aware that we're not able to reach everybody, elderly women affected by gender-based violence will not come to the centers and will not come to awareness sessions. Women survivors of GBV with mental health challenges or physical challenges will not be coming also to the centers. So we created a model of mobile bus that is inclusive as well in sense of accessibility and the team specialization and the different unit inside the bus and the population targeted to go and tour every week, stay 3 to 4 days in every single village, touring the country during the 12 months of the year. And now we're adding to it a component where also the art-based activities are provided as well for people with any kind of impairment in sense of like vision or hearing impairment to also benefit from that. This is in a very nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. We will have a few questions on the panel, and then I will very soon open it for discussion with the audience. But please, if you feel the urge to ask questions, let me see your hands. And I'll start with something. There are several distinctions that come up, and I'll just list them to start with. One distinction is between treating the disability as separate and mainstreaming everything that happens to a person with disability. And this is quite an interesting distinction, because it's not only that people are told to go to handicap. We often say call handicap when there is an issue of disability. The difficulty of seeing people who have disabilities as regular people requiring regular services. The other one is, Reda, you mentioned the work you've done on making your organization inclusive to people who work in it, not only to people it serves. Yeah. And that is an interesting notion, because it feeds into the one that started this morning about inclusiveness of the humanitarian sector, the inclusiveness across national lines, across backgrounds and so on, and you're adding a dimension of, and I'll start with a question to you. Do you think that we can actually behave in an appropriate and considerate way that addresses people, whether on issues on gender or issues on disability, if we do not include that in our organizations themselves? Yes.
I would say this is a core value and principle in sense of integrity. Because if we are going out and providing services for people and we're saying, and we work on gender issues, and not only the image, the programs, the staff, the policies, the services are not tailored for both men and women, then we're not gender organization, not gender-based organization. I wouldn't say it is easy. because it was quite challenging since we started how to ensure the integrity even beyond the gender breakdown and the age breakdown and the inclusiveness and sense of special needs, but also in the leadership, in the management. If we're working on promoting gender equality and also like non-violence, it's not quite easy to do that on a daily basis, even in the operation and the commitment to the to contracts, to objectives, in dealing with conflict resolutions that can happen within the organization, and believing in saying that it needs to be fair and it needs to be justice is key. It's not quite easy. Even the paternity leave thing and the PMS thing, like, you know, for women and for men in the organization, respecting all this, it's a way of living, really. I have to say as well, in the accountability, when you were talking about accountability systems in such organizations, this is where it adds a layer of complexity, because how you ensure that the complaint mechanism is accessible by everybody, especially if I'm an organization working on ending sexual gender-based violence and there's a sexual assault, and I think we're gonna talk about this a little bit tomorrow in another panel, but like for us, it was like, okay, the most vulnerable or the most people that can be really affected by sexual assault are people with special needs. So how you do PSEA and the complaint mechanism and the investigation.
Can you explain PSEA? Can you just...
The policy on sexual exploitation and abuse. So how to make all these safeguarding policies in sense that are inside the organization, known and used by everybody, and at the same time to the people, the right holders that we're serving. It's not easy.
Thank you. And Ulrika, if we were not to go and call handicap for every time we see a person who has a disability, do we have the tools? Are there, what, do we know what to do, and what do we need to do it better?
So A is already like the first answer to your first question. It's really walking the talk. Even as Handicap International, we continue, or now Humanity and Inclusion, we are still learning to be inclusive ourselves. Our expertise was on people with physical disabilities. We are still learning on people with hearing difficulties. We are learning to employ people with intellectual disabilities, people with mental health problems ourselves. So I think it's really important to have that notion, and we have to plan for that. If we don't plan for blind colleagues to have a budget so that they can have a screen reader software or a personal assistant, or to have sign language interpretation, we will involuntarily discriminate. Okay, so we really have to make sure that our budgeting and our human resource policies are really inclusive, and we have the means to be inclusive. And that leads me to the second part, what we do internally, and that is really where most of my work is internal advocacy. And we support other actors not to do external advocacy, because how can we be an example on inclusion if we are not fully inclusive ourselves? And this is really where we have developed a lot of tools and also processes. As Henry said previously, we do develop barrier and facilitator assessment tools which help other actors to know where are the gaps. And it's not us showing you where is your gaps, but it's us doing it in a participatory way for you to explore what are parts, where are you already good, what can you strengthen. If you're already good on gender, it's easy for you to also add the next layer, as Rita was mentioning, of disability, to become more inclusive in that. And so we do have these tools. We also have capacity development tools. What we need to do is really to systematically share them and to have better data, which is really something where we also have tools developed on how to identify persons with disabilities, tested in emergency with 6 very simple questions. Because very often we are asked, how do we find them? They're hidden in the homes. We don't know how to see them. And yes, some disabilities are not visible. So we did test tools which take 1.5 minutes to administer in any beneficiary collection, which will tell you in how far you are inclusive in your response. So we do have tools on data collection, we can support, and organizations of persons with disabilities can support you to have more inclusive policies. There's no excuse, as Henry said.
Thank you. And Henry, when I was a kid, I passed almost every day besides the school that said, in Damascus, that said, school for the deaf. And it was, like most of our schools, looked like a prison, had high walls, and we never saw anyone come in or out. We were told this is a way to enable people to, address their needs. Obviously, that's not the case. How can we not do silly stuff, like build a school that excludes people instead of include them? And I know the answer in part is ask those people. I hope that we have, in the humanitarian world, arrived at a stage where we actually know, at least in principle, we have to ask people we're trying to help. But if we are sitting in places where we're planning, what is it that we should think of so we wouldn't do silly stuff that ends up being more harmful than useful? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's an interesting question because I remember a couple of months ago chatting with a Kenyan guy who told me that until recently, very recently, Kenyans, blind people in Kenya were only allowed to study law or education for your bachelor. But I told him, well, in South Sudan, I did communication. I studied journalism. So, and I was like, oh, so that means even South Sudan, despite the challenges we've had, I think we are a bit better, because if I was a Kenyan then, I think at the time I wouldn't have gone to the School of Journalism. So basically this goes back to the assumptions that somebody needs something and not the other, because, okay, what you're saying, it makes sense, of course, for you to say, yes, we are building this facility, we are setting up this resource center to train somebody how to use Braille, to train somebody how to use the white cane, for example, or sign language for the deaf, etc. But then that only needs to be something that gets them started. Because if I went to a special school all the way to, because I only did it for half of my primary, and I'm really proud, I'm really glad, I'm grateful that I didn't spend much more time than that, because that would have affected even the way I interact with others, because I think there's a lot to do with socialization when you are with everybody else. Because I remember when we were taken to a mainstream school, of course there were kids who said, well, are they going to learn with us? How are they going to do it? But eventually, I remember even becoming the first in the class when I was in primary 7, and they were like, oh, well, people are the same. So my answer to you would be, yes, do consultations, but I think it's also very important actually to invest even research. So if the Ministry of Education is thinking about dropouts, I continue to hear, and of course I would like to continue hearing that there is a lot of money going to girls' education. I mean, I'm not jealous of that. That's fantastic. But I rarely hear about any donor or any big organization investing on people with disabilities, on inclusive education. Because nowadays we don't encourage special needs education anymore, and that's the reason why I definitely disagree with the notion of special needs, because it tends to put people with disabilities in a special position. So yes, we need inclusive education system. You can still have the specialized assistive technologies and everything else, but let them be in a mainstream school. Let them have a future like everyone else. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll open the floor. Do we have any questions or comments or statements? Tirana, please. Sorry, we have a microphone already there, so please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was wondering if you could maybe talk about some strategies that are used for dealing with types of inclusion that might have an intersection with social norms challenging cultural norms. So I'm thinking specifically about things like LGBTI+, but also about things like widows in the community and the way that widows often suffer from certain types of discrimination, or albinism, for example, where there are specific protection issues. And how do you challenge some of those challenging situations where there's an intersection?
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Sorry, my name is Clea Khan. I do humanitarian consulting work.
Do you want to answer, Henry? You can answer. So, yes, and it's something under the institutional barriers I did not mention. Yes, there are strategies, but also one of the key challenges we found, it's what is alerting to you. We don't really monitor systematically disability-specific protection risks or risks which are other than women or children. So it is considered normal. The attitudinal, in many cultures we work in, it's considered normal to chain people, or with mental health issues, and people say it's for their protection. And we do have to challenge those things. What we often do in our work is to work together with refugees with disabilities, if we work in a refugee context, because they know their community. So we support them to identify what are the ways to challenge those notions. Are they only about the culture? Are there other aspects behind it to really get to the root cause of why these violations and rights abuses are taking place, in order to find solutions for them? And there is not one strategy. I would say you nearly would need in every community or culture the specific strategy. Sometimes we already have functioning court systems. We can challenge the existing laws to become more inclusive of some of these violations. Sometimes we need to work through the community-based structures and traditional leadership, and that's really difficult for us to do. So we really work with our local partners in order to address those issues. So this is a key part of our strategy, but maybe Ghida would also want to.
I will actually add to that what worked with us in Lebanon in sense of strategy, especially on topics that are quite sensitive, as you mentioned, like LGBT, or the issue of early marriage being legalized by the law. We always try to, we took the entry point thematically to communities, like the broader frame of sexuality and SRHR, the sexual reproductive health and rights, to start the trust building with communities on health related issues, puberty, stage of development, and then to reach the point about talking about the body and how to protect the body in sense of hygiene, nutrition, and then from unwanted touches, and from there go to unwanted pregnancy. Why? Because of early marriage, and then go from there. When we built the trust in communities that in the forefront we're not coming and addressing the topic, as this is the title, then it worked. For issues of gender and sexual identities, we try to make it inclusive in the service, in the way of accessibility to the service. So when it comes to clinical management of rape, for instance, the trained facilities that are providing the PEP services, the training even for the personnel was provided in sense, regardless of the survivor gender or sexual identity. These are the steps to do it. So from the medical perspective, I have to say this is still one of the topics that is not easily addressed, especially with the security officers that are very much discriminating against members of the LGBT community. But at least now they are trained on clinical management of rape as police. We're able to open that debate, but always as a key tactic, if you want, not a strategy, as a tactic, was start with the soft topics that are, it's a common denominator, and then take it from there into topics that are more delicate.
Thank you. We had a question with Tirana, please, here, microphone.
Hi, Tirana Hassan from Amnesty International. Thank you, first of all. It's really wonderful to be in a forum like this and to have inclusion so prominently being discussed. It's really meaningful to many of us, so thank you. So I have a bunch of questions, and since I have the microphone, you can't stop me. First of all, Henry, I really hear your point around we need to consult with local actors, and from where I'm coming from, it's about responding in times of crisis and conflict, you know, and looking at rights violations. And one of the concerns that I have, and I think it's something we're planning to do a lot more of, but I must say that I'm very nervous in operating in this space because we don't have expertise. And my instinct is, yes, to consult with local actors, but will we be more of a hindrance? Do we start pulling on resources if everybody is going to local organisations? So I guess I'm asking for guidance in a way on how we do it, in a way that is not a drain and a burden, that is respectful and serves everybody. And secondly, this is for the whole panel, quite often when we've been pitching the idea of having specific roles for looking at people with disabilities in emergencies or in crisis, or the elderly, and I'm told we need to mainstream these things. I have a really violent reaction to mainstreaming, but I'm wondering if that's just me, and would like to hear your perspectives on this idea of mainstreaming. And last one is around resourcing. So we talk a lot, and actually I think you touched on it, Ulrich, with the idea about budgeting and just looking at hiring this post and thinking actually you have to hire 2 posts. Thinking about publications of reports and thinking how do you do accessible reports? Is our website ready? And all of these sort of things. I'm really curious in the humanitarian space, how much funding is available in the first phases of an emergency to include disability or any sort of inclusion programming for life-saving assistance?
Thank you. I'll start with Henry on the first question.
Okay. Yeah, so the first question on rights violation and how to go about that as international organizations. Yeah, I mean, I would say, because it's important that we, of course, we address all issues of violations. So whether it happens to a woman, a man, or someone with a disability, I think it of course, it's important that we address it. So, for example, I think Amnesty International actually published a report on the crisis in South Sudan, and there were some specific issues about people with disabilities being caught up in the violence and about the violations and everything else that that occurred to them. So I think, yeah, it's something that is, I would say, yeah, just like it is done for every other group, because of course they have all the rights and they shouldn't be denied access or everything. But yes, if there are issues of communication, I think that's where consultation is important. If, for example, you want to maybe interview some people with disabilities who may need some assistance, I think, yeah, that's where it would be great if you could get in touch with local organizations around, just if that's needed. But if you could also have your own way of doing that, I think, yeah, I would say it's something that wouldn't cause any hindrance. That would be a great thing to do, because of course rights of people with disabilities must also be protected on an equal basis with the rights of others. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow myself to give a comment on the issue of mainstreaming, because it's interesting. I think we have a lot of coded words and expressions in the humanitarian development sector. Mainstreaming could be making things easier to do, and could be saving money, and could be ignoring stuff. In essence, My theory is we are, in the humanitarian sector specifically, hung up on things that we can treat and make disappear. So, in MSF, for example, we have taken it on ourselves to treat tuberculosis and to treat tuberculosis in horizontal programs. And at the same time, we have failed repeatedly at dealing with palliative care. We theoretically can make tuberculosis go away, and we can't prevent people from dying from any from any other reason. We have a need to treat people, to make them not die, to make them survive, which is practically the essence of what we are trying to do. But it risks ignoring things that we cannot averse. And old age and impairment and pain and poverty and exclusion and discrimination are things we cannot necessarily averse through humanitarian aid, so it's easy to not do them. I don't think we always need to mainstream, because when we treat tuberculosis, we create tuberculosis-specific programs that have specific purposes at sometimes extremely high cost. I wish we'd do the same for things that we cannot treat but that are necessary to address. So we sometimes have a place that would pay thousands of dollars on surgery but have no ramp to get a wheelchair to get inside the hospital. This doesn't mean that we have to create specific programs everywhere, but it has to be possible. It has to be something we are able to address in the same way that we address some of the diseases that we have put so much effort on. And this goes to the resources as well. We do spend extensive amount of money. The problem is that we still, I feel, address disability as a discrimination disability or in impairment as a negative right. Just don't discriminate. And no one thinks about all the resources needed to make it possible to level the playing field to start with. We are happy to celebrate people who survive and to ignore people who we don't see. So you look at TV and half of the channels celebrated the single girl on a wheelchair who crossed the Mediterranean and managed to arrive to Europe. And zero of them, and of us, asked how many like her couldn't even think about the issue. It is important for us to take a conscientious decision that we cannot continue to exclude people who are our responsibility. And I say our responsibility consciously, because when MSF or a large organization says we are providing care to this population, we're not only providing what we choose, we're deterring others from coming and being part of the care. There are places where we have been the primary care provider for decades. So I think it's a decision as well as one of resources and mainstreaming.
Yeah, I think, my take on the issue of mainstreaming would be, I think, because if we, I know the issue of resources, so mainstreaming to me would be like if you are, for example, if you are UNICEF, let me say, and you are working for children, for all children, I would say children with disabilities, of course, are part and parcel of the children that you are working with. And of course, that would mean you also need to make sure that whatever service you are delivering also benefits them equally. Because if we choose the specialized approach, which is currently the norm in many ways, it's going to be very, very difficult to address issues of people with disabilities. So for example, in South Sudan, I remember a study that was done between Humanitarian and Inclusion, that was formerly Handicap International, and IOM, the International Organization for Migration. Now, IOM, of course, is one of these mainstream organizations, but they realized that they couldn't be able to address some of those issues because they didn't have the expertise, for example. And so I think that was why HI, maybe Ulrike will mention that, but because I also happened to be one of the consultants that was hired for that survey, so I remember quite well, and I know how important that survey was, because there were several issues that were identified. And I think now IOM is interested in going forward, and they requested training for their staff, and I think they are going to work on their complaint mechanism to make it more accessible to people with various impairments. So, yeah, I mean, if you were to ask whether we should choose a mainstreaming or specialized approach, I would say the specialized approach should only be a small part, but I think the goal should be to mainstream. Thank you.
I would agree, and it's good how Tamam started. It's like it's important to know for what purpose. If we mainstream in order to save money, that's not going to work. We're just going to tick boxes, and we know from gender it doesn't work. It doesn't work to do 2 days training on gender, even if it's the best trainer, if we then don't change the way how we work, and if we don't change the DNA of our organization. So mainstreaming for us really means that persons with disabilities and other groups have the same access and enjoy a dignified access in the same way as we do, and based on their choice. And so it means that we, from our perspective, that we have to mainstream to remove the barriers we pose, okay? And at the same time, we need to be very clear that some specific services, as Tamam alerted, tuberculosis for many people, but not all people with disabilities, need specific health-related rehabilitation services. So I hope in the future, HI will still be an expert in providing these specific services to those people who need it, people with injuries, people with long-term impairments, but that should be, in that sense, mainstreamed as part of the essential services without losing the specificity. And also what Henry said before, the other important thing is people with disabilities, as well as some of the women, have been impacted also, which makes them more vulnerable in humanitarian crisis before, through discrimination. So if we don't empower them to work on the same level playing field with us, if we just mainstream without looking at those people which were already left behind and in times of crisis die, that is something where we really need to be able to have specific outreach action to make sure that these people catch up and are equally protected. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to comment first on the first point related to the localization, because this is a little bit for us sometimes provoking in sense, because the perception toward localization is not about that what is now being promoted as if like local NGO should take the place of INGO. It's not a war that is starting between INGO and local NGO. In contrary, in sense, it's not about droning the local NGO with the resources because everybody should go to them. It's actually about stop wasting resources and creating parallel systems in sense, working together. If we're very genuine about what kind of change we would like to see, is really to be genuine, to walk together toward achieving that change. If it's about, and apologies for the term, but in my side of the world, even a humanitarian response became a kind of industry. And this is something we're seeing, and it's about not doing what we have to do for the sake of continuing what we're doing, okay, which is in sense contradictory to the concept of integrity. On the second aspect of mainstream, again, it's a question for me. Mainstreaming or doing the thing the way aligned with the value, it's equal to the concept of integrity. It's not about like as Dr. Tamam was mentioning, in sense. Trying to create special things to accommodate everything. It's a way of living. It's a lens that is from where we do everything we do, simply. And my personal theory is about the moment where, even as people committed to work on promoting human rights, we started dividing the principles under the Human Rights Convention, this is where we started to do the harm. Because from there, and the guiding principles of the convention, we all know that are undividable, supposedly. Then we created, like, you know, a convention for women, the convention for people with disability, for refugees, for migrants. And this is from where we complicated our lives, and we need to be brave enough after these tens of years of working to question ourselves about our approaches. In our field as feminists and promoting and working on gender-based violence, since 1992 in Lebanon till 2018, we cannot pretend that we were able to reduce by 0.01% gender-based violence. And I think it's about the time to be sufficiently okay to start that journey toward ourselves in sense of looking at how we're doing the thing. And we shouldn't continue to do the things as we are doing it, because obviously it's leading nowhere and making the situation even worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I'll have a couple of questions together because we are starting to get short of time and I want to hear something.
Maybe we take the round.
Yes, exactly. We'll take a couple.
Thank you. My name is Yossi. I work for UNICEF, and I just wanted to maybe comment on some of the things that have been said so far and ask a question and maybe make a comment or recommendations. Tamam, you were mentioning earlier what can you do, what can we do differently to keep in mind people with disabilities when we plan our response? I think the simple question is we have the tools available. We have questionnaires for surveys, for assessments, where all the different groups that we are able to, to respond to are included. From UNICEF side, we have specifically included lactating and pregnant women. We ask affected populations about how many children there are, the different age groups, and we do also include questions on people with disabilities. So I think it's not a question about what or how we can do it, but whether if we do it and how we can integrate those issues across our response programs so that it is continuously on our mind. And I just want to echo what one of the colleagues from Amnesty was saying here. I think it's really great to have this panel here at the Congress today, because how often do we actually see on stage people with disabilities? How often are we giving their voice and hearing their voices? And I really want to applaud Henry for what you're giving and contributing here today. It's refreshing. It's surely a tremendous journey that you have been through to come from South Sudan and sitting here in Berlin today and speaking to us. And I think we all should recognize that as for what it is, because I think it's one thing to come from a German or a French or whatever context with a disability compared to a country like Syria or Iraq or South Sudan, and manage to come to this conference today and to sit here and speak to us. So thank you very much, and applauding you for what you're contributing. And I think you're just raising so many important issues. And you were talking about earlier how special needs should rather be called specific needs. And in UNICEF, we're working a lot on inclusive education, for example, to make sure that governments include in their planning and in their thinking, now this is outside a humanitarian, but in general in development context, to think about children with special or specific needs and children with disabilities in their educational planning. So I think mainstreaming those issues into the sectoral work that we do with our partners on the ground, whether it's civil society or governments, is tremendously important. And I think we all ought to think about them more. And we just want to give a very quick example of a story where we have used disability as an entry point. In Syria, for example, our cash programs have been benefiting both children in government and opposition-held areas. And in order to actually reach the most vulnerable children and families, we used children with disability as a target group for entering and even be able to access those populations, which we would have otherwise not have had access to. So just to show that actually disability can be a door opener and something to facilitate access where, you know, there is a very, very sensitive...
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? There was someone... Yes, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Ines. I'm Director of Handicap International Germany since 4 weeks, so pretty new. I have one reflection that's on data gathering. I want to raise attention to the fact that when we gather data about disability, it's not only to ask people about people with disability, but to ask people with disability themselves, which also is often overlooked. The second point is a question to Henry. I would like to know from you, how is the situation of disabled people's organizations or Association of the Impaired, etc., currently in South Sudan? How well are they connected to each other? And are they consulted by humanitarian NGOs, by local humanitarian NGOs, by international NGOs? How is the interaction with your organizations? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take, there was another question. Yes, I'll come to you in a second.
Hello, Axel Schmidt from ASB. I could also talk a lot, but I try to keep it short.
Thank you.
I just wanted to emphasize that the whole field of inclusive humanitarian action is very new and very far from perfect, but there are some tools, like the Sphere Complementary Standard for age and disability inclusion, which you can download on the Sphere homepage. In general, we are talking about 15% of any given population, so persons with disabilities is not a small number. And I think what you're showing here is really the slogan of DPO's, Disabled People Organization, nothing about us without us. And I think, okay, it works for persons with disabilities, but to me, it also works in general with affected communities. So without consulting them, you will never find out what the needs are and what the right way to find their dignity is. And I also want to emphasize the first step on any humanitarian action is the identification. For example, now in Sulawesi, I'm not sure how many persons with disabilities are actually identified in the crisis, and if the tools are in place to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the last comment from the lady here before we go on a round of answers and close the session.
Okay, thank you. I would like to direct my question to Gita with regards to gender-based violence. You mentioned that you do rehabilitation, which is sometimes called male engagement in addressing gender-based violence. So what I would like to know, what would be your answer to people who say that when you do that, you're actually taking the discussion away from the focus where you are addressing gender, putting forward the issues of women and girls who have been violated. And also I would like to know what has been the success rate, if there is. Do you have any stakes on how that is progressing? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will have to stop here with the questions, and I will ask, please, starting with Rida, to give your answers and your closing statement as well.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, because honestly, the component related to working with men and boys in the organization, in sense, as organization working with and for women and girls' human rights. This twist is not quite easy because, as you well mentioned, the priority is and always women and girls are at the center of the work, but the approach is inclusive to the root causes that are affecting the women and girls. That's why when we started the Men's Center, yes, we had such commentaries. Are you deviating the attention? You're prioritizing men needs on women needs. You might be also taking resources, financial resources that needs to go to the women agenda and giving, they don't need that, they don't need more power, they don't need much attention. That's why it was always very important to ensure like a gender equal and in the integrity in the promotion of that work. If the women and girls are at the core, if men are part of the problem, they cannot be excluded from the solution, full stop. If we're talking about reducing the percentage of violence, and this is the answer that we provide. So you're saying they're committing that. Are we against men or against violence? We're against violence. What is causing violence? Gender socialization. Is it affecting everybody? The boxing, the gender boxing, how we're putting the characteristic of what does it mean? Does that mean to be a woman or a man in a society? It affects both, but who's paying most the cost as victim? It's the woman. Then, if we want to work around that, we cannot only continue to heal bruises of women as victims. We want to change the scenery. And honestly speaking, it took us 2 years to work on the communication strategy for the Men's Center and to start the actual operation. Today, every year, we have almost between 300 to 350 men coming voluntarily, violent men, and those committing sexual harassment and abuse, coming voluntarily to the Men's Center asking for psychotherapy. And usually, because with each man we work like for 1 or 1.5 years, the ratio of success so far is 36%, not more than that. Sometimes we go to the second step of couple therapy and then family therapy, and sometimes it's only about working on the individual therapy. But in a context like Lebanon, having like men, Lebanese men, or even men from Iraq or Syria that are, or Palestine residing on the Lebanese territory, have them come without a judgment from the court to come to do that, by itself coming is a success, because they're realizing that that there is a place with full confidentiality, zero money to pay, and respecting privacy is giving them the space to reflect about that. And this is how we present it. It's a space for positive anger management and positive stress management to prevent violence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ulrika, please.
Thank you. What could be a closing statement? So I'm inviting you to become experts on inclusion. We are sharing willingly our expertise on how to do that. And we do that with different projects in the field. And it's not only us, it's also CBM, ASB, HelpAge, organization like Henry's organization. We are sharing our expertise. Make use of it as long as we are sharing it, since we're also sometimes competing for funds. We want to become mainstream and not a specialized agency, and hopefully in 5 years, we will not receive people with disabilities who just need a shelter, who need education, who need protection. Hopefully by that time, we can send them back, or they don't even arrive. People will not say anymore, go to handicap. Okay, we will send them back.
Thank you, Ulrich. Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'd like to answer the question that was asked about the situation of the organizations of people with disabilities in South Sudan. And I would like to say thank you very much also for your encouraging words. But I would like to thank the organizers of the conference as well, because they facilitated my trip here. Now, so in South Sudan, the organizations of people with disabilities are, we still have a long way to go in terms of being powerful advocacy organizations, and that's because you find individual organizations, which is okay, but we have yet to establish like an umbrella organization that brings together all types of impairments. But a major challenge facing the disability movement in South Sudan is the issue of funding. But also the organization that I work for for example, it's difficult for us to have people who are working full-time because of the issue of paying salary. So most of us have also to do other jobs for you to meet your personal needs. So that also makes it difficult now for us to like have somebody attend cluster meetings regularly and have people engaging with these with international organizations and donors. But also, yeah, issues of logistics. So it's very much a situation where you have organizations trying to establish the link. So for example, yeah, with organizations like Humanity and Inclusion, we find it easy to link up. But if you talk about maybe UNHCR or other organizations, I think we still have some challenges with that, but we hope that things will change. So for example, that's different from Humanitarian Action, but we were able to get a small grant from American Embassy in Juba to provide a computer training for people with visual impairments so they can use the computer with screen readers, so for teachers and students. But yeah, we hope that we'll be able to, we are trying, we are making some efforts to be able to access funding. Now, my concluding statements would be that inclusion is not rocket science. It is something that we can all do. Now, if I give Apple as an example, the iPhone that everybody else uses is also accessible to me. And that's because they knew that people who are blind also needed iPhones and iPads and all their products. And they just incorporated the voice application. So you don't have to pay more for that. So universal design is something that we should promote. So I would say inclusion, yes, nothing about us without us. And together we can all achieve an inclusive society and a world where everybody is happy. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not even try to follow that up. So I will say that it's been a privilege, the privilege of having the colleagues on the panel, but also to be able to sit here on the main platform today and talk about inclusion. There is a trend that this Congress has allowed us to do. Last year, we talked about managing pain and palliative care and not excluding people who have pain from humanitarian medical services. And this year, we're talking about inclusion. The issues, at least in my mind, as a physician, aren't different. We either deal with people we are serving as a whole, or we start picking and choosing. We were told to not treat the disease, to treat the people. And it's the same way that we have to treat the community we're serving, not only some of its parts. So thank you very much for being here today. And until we find another disruptive topic for next year. Thank you very much.
Actually, maybe that's better though, because then it's easier to ask you for that. Just sit down and chat. And I just realized. Yeah. Okay. Is there any particular reason?
Machen wir es hier. Das geht ja auch. Hi. Good evening, everyone. As you can see, I've just been promoted to become founding president of MSF Germany, which is, you know, maybe the president bit I may still be able to make, but founding president, it's too late, I'm afraid. Thanks very much for being here, for staying with us at the end of what's been a fantastic first day. Very, very enthralling, very challenging too, and it's great to know that you're here. I can't really see you, so I'm just assuming that the hall is totally full and every seat is taken up, because I have a lot of lights in my face. So my name is Florian Westphal. I'm the General Director of MSF Germany. And I also want to welcome our online viewers, actually, whom I can't see either, but I know they're out there. And I want to encourage them to please continue to contribute to the debate, post their questions using the hashtag, so hashtag HCBerlin. So before I do anything else, I would like to introduce our two guests who are here tonight. So first, sitting in the middle is Katrin Nye, and I had to check, it really is Katrin, not Catherine, Katrin. And Katrin is an award-winning investigative journalist working for the BBC. She's also made documentaries. She's a presenter too. She's been intensive, you know, especially covering human rights issues, both in the UK and internationally, but also developed a specialism in coverage of Britain's minority communities. She's won a number of awards. And she lives in London and is from Wales. And in a moment, we will actually see a film she made in Lesbos. And next to her, we have Marjan Abidjan, who is a cultural mediator for MSF, working in Moria camp in Lesbos. She's a trained anthropologist, daughter of a Dutch mother and an Iranian father, and she works as a Farsi-speaking cultural mediator. She's just in the process of finishing up her second long mission in Lesbos, in Moria, and has therefore really witnessed the European situation, arrival of migrants and refugees since 2015. Apart from that, she has also co-created a mental health program for children and unaccompanied minors, and also works as a health promoter. So in a moment, we'll start off with the film by Katrin, but before doing so, allow me perhaps just to say a few words, because I feel that this final session on Lesbos is really taking us back to the key topic of this Congress, which is human dignity. We know that humanitarian crises, wars, natural disasters, they don't just impact and endanger the physical well-being and safety of millions of people, but they also have a profound impact on people's ability to live a dignified life. But what does human dignity actually mean? And I'm not a philosopher or a theorist, so I can just give you my own take on that. And for me, there are really three aspects of human dignity that matter particularly. The one of them is obviously linked to the ability of the physical environment, to the ability to live a dignified life in terms of having access to shelter, having access to water and sanitation, being able to keep yourself clean, being able to keep yourself fed and healthy. And we all know, more often than not, that unfortunately in humanitarian crises, this is exactly what is missing and what people don't have, because the living conditions very often are terrible. But apart from that, we obviously also have those immaterial aspects of human dignity. It's the feeling of being safe and secure from attack and violence, not just yourself, but also your family. There's that feeling of having the possibility to live together with your loved ones, or at least to be able to know where they are and to be able to be in touch with them. And there's also, to mention something else, perhaps the certainty and at least the belief in a better future that, for example, your children will be able to get an education and will be able to continue their development to hopefully lead a rich and fulfilling life. Finally, I think there's also an aspect of dignity which really concerns your ability as an individual to have an influence on your own future, to be an actor in your own life, to have the chance to understand what you can do to build a better tomorrow for yourself and for your loved ones. To be, in a way, nearly an autonomous architect of your own existence, your own fate, rather than a passive subject of decisions that are taken by someone else, that are taken by unknown and unaccountable authorities. So I briefly visited Moria camp in Lesbos myself, very briefly, in May. But I had the feeling very quickly that Moria is really a place where these three aspects of human dignity are totally and utterly violated. The physical environment for the people who live there is terrible. The people living there are anything but safe. On the contrary, they are regularly and repeatedly exposed to violence. And finally, in terms of their own agency about their own life, they are permanently and repeatedly exposed to and completely incomprehensible, unaccountable, almost Kafkaesque system of administrative regulation, which nobody seems to be able to understand and which nobody really wants to explain either. So I'm really, really pleased that we will be hearing from Katrin and Madeleine later on about their observations, their experience of the reality that is Moria. But before we do that, let's have a look at the film. Oh.
The paradise island of Lesbos. Also home to the refugee camp described as the worst on the planet. We have rare access inside Moria camp. So we've been given 45 minutes only to go around the camp. It's horrifically overcrowded.
Please help us, please. For God's sake, help the woman.
Plagued by constant fighting. disease and trauma. Children as young as 10 attempting suicide.
Yes, it's not normal, but that's the problem.
I've got limited time to look inside Moria camp. Access to this place is controlled by the Greek government. And I have their press representative, George Matheou, as an escort.
But you see the problems.
So we've been given 45 minutes only to go around the camp. This is a section for the newest arrivals. There's 7,500 people in here. It has capacity for between 2,000 and 3,000. Conditions are appalling. There are around 70 people per toilet. The sewage system doesn't work properly. Many charities have left this camp in protest at how bad it is. How long is the wait for food?
About 3 hours. 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah.
And what do you get?
Some people, for breakfast, some people come at 3 o'clock, 3 a.m.
In the morning?
Yeah, in the morning. Some of them do not get water because this is our 24 hours water.
Fewer refugees are arriving on the island than previous years, but they're not leaving. As part of the deal between the EU and Turkey, the Greek government is holding people on Lesbos, rather than moving them to the mainland. They can leave the gates of this camp, but are trapped on the island. So George was just telling me that this is a line of tents, all with Afghans in it, who have moved here after all the fights between them and Syrian refugees. Hi. Can I come in?
Yes.
Hi.
هلا بشي ما بتقدر زندگی خوب در افغانستان داشتیم از خاطر شکوه تعدید طالبان تعدید میکرد دخترم اختطاف میشد از خاطر اختطاف نشگفته از خاطر جان امنیت جان از آمدیم این مکتب شخصی میخواند به خاطر مکتب از طرف مکتب طالبان تعدید میکرد جان از او در خطر بود از این در خطر بود از خاطر ما خیلی ما آمدیم که بیاد این کشورها یک در آرام شویم طفل ما آینده طفل ما خوب شود هر روز اینجا هر شب جنگ است هر شب اینجا جنگ افغان عرب جنگ میکنن سر فامیلیا میان ما کل چیز ما رو گرفتن میخزیم میبرایم در بیرون میریم میشنیم ما میخوایم درس بخونیم ولی اینجا زندگی نمیکنیم آتن بریم
We approach the camp's asylum centre, which is closed.
هیچی رقم قانونه این تمام روز ما اینو تو به جنگل رفتیم ششتیم زندگی ما بیخی برباد شده
Yeah, it's closed. It's almost 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks. It's closed, they're doing nothing.
So this is where you apply for asylum?
Yeah.
Why is it closed?
We don't know. Everybody says different things. We don't know why.
اصلا گوش نمیکنم من سر فکر میکنم مجبور فردانه بیخبر عرفته نمیتونم هیچی رقم قانونه
Is there anything we can do to help the woman?
No. We can't do nothing from first reception. It's a different organization.
How do you cope with seeing this?
We can help the first reception to take quickly the papers. After the asylum, we can do nothing for this.
Do you know when it's going to open again?
I don't know.
This woman's really sick,
Everybody
obviously.
Everybody here.
But aren't people supposed to be taken off the island if they're
Everybody is
sick?
vulnerability here because it's refugees.
Inside some shelters, our government representative, George, is confronted about conditions.
She said she wants to move to
All the people who came to your country, I believe that they have problem. They are not crazy to come here and waste their time, waste their life. They have problem, and each of them have problem.
And what they expect from us? To take the papers in one day and go in Germany or Holland or the other?
I don't know their expectation, but my expectation, Greek people are good. But this situation, I'm in Moria situation, is worse.
But the Moria is for 2,000 people, and you are 7,000.
No.
We don't make this area to stay. We make to come here for 4 days or for 5 days and go inside.
But now everyone's being kept here.
But now we can't do nothing for this.
It's been very clear for a long time that people aren't going to be leaving the island. Why haven't conditions been made better?
We have not money for this. You know the situation of Greece, economical of Greece. I want to help, but I can't do nothing because the European Union closed the borders.
Moria camp is now spilling out into the surrounding countryside. So this is known as the olive grove, and it's basically the overspill from Moria. It's where everyone stays that can't fit in there. Conditions are even worse. Oh, and everyone just wants to tell me how bad it is.
Please help us, please. For God's sake, help the women. Help the men, help the child, please. If there is a humanity, please help us. For God's sake, we help all the people. Not me, all the people is in trouble.
Less than half an hour later, and violence erupts. So we've just found out they're evacuating the tent. We've heard some loud shouting. And all the NGOs around here have been alerted to some sort of problem inside, some sort of fight. 2 people have been stabbed and people start evacuating. Hello.
Your guys, where is?
But we're blocked from going back into film. We try and find out what's going on from Luca, who works for charity MSF.
It's always the same pattern. It starts with a fight. Now was for the food line. 2 people got stabbed, and it's always something between different community, Afghan and Syrian, something like that. It starts in the afternoon, and then it's exploding in the night times. Moria is the worst place I've ever been in my whole life and my whole MSF experience. And I've been working in several countries, war zone. I've been working in refugee camps in Central African republics, in Congo, in the biggest Ebola outbreaks in the West Africa in 2014-15, but I've never seen, ever, the level of suffering we are witnessing here every day.
Even compared to an Ebola outbreak?
Yeah.
Why?
It sounds strange.
We're in Greece.
Yeah, but people, even if affected by Ebola, they still have the hope either to survive or they have the support of their family, their society, their village, their relative. Here, no. Here, the hope is taken away by the system.
The charity MSF refused to operate inside Moria in protest at conditions. This clinic is just outside. The children here have skin conditions caused by poor hygiene inside. Respiratory diseases brought on by tear gas fired into the camp by police to quell fights.
همیشه ما آماده هستیم به گریز 24 ساعت ما طفلای ما را به خواب نمیمانیم سرشانی مستقل جنگ میشه حالا فرار میکنیم حالا میبریم یعنی کار ما یعنی میسته کار ما 24 ساعت در 24 ساعت ما گفته یکم تا از طرف صبح 4 ساعت 5 ساعت 6 ساعت ما در صف نان روز ما تیر میشه بعدش باز میایم خانه باز تا به اولادای ما رسیدگی میکنیم نان چاشت میشه در نان چاشت همگی باز میره دوباره باز اونم تو نان شو اونم تو بعد از اینکه شو میشه دیگه باز زد خورد شروع میشه
We had mental health program for children here, and in between our patients we had a 10-year-old child who attempted to suicide inside Moria.
You're having to deal with children as young as 10 attempting suicide.
Yes, and yeah, that's maybe, it sounds really extreme, but it's something we are seeing constantly in Moria.
Is that normal?
No, it's not. It's not normal. It's not normal, but that's the problem. We are reporting this to the public system, to UNHCR, to the Minister of Health. Look, we have children who attempt suicide. Children as young as 10 years old who try to suicide. And there is no child psychiatrist or psychologist on this island. And despite the fact that we push to move these children to Athens as soon as possible, it's not happening. And those children are still here. Some of them are still living inside Moria.
Ali is Kurdish, originally from Afrin in Syria. He and his family are now living in a small, separate refugee camp on the island called Pikpa. It's for vulnerable refugees. He fled Moria after a now notorious fight there in May, largely between Kurdish and Arab men. Men were attacked with iron bars. No one died, but many were injured. Hundreds of Kurds fled Moria after that fight.
والسبب أساسي نحن أول ما دخلنا على موريا يعني هي مفاجأة من العيار الثقيل بموريا. دخلنا ولقينا يعني هي موجودة العنصرية موجودة أو الطائفية موجودة، إن كانت بين سنة وشيعة، إن كان بين أكراد وعرب وأفغان.
Ali says that conflict between rebel groups in Syria has also come into the camp.
هي المشكلة السياسية اللي موجودة بسوريا فانقلبت وكانت موجودة بموريا. هي نفس المشكلة إنه جماعة يبكي أو قصد أو جبهة نصرة أو جيش حر أو داعش أو شيء يعني منتقلة لهنيك.
Do you think there are dangerous people in Moria?
مو باعتقادي أكيد. قد ما يحكي الواحد اللي ما بيعيشها ما بيعرف. مثل الحرب بسوريا على أبشع. نسمع بحالات اغتصاب، تحرش.
What did you expect when you came here to Europe?
أنا من 3 سنين ضارب حالي بالبحر. أنا البحر غدرني.
What we can ask now, indeed, is to improve the living condition, and the Greek government should do that. Improve living condition, reduce the overcrowdings, provide doctors, access to medical care, access to mental health care.
Despite the conditions, the boats keep landing from Turkey.
Hello. Hello.
51 of the 53 men, women and children on this boat are from Afghanistan, where dozens have been killed in attacks just this month. They celebrate landing in Europe, landing somewhere at least more safe, but unaware of the new trauma that lies ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Katrin. Seeing this again, I think you were there in August, and obviously in the course of your career, you've probably seen quite a few tough situations for the people whom you were reporting about. Is there anything special about Moria for you?
Yeah, I think there is actually. I often deal, like a lot of people in this room do, with tragedy, with sad circumstances, difficult circumstances, harrowing stories. But there is something about Moria, there was something, and I know there still is, that stays with you. And that was my kind of overwhelming takeaway from spending some time there. Everyone in the camp, around the camp, working there, volunteering there, living there, was incredibly emotional. It's actually not that normal to have so many people break down in tears in a report. And I didn't speak to that many more people than you see. And those who didn't break down were often on the edge of tears, lots of different people that I met. So I think it was a unique kind of chaos, feeling of hopelessness for a lot of people. Yeah, just a very unusual place, and obviously on a paradise Greek island. So that contrast in itself is very unusual and definitely stays with you. I went to, the day this was broadcast, actually, I flew to Jordan, to Zaatari camp. Much bigger, probably on paper would seem like it would be a much more difficult place to report from, to visit. And it was, you know, incredibly organized. There was a sense of community, a sense of order, law and order as well. And that's completely different to Moria.
Now, I think this report really got a lot of attention via social media. It's been viewed many, many times on YouTube, and I think you've also had a lot of reactions from viewers. I'm just wondering, what are people telling you about this? What is it? Is it setting off a particular reaction? Is there anything different about that from the kind of reaction you'd usually be getting to your reporting?
It did have a huge reaction that I didn't even anticipate, actually. I mean, the day it went out, I remember I was in London and I had someone, before I flew off, I had someone stop me in the street who'd seen it and comment on it. And that's unusual, especially when you're in the middle of Oxford Circus in London and there's just people everywhere. It's not something that usually happens. I think the emotion that people in the report felt, everyone, you know, from Luca to Ali, that I think that came across. I think people watching it felt it. To be honest, I had lots of people say that they found it actually quite difficult to watch. And then I sometimes do feel bad because I've obviously upset people. But I'm still glad that they saw it, as long as I'm not really, really traumatizing anyone. I had negative responses, as you'd expect, as any report where there's political debate does. But I was genuinely surprised how many people saw it. It was partly planning. You know, I always, when I do a report, I don't do a report every day. I'm a kind of long-form news/documentary journalist, and I do try and make sure that as many people receive it as possible. So one of the things about this report is how many that help people see it is how many versions you're able to do. I mean, this is kind of internal technicalities. I hope it's not boring. But one of the good things about working at the BBC is that you have within the organisation hundreds of platforms. So, you know, the first broadcast can be in radio form on the Today programme, which is on Radio 4 in the UK, which is the programme that it's very well respected. It's kind of agenda setting. It's listened to by politicians. I made sure it was on that in radio form. But before it was on that, in a very conventional media form, I made sure it was on YouTube. I made sure there was a written version of the report. I made sure there was a social version of the report specifically designed for broadcast on Twitter and Facebook. And so I think it was a combination of people genuinely feeling when they watched it, the way, at least a sense of some of the way people I spoke to felt, and also just making sure that in the current media age that it was available in every form someone might try and consume it. And so, you know, a politician who listens to the Today programme gets to listen to it and then maybe goes and watches it somewhere else, but someone who is on Twitter and wouldn't go near a radio also gets to consume it.
Okay, now, Marjan, the two of you actually met, I think, right? At least briefly while you were filming.
Briefly, very briefly.
Now, Marjan, obviously you have been, you know, living and working in this situation for quite a long time now. I think it's the second stint you've been in Lesbos, and it's been several months, and I know you're supposed to be coming to an end, but I know you're also thinking about maybe continuing. Tell us a little bit, as a cultural mediator, as a health promoter, I mean, tell us a little bit about your day and your work in the camp.
Gosh, I've been on Lesbos on and off since 2015, so I was there before the EU-Turkey deal, and I saw the situation gradually get worse, and, well, the direct consequences of this deal. At this moment, I have to give a bit of context to understand what I'm doing now and what we're seeing and facing now every day. MSF, as many of us know, withdrew itself from Moria after the EU-Turkey deal as a statement of disagreement. And we set up a relatively small clinic in Mytilene, the capital of Lesbos, providing different services. And it was that, this is all 2016, that the deterioration of the mental health conditions of people popped up. We were just seeing more and more patients, and we barely could keep up with it. We have been speaking out about it. This led to the opening of a very big mental health clinic we have in Mytilene, where we see, well, it's basically people with severe psychiatric problems who have been on the island for some 2 years. Some of them I know since my first day of my first mission. And with psychosis, with severe PTSD, 70% of our patients are victims of survivors of torture, of sexual violence. And then we set up in the past winter a pediatric clinic. It was originally a part of the E-pool, but we stayed. And yeah, it's just it goes on and on and on. It's deteriorating. So now, how does a day look like? We provide, we're by the entrance of Moria, we have a mobile clinic. We provide primary health care to children. We see about 120 children a day. We have a mental health program for children, and 2 midwives, sexual and reproductive health. And the thing is, it's a static situation. You know your patients after a while. You know the residents of the camp, and you see kids coming back with the same complaints over and over and over again, because you treat them either if it's a skin disease or a diarrhea or much more complicated severe diseases, but they go back to the same living conditions. So you start kind of become part of the same trap. That is.
Now, I remember walking through the camp together with you, and the one thing that was really striking is that as soon as we came in there was basically always at least 5 or 6 kids sort of more or less glued to you, and then quite a few adults coming up as well. And it was a very lively kind of conversation. It was pretty clear that these were people you were meeting and seeing pretty much every day, and you're talking to every day. But you know, also for me, obviously, as somebody who doesn't understand Farsi, what's going on in these conversations? What are these people asking you, and what are they telling you about their own life and their own existence?
A lot, and I have to say, it's a burden on your shoulders. If you, basically as a cultural mediator, you not only translate consultations, doesn't matter if it's with MD, a psychologist, psychiatrist, but you're the bridge between the organization and beneficiaries. And so you're also there to listen, to get information, to know what's actually happening in the field. It's often questions of desperation and questions how things work, how the asylum procedure work, where they have to go, where they have to, asking for information, or daily complaints, or life stories, or, so yeah, if I walk around Moria, I see life stories. Yeah.
And it's an unbelievably cramped environment. I mean, I think you probably felt that too, right? It's unfortunately, when I was there, we were not really allowed to take any photos, and I didn't tell Luca at the time, but I did manage to take a couple. It's unbelievably cramped, but it's almost unimaginable that people can live a dignified life in this kind of circumstances, but they do. So how, I mean, you know, how do people really struggle to, in a way, maintain their dignity in these circumstances?
I think it's always the other side of extremes. If you're taken away, unfortunately, this shouldn't happen in Europe. It's right around the corner, but taken away from any kind of basic access to food, access to healthcare, access to mental health care, access to legal aid. As you say, living on top of each other. It's literally 3 families in a room this big. Now also sleeping outside in summer tents, squeezed on top of each other. And you see people lose it completely. I think it's an environment that evokes any kind of extreme behavior. It triggers trauma, it triggers violence, it triggers depression, it evokes diseases. But the other side of it is that you also see the resilience of people, or you see that the person who is psychotic and not even able to get dressed in the morning, that there's always a caretaker coming with him to the clinic, or that there is a single mother with 4 children and she is hospitalized, that there is someone to take care of the other children. And the same is with us, with daily interactions, that there is, I believe, the opposite side of extreme misery is extreme resilience.
Katrin, you mentioned the fact that you were not let back into the camp because of this sudden sort of violent episode. I mean, what did that feel like? Because the violence is something, you know, you hear a lot about, and the people in your report talk about it all the time as well. Mm-hmm. How violent a place is it? How violent a place does it feel like? Because that's maybe something which we don't always necessarily consider as much as we should do, which is something you just mentioned. It's about law and order. It's about, do people feel safe when they are asleep, basically?
Yeah, I don't think anyone felt safe. I had been sent the video of the fight before I got there and done a lot of calls with people, different organizations on the island, people who'd left, people who'd been there before, to try and figure out what the picture that there was before I got there. And you always wonder if, when you speak to someone in advance of going to somewhere like Moria, and I'm a journalist, so you kind of wonder if they're telling you the very, very worst, and that you'll get there and it'll be a bit calmer, and that will just be, you know, something that happens at the edges. But when I arrived and sat in your clinic and then went into the camp the next day, it was the first or second thing everyone would talk about, particularly mums and dads, because one of the first pieces of video, I couldn't even fit it in, that someone showed me, a father showed me, was he and his children sleeping on the floor on the road. That there's a road between the entrance to the clinic and your clinic, just sleeping there in the evening, because that, as soon as the fight started, he just went. You know, you saw a family at the beginning who were camped right on the edge, close. They said they'd moved because of violence, but they were also camped right next to the edge of the of Moria, because when that stabbing happened and I wasn't allowed back in, they were able to get out really quickly. And I saw them at the gates when we were running around trying to find out what was going on. The reason I wasn't allowed back in, I probably wouldn't have been allowed back in anyway, because there were riot police in there. Obviously, I was going to try, but our time was up. We had an allotted time, and it happened after. We had an early slot before lunch queues would build up. And so it was when we just left, gone into the olive grove, and sort of walked back around, and then it happened.
Yeah, 45 minutes. Did that strike you as odd? Seems pretty strange to be given 45 minutes in a sort of European country, that kind of restriction on the media? Is that unusual?
Do you know what? You know, I want to say, I'm shocked that they didn't let us in, but actually I'm not shocked. You know, I work in the UK most of the time. We have immigration detention centres in the UK. We're the only country in Europe that doesn't have a time limit on how long people are there, so some people have been there years on end, and we're not allowed to film in them at all. I interview people on the phone inside, and I've been in as a visitor, because I knew someone who knew someone, and I could just go in as a visitor, but I couldn't film. You can only secretly film. So to be absolutely honest, I wasn't surprised that we were only given a certain amount of time. We were going to go and do that report, whether we had access or not, and we applied. And in fairness to the authorities who granted us permission, they instantly said yes, and they let us change the day we were going in 4 times. They had very good, they had a very good reason to say you can't come in at all. So, frankly, given how difficult I'd been told it was to get in, I was like, I'll take 45 minutes, I'll take 10 minutes. And we pushed it. We obviously didn't, when 45 minutes was up, say, okay, bye, we'll walk out now. We just stayed as long as we could, so we probably got 2 hours in the end. But it was just after we left that stuff happened.
Marjan, what's it been like for you and your MSF colleagues to work with, I mean, not with the Greek authority, but literally the Greek officials who are actually literally there, like George in this film? What have the working relationships been like with them?
Pooh, sensitive subject. No, but look, I think it is a European problem on the shoulders of Greece. And it's obvious that Europe, Greece, that the public system is failing for whatever reason. It's not enough. And it goes the collaboration is there, but it goes slowly. Look, we are dependent. We shouldn't be there. It should be done by the Greek government. It should be done, but we're dependent. We have to send patients to the public hospital. We have to send patients to, we are dependent for access. So it's a constant try for smooth collaboration.
Returning a bit to the people who have to live in Moria, Luca of MSF at one stage, I think in the film, says something like, their hopes are being taken away by the system.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, that was in August, and obviously if that is the conclusion about what's going on, then that's just going to get ever worse. Is that what's really happening, or do you still get a sense that there still is some hope amongst the people who have to live there?
To be honest, I think it's only getting worse. It is so clearly institutional failure, and it's a trap. Days are repetitive. People are, as we also saw in the documentary, you get up at 3 in the morning. Someone has to go in the food line for 1 bottle of water. If you, we have a patient, a single mother, every time in the line, she gets a panic attack. So she runs away again, which means her kids miss out on food, and then for lunch, and then for dinner. And you're dependent on everything. For everything, you're dependent on your autonomy is being taken away. Your family structure is being broken up. Everything is taken away, so no.
And what are people saying about their future? I mean, obviously they want to get away, but where do they want to head to? What are they hoping for? All this, despite this.
The short-term goal has become Athens, and Athens has become the epitome of the mainland. Unfortunately, we know that it's cramped there too, and that's the reason why people not move, even when their geographical restriction is lifted. And so I think you see these dreams coming closer and closer and closer. It's not, I don't even hear much more Germany and university no, it's just like, I want to go to Athens, which is impossible at the moment either.
Katrin, I'm just wondering, obviously, when we hear about the BBC, we sort of still associate that very much with a vision of journalism that is that of an observer, not a participant. I mean, there is a certain, right? I mean, there's certain independence vis-a-vis your story that you must maintain, a certain detachment. How does that feel, though, when you're confronted with these kinds of situations? I mean, is that even possible?
Impartiality is important to me, really important. But impartiality doesn't mean not being sympathetic. It doesn't mean not comforting someone in distress. And siding with a human being is not taking a side. Do you see what I mean? Everyone you meet. Obviously, this report is an example where that people are in such distress. Of course, you identify with that, and it affects you, and you want to comfort people as much as you can. Like you were saying, walking through Moria, you meet so many people. I mean, you do this every day. I was only there for a couple of hours, like I said. One of the most difficult things was how quickly I needed to move on, because I couldn't miss a bit of the camp. And so you only had a few minutes to try and meet people, speak to them, find out their story, and offer them any comfort you could. And I think impartiality is really important, and what it allows me, I think, is to listen to everyone. This report, I interview controversial figures as well, who some people, one may argue shouldn't be interviewed, or might completely disagree with. There's no one really controversial in this report, but I also think it's important that I listen to them as well, and I think our impartiality as an organisation allows us to do that.
We're coming to a close, and I'm going to do something which we totally did not discuss beforehand, and we didn't prepare, and which sounds maybe slightly corny, but I would actually just like you to sort of perhaps express to the room here, and whoever might be in the online sphere, what's the one thing we should all understand about the situation, we should take away from it, and we should learn from it, so that we are aware if the same kind of treatment of people is happening elsewhere?
Would you like to go first?
Go ahead.
You can go.
Basically awareness of what's happening so close to us, and take position in it, because it will not end, I think, with the situation now in the Middle East, the situation in the countries that people are fleeing from. There's still arrivals, they will come, and we have, and I speak we as Europe, have to take responsibility in this, because this is not working what is here.
I think mine would be slightly linked to what I just said. It's listening to people, and speak to people like me, speak to journalists. If someone hadn't called me and said, you have to go to Moria, I wouldn't have gone. I went because literally someone called me and was like, you need to do something about this. Why don't people know? Why don't people know what's happening here? And so, reach out to people who you think can let the public know what's going on. And then, I guess, a more broad point that I really believe in, that I think we are struggling with a bit at the moment as humanity, as society, is listen to people, and listen to people you disagree with, because that's really important. Maybe more important than listening to people you agree with.
Okay. Katrin, Mardian, thank you very, very much for sharing those insights with us. I think that deserves a round of applause. Now we will close with a very short 3-minute video of Ahmed, who's from Raqqa, who's living in Moria at the moment. We filmed that video.
Can I interrupt you quickly? Yes. This is terrible, sorry. I just wanted to add something that I meant to say. I can't believe I just interrupted you. It's because you said you were about to hear from someone. I just wanted to say that Ali, who was at the end of that report, was moved off the island 2 days after, and moved to Athens, which is where everyone wants to go. And so it's one person, but it's a little bit of hope after
No,
that, because
that.
I feel like it's obviously when you watch it, it feels so difficult, and the situation is so bad there. But
no,
he
thanks
was
for
moved.
that. And I think to be fair also, I mean, we went also to Pikpa, and it is a totally different place. So that small camp where you do the interview at the end of your report, it's a totally different place. It actually shows you how you can look after people humanely without having a huge amount of money. I mean, these are more or less self-organized volunteers from Greece, from Lesbos themselves. They don't have huge funding, and they do manage to put together a very humane system. So the hope is also there. It's even there on Lesbos. And I think also when we were hearing from Ahmed this video, which I wanted to tell you about, which is something we filmed for a campaign MSF has just been launching in Germany, and it's so I can't translate it. It's called Deine Zeit für Menschlichkeit. It's basically asking you, the public, to donate some time. To donate some time and spend that time to watch the video recordings, the video interviews of these stories that we have. There's some more information outside. So we're not specifically looking for financial support, even though that's welcome, obviously. But in this case, we're really just looking for focus and attention and awareness, what you were just saying. Before we switch on that video, I just will have to, though, tell you about a couple of things that happen afterwards. So the reception is going to take place downstairs on the ground floor straight away after this ends until 7:30. And I must ask you to really please make your way downstairs fairly quickly, because there's actually another event that's going to happen here, and they will have to set up. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but there is a serious reason to ask you to really try and vacate the room fairly quickly. Obviously, also because that's, you know, you will get more quickly to the nibbles and the drinks, which can also be purchased downstairs. And then I'm looking, have I forgotten anything? I don't think so. So please. I think we have the video of Ahmed, and thank you very much again.
أنا بالنسبة لي إنسان. أنا أشوف حالي إنه أنا إنساني لأبعد الحدود. أنا أشوف إنه أنتم إنسانيين لأبعد الحدود. فأنا لما بدي أقول إنه ما في إنسانية، أكيد أنا عم أظلم نفسي وأظلم أي حدا جيد أو أي حدا قدم لي مساعدة بيوم من الأيام. أنا اسمي أحمد خميس. أنا من سوريا، من محافظة اسمها الرقة. محافظة تقريبا هي في شمال سوريا. أنا سايكولوجيست. عشنا نحن كعاملين، كناس تشتغل بهذا المجال، وخصوصا بمجال الصحة النفسية، عشنا تحت الضغط. احنا نحاول أن نتعاطف مع هذول الناس اللي هم بحاجة مساعدة. نحاول انه نكون قدر استطاعتنا نحن ناس متماسكين امامهم، لكن بنفس الوقت نحن عايشين هاي المعاناة. بنفس الوقت نحن عايشين قلق انه نحن مستهدفين. يعني نحن لما كنا نطلع الصبح من بيوتنا ما كنا نتخيل انه نرجع. فتركنا تحت الضغط وطلعت على حلب. طبعا نحن ما طلعنا الا بعد يعني تهديدات. يعني اصعب شيء انك انت تنشال من محل، المكان اللي ولدت فيه، اللي كبرت فيه، اللي خلقت فيه، لتشيل حالك وتطلع لمكان ثاني حتى لو كان ضمن بلدك. تغامر وتطلع بأولادك وتشيل أهلك كلهم وتحطهم بقارب صغير، أو هو قارب يعني أنت نفخته وطلعت فيه، تقطع فيه 10 أو 15 أو 20 كيلومتر بالمي. طبعا الشعور ما ممكن ينوصف. ولحظات يمكن نحن ضلينا بالبحر تقريبا شيء 5 ساعات ما ممكن تنتسى على الإطلاق. طبعا أكيد بحياة كل حدا منا في نقاط قوة أو محطات، هي المحطات تخليه يكفي للمحطة اللي بعدها. أنا بالدرجة الأولى أولادي، فأكيد في ناس ساعدوني، وأكيد في ناس وقفوا معي، وأكيد في ناس يعني زوجتي، أمي، طبعا أهلي، هذول الناس يعني أنا جاي مشانهم، وهن بنفس الوقت نقطة القوة لإلي. يعني أنت بلحظة من اللحظات تكون بحاجة بس حدا يسمعك أو حدا يعني تحس بأنه حدا واقف جنبك، مو شرط يقدم لك شيء معنى أو شيء مادي ملموس، مجرد أنه هو واقف جنبك أنت تحس أنه أنت جدا مرتاح. الإنسان أنا أشوفها جدا ناصعة، أشوفها جدا جميلة. هي الإنسانية اللي نحن فخورين فيها، هي الإنسانية اللي نحن لولاها أكيد ما أحسن نكفي، ما أحسن نكفي.
Thank you.